like Velius and Molotov, I think are very limited time.
Yeah. The task battles as well too. We'll get the.
Well, the rest of the runs are really short, right?
So there's a 2-minute.
The rest are short.
What we can do is just do the. Out of all of them, we can pick the one that everyone wants to do most.
Well, there's not much. I mean, these are both really short. So.
And one thing about saving frames, in this game, at the start of the game, you normally go to the right, as you have to go to the right when you exit the palace, but it's actually 1 frame faster to go to the left.
Yeah.
So keep saving the frames, go left.
Oh, Tetris.
Yes.
This is Tetris.
Let me know when the stream comes up, because I'll need to introduce what's going on.
I think it is up, didn't you say?
Are you working getting up again?
Yeah, live right now.
We're live? Okay, so we've already finished Zelda 2 while the stream was down. We are currently watching the 999 score, but quite honestly, it keeps repeating this exact same pattern over and over and over again ad nauseum, so I'm going to kill this one and do game B instead. Oops, I hit reset. So Tetris has multiple different game modes and ways of playing it. This is a mode B, which is basically the goal to get to the bottom of the screen. And what you're seeing is a lot of flashing of input designed to control which piece comes next. So when you see the screen kind of flashing like that, it's usually because he's trying to manipulate the exact piece he wants. So this is a good example of luck manipulation, where you can pretty much have the perfect game of Tetris, which is obviously impossible on a real-time run. Did we have any other questions?
I think someone was
What's that?
So quick.
The Dr. Mario one's a good one to end on.
Okay, so this is a play around, and you'll see what I mean in a minute. It's going to look pretty random.
You should probably say like you made it and stuff. But you haven't been.
Yeah.
I think ACMLL made this one.
I think, well, let's see.
Was it Baxter?
Baxter made this one.
Oh, okay.
So this is a play around made by Baxter. So Test Videos has what are called authors. It's kind of similar to Runner, but sometimes there's more than one author. I would encourage people to go to testvideos.org once it's up, and you can get this you can get the YouTube link to this as well. This is a play around. You can kind of see something developing already. So this is an example of art in tool-assisted speedruns, doing things that you wouldn't be able to do in real time. So.
And one of the main goals of task videos is not to make like fast movies all the time, it's to make them entertaining. And some tasks like this one are made purely for entertainment reasons, not to make it as fast as possible. As some games, if you play them too fast, like you skip everything and it looks kind of boring. As an example, in fighting games, when you to beat an opponent, you use the same move all over again, and that it's kind of boring to watch. So people often do things to waste time, but make something funny. And this is just an example.
Yeah, these frames are lost forever.
Do we have any other questions? We're going to do one last video.
Question here. So how accurate have the emulators gotten over the years?
Well, clearly the emulators have gotten accurate enough to be able to do this. So, and again, some games, especially with cartridge-based games, a lot of times they had individual mappers or hardware inside of the cartridge that was specific to that game, and some of those mappers are not well emulated. I've got a game that I did a tool-assisted speedrun on called High Speed, and it's unlikely that that mapper will ever be accurate enough, just because somebody's interested. What's that?
At least own it.
Yeah, it's not really that great, but okay. There's Tetris, and we're going to do one last game after Baxter types his name in. Dr. Mario is usually not played the way I'm about to show you. So this particular run requires both controllers because at the end it's going to do something that requires both of them, kind of in the similar vein as the Super Mario World task that we saw the other day. So this is going to have a kind of unexpected ending to it. While this is finishing off, this is the last game that I'm going to do in this block, and then I'll cede to other much more talented real-time runners. I do want to say thank you very much to everyone who developed emulators to make all of this possible. That includes people like Ilari, Agdq, a large host of other people I can't even begin to remember off the top of my head. I received support from everybody from, let's see, Ilari, a person named Zid on the Test Videos IRC channel, AIS523 from the UK, especially a lot of support from True, who built the hardware that's going between the Raspberry Pi and the Nintendo. That particular board works for the Nintendo and the Super Nintendo. I also would like to thank Micro500, who developed the very first NES bot and who made the N64 bot that played back the N64 games. And wait for it.
That happened.
Yeah, that happened. That's a glitch that you can trigger if you have both controllers plugged in and are superhuman. And with that, I think that's the end of the task block. Thanks, everybody.
Have a good trip.
Dwayne got it.
Yes.
I got a bunch of people asking why we didn't just pause there. Just because you can't pause an ad block.
It would begin since an emulator actually receives based on the optimized seconds of frames since the game started.
Yeah.
I like your bunny ears.
Oh yeah.
Yes, the bunny ears. I'm the guy with the glasses and the hat.
Okay.
I love it.
So, you have your game? Maybe I put your cartridge.
Yeah, so now if you fall asleep, you can just have this nice cushion.
That's silly talk. Who does? Who sleeps? Sleeps over here.
You fell asleep during the test. Chat was spurting.
I did that on Twitter.
This is a really old
Yeah, I was like laying back in my chair,
kind of like
just watching like
gladiated.
yeah, all the chat. My friend was sending me Snapchat.
This is a
for the
really
chat.
old pillow.
Yeah.
Don't sniff that pillow.
Why would you sniff it in the first place? That's pretty fair.
I should go out to my car and get Kirby. I have a feeling I'd lose my seat. Yeah, okay. I can't see it. What? This is here all the time. Yeah. You can't have the same setting.
They really want to try it. No. I'm getting used to it. I was just wondering if it was standing.
With a touchpad, scroll with your fingers. Why are you breaking all that stuff out? That's what I ever do to you.
Yeah, where on the board is
Yeah.
It's after fire.
No.
I
I just
played the
wanted
game, I
to
just never
understand.
actually beat it. I think I
Oh,
got
are they
to
doing
the
Happy
end
Fair?
where you have all the upgrades. I just never beat it yet.
Are you out? Like, you're leaving? Okay.
estimate what it should be.
Is that Fire Emblem 7?
Holy crap.
The one that lost the bid war?
Is Tompa still on here?
No, he said he was going out to get a computer to look at chat.
That's a pity, because I just got a $5 donation that says, here's to him finishing the tile room. There's a bunch of donations.
You're gonna get 2 million?
Read them donations.
Is this on?
I really hope that might be.
All right. We got a $100 donation from BMO saying, much love from Q8. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Both my parents have been diagnosed with cancer, and watching all of you put in the effort to create an entertaining stream to raise funds for this cause is a great inspiration. Rob is awesome too. Shout out to Penn for introducing me to Agdq. Thank you, BMO. And I've got a $10 donation here from Skarsnik that says, shout outs to Tompa for finishing the tile room.
Anyone have an RCA to stereo jack adapter?
And that's
Y cable.
Not on me.
Not working.
Doesn't help you, buddy.
And for those of you that are just joining us, welcome to the bonus stream.
Part of me wants to talk about it. Part of me is like, I'm afraid if I talk about it, I'm just gonna die.
I just want to eat. I haven't eaten anything yet.
I ate breakfast from my phone.
I was planning on waking up earlier so I could actually get breakfast from Houlihan's, but apparently my body just said, no. This was literally the first day since I got here.
Got a $20 donation from Shelly Simpson, who says, I watched the entire Chrono Trigger run. It's the most epic moment in gaming I've experienced in my 30 plus years as a gamer. Congratulations to all the organizers, runners, and donators for creating such a fun event for a great cause. And I'll hand it on down to you.
See it.
Alright.
Go. And this is Gunpoint. It's a very fun game. At least I like to think that it's a very fun game. Is that some okay behind me?
Huh? Yo.
So you want to go ahead and explain some of the basic?
Okay, so basically the story behind this is that you're a private eye type person who just got a pair of super pants. So it's kind of a stealth puzzle game where you can use these pants to sort of jump around and you have a lot of mobility. And you also have a hacking tool that you can use to reroute wires from light switches to other things to sort of manipulate how the enemies will sort of change the building, so you can use it to open doors and things. So as a result, if you couldn't guess from the huge jumping and rerouting stuff, this game is super broken and can be really kind of broken open, as Valius will be showing here, even though I can't quite see what's going on.
Yeah, it's a spot.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure, I guess.
So here is when we first get the crosslink.
So yeah, crosslink is the skill I was talking about where you can rewire things. So you'll see him go into a mode here where he sets the light switch to activate the door rather than the lights above. So this is just sort of the tutorial for how it works, but you can use it to do some fun stuff as well. It's also a really funny game. This is probably one of my favorite games that I played this past month, so I would highly recommend getting it if you haven't already.
And there I showed that you can actually, you can link multiple things together kind of in a chain. And when you activate one item, it'll activate the rest in a row. And we use that a few times, more than a few times in this run. And every time I jump on a guard, what that's doing is I jump on them and I punch them, and that knocks them out. And that actually it entirely eliminates them from the level, basically, because once they're knocked out, they're done. I may show off some of the entertainment on if you decide to punch people a lot in this game a little later. The main upgrades I'm getting is the jump charge immediately, because it lets me, now that I have a full charge, I don't have to hold my left click very often to get a full jump, which means that at this point in time, I can just skyrocket through the game.
Yeah, basically using the jump is your fastest method of movement, so upgrading the charge speed is probably more important than distance overall. For purposes of speed, I guess.
Yeah, and you'll notice that when I'm going in the elevators, I'm clicking on the elevator on the floor that I want to go to. That's a huge thing because I can skip multiple floors instead of having to go a floor at a time. Also, as you notice there, I sent the elevator up a floor without actually being in it, and I use that a few times in this run also. And this is the first level we actually skip. The game gives you 2 level skips, so we kind of abuse that a little bit. It cuts about, I'd say, 2.5 minutes off of the entire run just because you're getting rid of the longest levels.
If only all games were so generous.
And I just got shot, which shows off the checkpoint system quite well. The game actually makes a checkpoint every 5 seconds. And when you die, you can go back to any of your last 3. So dying in this game is not a huge, huge ordeal.
You basically die from any damage in this game, so...
Any gun damage. You don't die from
fall damage.
Yeah,
so.
there's no fall damage. So here I'm buying the drop shot and the hush cracker, which lets me do 2 things. The drop shot lets me drop off of this. There's a guard on the right-hand side here, and it'll let me drop off of this without actually getting him alarmed. And then the hush cracker lets me break windows without alarming guards. And those are 2 extremely useful things, so I can press buttons and not have to worry about things later.
So yeah, this is a really interesting game for routing just because there's so much openness in how you can solve the different puzzles. So there's always one solution that's just completely bonkers and gets you through it really quickly.
And this level introduces you to the professionals, who have a tendency of killing me.
Yeah, the professionals, okay, what's the rules about them? They basically have like perfect accuracy, they can see in the dark.
Yeah, they're the only ones that can basically hit you no matter what.
Yeah.
They're not 100%, but they're fairly consistent with it. And here I'm going to shoot at a window that I can't see. And this guard can't get to it because the door doesn't have a hand scanner for him to use, so just kind of jump around.
Yeah, like, no, this game's amazing.
And this is the only level that we actually glitch. There's a fun glitch where if you are on the right-hand side of a wall and you aim straight up or straight down, which it's being wonky with me right now, you'll kind of grab onto something that makes no sense, like that, and you can teleport through walls. And that's the only time we actually glitch the game. This level, this is actually one of my favorite levels because it's just kind of amusing. Because that guard decides that he's going to open the door for you anyways. And it only happens if you shoot the glass out when he's near it.
Can you explain the countdown clock?
Yeah, whenever you shoot a gun, there's that countdown clock in the bottom right-hand corner that starts counting down. If that goes all the way to 0, there's like a sniper.
Yeah.
Let's just go here. that will appear at the end of the level, and you can't actually complete the level at that point.
The backstory behind the game is that basically all like guns have been outlawed, and so there's a huge crackdown on anybody having firearms. As soon as somebody detects you using firearms, somebody comes to kill you for doing it.
And in that level, when I got that guard to go up a floor, that's actually the faster way of getting this level done. It's kind of a pain to get it to happen just because it's somewhat random, but if it does, it shaves off about 2-3 seconds because I can get the elevator down onto that floor without having to wait for it. So most of this game is just clever use of mechanics for the most part. Aw, that guy fell. That disappoints me. Normally, if he doesn't fall, I can get him to open this so I can just jump out of the building. But since we don't have that option, we'll have to do it this way. I'm actually about 2 levels off at the end of the game already, so.
Yeah. I guess one of the problems with this game from just sort of a casual standpoint is it's actually extremely short, but speedrunning it makes it a nice quick 10-minute run.
And here I have an option of 2 separate missions. I always tend to choose the second one, and there's not really a difference, except for the end here. And what it does is it causes someone to be at the top floor that's not normally there, and it's probably the thing that entertains me the most. I have to restart because I don't have enough bullets to take out the final boss. Or quote, boss. There we go. Yeah. And this guy will jump out the window on his own.
Yeah.
Shoot him and get ready for time. Time.
8:34.
That's a PB for me. I need 6 people to give me a number 1 through 3.
2.
3, 2, 1, 5.
All right,
3.
so 2,
67. 69.
2.
3.
2.
Natural log.
2.
I heard natural log, so I have to go with 3.
I. 2.
1.
I'm not sure if this is going to show up, but one of the things that I enjoy with the game is when you complete. Oh, I don't have it.
Yeah, no, sorry.
It'll actually post a blog post, quote unquote, that with all the selections that you made. So it's pretty entertaining. But that is Gunpoint in its entirety. So.
Sweet. Buy that game. It's really good.
What about that punch mechanic?
Oh yeah, let me get the game loaded back up real quick and show off the 2 things that I tend to really enjoy.
Also, what's interesting is that the last level is supposed to require you to have the ability to kick down doors, but it's not actually necessary. Yeah, but it still requires you to buy it before the mission, I think.
Yeah, it's still you need the gate crashers for the end of the game, but you don't actually use them.
The game also assumes.
What's up? Yeah, absolutely.
The game also assumes that the guy will hit you.
We're getting HTC.
Okay.
Someone touching stuff over there?
No. To fix the HDCP, you're going to want to go into the back of the desktop and unplug and replug in the HDMI. Not on that one. On the stream machine.
Oh, the stream machine. Does anyone know which one it is?
The top one. Because I did it yesterday.
With great difficulty.
The top one?
Yeah. Yeah. You just unplug it and plug it back in. So as you notice, the game actually gives you individual level times for every level. I did no level slower than, I think the slowest one is 26 seconds. So that's one of the reasons that I really enjoy it.
Good effort.
Instrumental.
So I'm going to do this mission again because it lets me do, I have to do it the long way. But so when you punch someone once, it knocks them out. When you punch them 10 times, it kills them. And after that, it starts to make comments. So if I keep punching someone,
This game has a wonderful sense of humor. Like,
the game,
this is legit the funniest game I've played in quite a while.
the game actually lies at that point because there actually is an achievement for it. And then once you pass 100, it just starts counting. And you can literally punch as fast as you can click, so and it gets quite entertaining. The gate crashers let you do that, kick down doors. And then one of the things that I really enjoy with this specific level is something to do with this guard here. Also, that's a fun glitch. If you're coming out of an elevator with the gun and you pull the gun out, it stays in the crosslink look. I can just get this guy to walk all the way off the edge of the screen.
Nice.
But that's it. That's all I have.
Cool.
So, take small cards next.
Video and audio haven't been plugged in yet.
Okay, but I'm just saying, is there enough time for you?
Yeah.
Is there enough time for Fire Emblem 7 before you have to go?
Should be, yeah.
Fantastic.
All right.
So I think we're going to Fire Emblem next.
Yeah, partially doing something.
Hannah. Hannah. Do you want us to take this TV out so you can switch it while we're getting set up so it's faster?
What time are you guys leaving?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like,
I
we're
think
after that.
that's the only disc that's been in there. I don't think anything has actually been played on the GameCube because we have a Wii in here as well. Speaking of which, that should be around here somewhere. I need to get that back.
Yeah, I'll get it set up now.
The Wii that was in here? Right there. All right, sweet. It's mine. I just don't know where it is.
Yeah, no, I just everything down there, just kind of put it right there.
Honestly, I would just.
Yeah, I guess so.
Anyway, I actually know this game, so I go couch.
Okay, then I will.
We are rotating this mic.
I know an embarrassing amount of Fire Emblem 7. Like, it's almost like it's not much wrong.
I don't know where the board went.
Like, it's almost gross how much I know about this game.
So, I'm gonna move this back a little bit so it's.
And next time the link is on, someone might want to mention that the guys from the task block have actually left. Because more or less every other message in chat is like demanding a Zelda 2 replay.
They can go inside.
That's what other people are saying, but Twitch chat is cancer.
That's funny, because I'm looking at the chat and no, it's not.
I'm just looking at the chat just now.
I'm looking at it right here, dude.
Anyways. Fire Emblem 7, first one released in North America.
And so therefore the first for many, myself included.
Is stream on or?
Say hi to Roy. Yes.
Yeah. Is it true that the sound selector is actually part of the sound that is in the game? Yes. Yeah. Is that
Seven.
Fire Emblem 7? It should be just
I'm
Fire
sorry?
Emblem.
Let's say 150.
Or if it's anything Fire Emblem Blazing Sword, but they may not have it as that.
Yeah, I'll probably be Fire
It
Emblem.
might just be Fire Emblem.
Hi, Roy. How's it going? What's up, Roy? Yay Marsha. Y-A-Y-M-A-R-S-H-A. Right. Down there, I know.
Oh, I know, but there's still a couple of strategies that I still like.
Frankenstein hybrid of this like other than the Japanese RTA?
The RTA, great.
The RTA of these libraries not still like I think like
yeah, I mean they use one.
I mean that like really thick stuff.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. Now, unlike before, this run is entirely memorized, so there shouldn't be any RNG things screwing me over.
Yeah. So the big thing, the game that was played before, Sacred Stones, that was a normal playthrough, whereas this is what you would call an RNG manipulation playthrough. That means that things like hit rates and critical rates and whatnot, those can be manipulated. If you move your cursor in such a fashion and push buttons at the right, or push the right buttons, whatever. If you reset before this chapter starts, everything is put in a fixed manner. So basically, if you do things the exact same way, you'll get the exact same results.
Yeah, basically the Fire Emblem series in particular is one of the rare examples of a game that can be so heavily manipulated that you can actually control absolutely everything about the randomness of the game. Just because basically the only thing that advances the random number generator in the game is combat, the first moment of the enemy's phase, and a very neat little thing involving the cursor movement, which is when you'll notice when you move the cursor around, it shows a little arrow showing which path the character will take. Now, if you move the cursor in such a way that it needs to recompute the path that the arrow will follow, like for example, if he's passing through a terrain that takes more movement or something, the game needs to decide how to reconstruct that arrow. And so in particular, it needs to decide whether to do a loop like this or a loop like this. And that decision is done using the random number generator. Basically, it draws a single number between 0 and 99, and if it's 49 or below, it goes down, and if it's 50 or above, it goes up. And so as a result, what you can do is you can actually advance the random number generator by using that technique. And so, you do this in this run, right?
Yeah. I do it. The first time I do it is in chapter 6.
Okay. And so as a result, there are certain points in the run where he may get bad luck or may need better luck. So you can do this to advance the random number generator just enough so that he'll get the better circumstance that he needs. So for example, you just saw you got a really good level up. Level ups in this game are random, but if you know that the next set of random numbers will give you a really good level up, you can manipulate it so that you'll get that level up. It's really neat, and this is an example of a real-time runner doing it. The task, because it can move the cursor so quickly, can do really heavy manipulation, even beyond this. So it's even worth checking out that if you're interested in this kind of game.
Yes, obviously this is a single segment, but segmented runs, allow you to do very, very silly things.
Yeah, I actually, when I was playing in this early on, I had a route that manipulated the RNG a lot more, but not only would that be difficult to remember it all, I didn't think it would be very entertaining to watch because it would just be like a task done in real time.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing to keep in mind here is that, this is mostly memorization, but there's a big input component to this as well, because like one errant cursor movement completely changes the RNG, so.
Yeah, and execution's a big thing. I mean, I'm not, Viking 12 does a lot of runs, the Fire Emblem community knows him. He's the best out there, and the thing about this game is, because it's a Game Boy Advance game, to speed up the cursor, you have to hold B, but B is also the cancel button. So if you're not careful with it, you'll just cancel a move that you wanted to speed up. It's kind of tricky to get the hang of because you have to hold the button before moving.
Yeah, shout out to Viking 12, VYKAN 12. He is an insane Fire Emblem runner. I believe he's been working on Path of Radiance right now.
Radiant, no.
Oh, Radiant Dawn, sorry.
Yeah, he recently got something like 253 on easy mode, single segment, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah,
amazing. Given
and-
how long that game is.
Yeah, and I believe that game isn't like the Game Boy ones. I don't think you can actually, like the RNG works differently.
Yeah, the Game Boy games have a much more manipulatable RNG. The GameCube games, conversely, you can't do nearly.
Yeah, you can't do it in
the
real
RNG
time.
manipulation.
So he just got a character named Florina. That's Pegasus Knight you'll be seeing a lot of. Obviously, as a flyer, she's very, very useful because she has more movement. She can go over things. A big thing in this game is seizing like thrones or castles, which you need your Lord character. In this case, Lyn. Later on, it'll be Eli Wood. And so a big thing will be, the Pegasus Knight rescuing the Lord and then, going straight to the throne. Normally, this would be incredibly dangerous because, for instance, you might notice an archer up there. Florina has incredibly low defense and really bad strength as well. Normally. And,
Yeah, it's definitely not the case here.
yeah.
It
But,
also takes triple damage from arrows specifically.
Yeah, it's double in this. In the Japanese version, in the Japanese version it was times 3.
Is it times 3 in the Game Boy ones?
I can't remember offhand, but I think it is.
Yeah, but in short, arrows eat her for dinner. Anything eats her for dinner because she has like no defense.
That's why Lyn mode is. I don't like playing Lyn's mode, but it gives you a chance to level Florina up before the main game actually becomes halfway difficult. Now,
Yeah.
Ella with normal still a joke.
Oh yeah. I mean, this game has a pretty good difficulty curve in my opinion, just because Eli Wood Normal is sort of designed for people. This was the first Fire Emblem game to come out in America, so they actually included Lyn's mode as sort of a prologue, this is how you play Fire Emblem, and then Eli Woods is kind of the main story. But they also made it a little easier than say Fire Emblem 6, which is quite difficult.
Really hard.
Yeah. But they do actually have options to make the game harder. So you can go Eli Wood Hard mode, which is, a good step up. And then there's an additional mode called Hector mode. And Hector Normal is, of course, harder than Eli Wood Normal. And then Hector Hard mode is the real challenge of the game.
Yeah.
Right. It's also the only way you can get the best ending.
Yep.
Oh, it's a Horipad.
This right here, if you want to play Game Boy Advance games, is pretty much your only option aside from actually getting a Game Boy Advance link cable. I don't know, people have their own preference, but I mean, it's a solid controller, quite comfortable.
Yeah, I don't own an SP, so therefore I've never really learned to play on one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, here's the thing. The weird part, when I was planning this out on an emulator, because it makes it much easier, for some odd reason, leaving Dorcas alive causes him to join you automatically, whereas on the cartridge, in Lyn's mode, he just vanishes entirely. And he'll show up again on Ellawood's mode. I don't even
Maybe
understand why
it's
he's
a
there.
version difference, like releases.
I'm not sure, but whatever it is, it's really weird.
Okay, so this is an example of a defend chapter where you need to survive a number of turns. However, he's taking advantage of the fact that one of the characters will not actually fight you because you're actually meant to recruit him. So if you just stick him out front or manipulate him so that he is out front, you can just spend the rest of the chapter just ending turn.
Yeah, this map is kind of input heavy. It's a real pain. I get rid of Will's iron bow because I'm just going to sell it later and sell Florina's vulnerary and buy a javelin, which is much more useful. Holding it. One HP critical. I had to actually move the cursor all the way around that guy because if I had just moved it straight to the right twice, it would have consumed a random number, and because it would have had to figure out a path to draw because there were 2 ways to get around it, and it would have just screwed up that level up entirely. And also something that was brought up during Sacred Stones, I just wanted to correct, is when you rescue somebody, the build or the constitution of the person you rescue doesn't actually affect your stats any differently. like say a 20 build person could rescue a 19 build person, it won't change the penalty they take. That was only in Fire Emblem 5 they had it, where if the person that you rescued was half your build or more, you would take a movement penalty in addition to everything else.
Really? There's only Fire Emblem 5? Huh. Well, I guess that makes sense. That game does just kind of hate you, but...
The penalty is 5 speed, 5 skill?
It halves your skill and speed.
Oh, really? Okay.
I mean, either way, like, rescuing is very dangerous for battles just because speed is such an important stat in this game.
Yeah, some of these maps, well, it shouldn't show up here, but some of these maps I didn't plan out exactly as consistently as I should, just because some of the scenes that play out before a map starts, characters will move in them, and the game even uses numbers, random numbers, to determine where they move. So if you don't skip the scene just as fast as you planned it out, you'll have to reset because everything will be screwed up. You'll see that a few times where I'll have to mash kind of hard.
So since you selected hard mode, are you doing Elowood's hard mode or Hector's hard mode?
Just Elowood normal. They give you a choice.
Yeah, the reason he's doing Lin hard mode, I believe, is because like it takes out the tutorial stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, because Lin normal is just a horrible thing. Nobody should ever play it past the first playthrough.
Yeah, like if you've never played a Fire Emblem game before, I'd say it is actually a good starting point because you basics pretty well.
Otherwise, it just holds your hand way too much.
Yeah, oh yeah.
To the extent where certain chapters are, like, it tells you exactly which
Where to
square to
move,
move
yeah.
to and which guy to attack.
Yeah, and you'll notice I'm giving Lin a lot of level ups. That's because my strategy for the final chapter of Lin's mode, which is chapter 10, when she fights Lundgren, she's pretty much the best choice for actually taking him out because he's a general, and her special weapon does bonus damage against armored units. And you can actually all you have to do in this map is just defeat the boss. So it is possible to use Florina to get a 1% javelin critical in this guy and just drop him immediately. But it's also a 50% hit on top of that. And the amount of manipulation it would have taken to get it is just not worth it. So instead I go for something a little easier.
And something to keep in mind here, like, you could feasibly manipulate the RNG to a point where all the enemies always miss you, you land crits on everybody, whatever, but that does also require you to really move the cursor a lot in a fixed pattern rather quickly if you're doing speedrun. So...
yeah, a lot of times it actually turns out to be faster to just do something a little bit less efficient in terms of turns.
Yeah, because the RNG manipulation does take time, so even if a crit is obviously going to be faster than hitting twice, there's a good chance that it will still be faster to hit twice just because of how long the RNG manipulation is going to take.
This is one of those maps where I have to skip sort of fast. Oh, perfect.
So yeah. Alright. So yeah, normally putting Florina here would be suicidal. Because again, she has very low defense. Her strength isn't the greatest. But
There's also a ballista up there.
yeah, there's a ballista up there, there's another bow looking down. Yeah.
Well, I think she's out of the range of the list at this point, but instead it actually it tries to fire at Nils, which is still bad.
Yeah, it's still pretty bad because Nils is also pretty fragile.
Yeah, he's just a bard, so he doesn't have much HP. Yeah, later on you'll definitely see part of the RNG stuff, like why it's nice to plan it out, because you'll see what Lynn does at the end.
I'm personally a fan of Nil's sister Ninian, who, for whatever reason, has a decent strength growth. Like, on average, on my playthroughs of this game, I'd say her strength growth was actually better than what Seth had in the marathon this year. So.
Love it when she gains 1 strength.
Oh, yeah.
That she'll never use.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And Yogi talks a lot. I have to skip 3 scenes of him talking and a single third.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we forgot to mention the mightiest swordsman ever that he took on Glass.
Yeah, the annoying thing about the enemies down there, the ones that are around Lynn, those 3, is that they all have Reaver weapons. And so the axe guy there, that bandit, is kind of a pain because Lynn can't really do much to it. She uses a sword. That happens.
Oh, he missed twice. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, normally you'd be panicking right now because, 5 HP and a whole bunch of enemies. It's cool.
Yeah. One thing that's also very forgiving about Lynn's mode is if a character dies, they actually do come back later. It's usually not what happens in a Fire Emblem game, but that's just for this particular mode.
The caveat is that they come back at level 1 rather than having the extra experience.
Yeah, it's their base level. As far as I remember. Speaking of which, there are times where you could save time by letting someone die, but I've always been somebody who would reset when someone dies. And I feel like it's a wrong way to play, so I will go out of my way to spare Lucius's life.
Yes. That's the proper way to play Fire Emblem. Everyone lives. That's just what you gotta do.
This will be the first instance of RNG manipulation directly in the next turn. You'll see its effects. It's pretty powerful. Okay, here we go. And that little movement there causes this magical boss fight.
Yes.
He misses, and then he dies. And she gains strength on top of that, which is important for London.
Yeah.
Oh, she criticals that guy too.
Yeah. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, that little manipulation there is worth it, just because doing an extra turn in this map would be it would take way too long.
So that was supposed to be your intro to the Fog of War, but oh well.
Yeah. Who needs that? Oh yeah, by the way, this is the only time you'll ever see Lucius used in a speedrun. Normally you wouldn't use a kind of a weak mage, or weak monk, I should say. But he's useful here because the boss is armored, and so he doesn't have that much resistance. So all he's got to do is just do a little chip damage so that Link can finish him off. This is also the introduction to the rain mechanic, which thankfully doesn't come up. I don't think it comes up anymore.
Yeah, I totally forgot about rain actually.
Yeah.
Like,
There are only a few weather effects in the
that's a
game,
thing.
thankfully.
Was rain also in 6?
Not that I remember now.
Yeah. I I know that there's snow in this game too, which I think is basically like the deserts, right?
Yeah, the snow did exist in 6.
Yeah. No, the effect that snow has.
Yeah.
Quite the same as the desert.
It slows you down. That's.
Well, I guess it was the same as rain actually, where it just kind of slows you down. And Lucius, I believe, was the introduction of the monk class, which is another thing that we haven't really seen as much in more modern Fire Emblems.
Normally, the only way to get light magic is to use your staff user just to a psychotic degree so that they get enough experience to promote to their next level.
Yeah. Unless you use like a specialty staff, like staves do not give you much experience, unfortunately.
Maybe unless you're playing Fire Emblem 4, where they give you like 50 a use.
Yeah.
Or 30 a use. Yeah, that was rain. It rains for 1 turn. And that was the boss.
Yep.
He tried. He really did. He couldn't even hit Lucius. That's how
Could
bad.
not even hit Lucius. Although, in fairness, Lucius is actually a pretty good unit.
He crits a lot for some reason.
Yeah.
This energy ring is actually important. I've had runs where I've forgotten to use it and just went on with the game. In chapter 16, there's this archer that Florina has to kill, and if she hasn't used this energy ring, she won't do enough damage without a critical. And the way I do the saves, by the time I realized it, I couldn't go back. Yeah, kind of sucked.
Energy ring increases your unit's power stat, so either their physical strength or magic, depending on whether they're a magic or physical use type character. So, yeah.
That's Ellawood's only kill, by the way.
It's too bad we couldn't have actually seen his critical hit animation, because it's actually quite fantastic.
Oh, and Dorcas didn't want to join earlier, but he'll just magically come out of that village.
And Bartray.
Thankfully, we're not doing a all characters run here.
Yeah, all character Hector mode, yeah.
Because otherwise you would have to raise him to a 10-5 warrior. Basically, he has to be a level 5 warrior, which is a promoted class. So he has to reach at least level 10, promote, and get 4 more levels on top of it, just to get one character.
Yes, a character that you have to do 1 round of battle against and not kill.
Yeah.
Well, I assume you could just take her weapon, or take his weapon.
Well, yeah, you can equip him with a bow, so it's not a huge deal.
But it'd be real fun for a speedrun to have to
figure out a way to
train that guy.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have a horse, so trying to get him to keep up with the rest of your army, namely Marcus, who is the one-man army.
So yeah, Marcus is this game's Jagen character, which means it's a pre-promoted unit that starts out with really good stats, but unlike an 8, Marcus does not have terribly good growths.
Right.
So at least for a casual playthrough, it's highly recommended that you do not use Marcus as much as possible.
Yeah, like most of the people that play this game for the first time, they probably used Marcus a lot, and then they kind of hit a wall eventually, and they're like, what? That sucks. What happened?
He's actually still better than most of the,
he's certainly better than
guys you
Jagen,
get,
yeah.
Well,
He's better than FE6 Marcus.
He's better than the actual Cavaliers that you do get. It's just, if you rely on him too much, you might run into problems. On Hector hard, anyway. But yeah, Fire Emblem 6 Marcus is not so hot. Because he's old by then.
Now they saved all the good stats for, I believe, Percival.
Hard mode Percival.
Hard mode Percival. That's that's the fun thing I think about FE6 hard mode. Like I think the pre-promotes got better stats or something, right?
Something like that. I don't know. I'm not as familiar with FE6. So that right there is Hector. Hector's amazing. Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, Hector is like easily one of the most OP lords in Fire Emblem history.
Unfortunately, when it comes to speedrunning, he still doesn't have a horse, therefore he's
Yeah.
still useless.
Yeah.
It's pretty much like a tier list when it comes to speedrunning.
Yeah.
Can you fly? No, then you're no good. Do you have a horse? No, then you're no good.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the interesting thing about Fire Emblem running is that a lot of chapters typically involve kind of a blitzkrieg strategy where you just send as much as you can out as fast as you can. So you just won't see certain units get any use at all.
Yeah.
Poor archers. They'd love to be useful.
Yeah.
And the next chapter, it's gonna look a little ugly because it's really hard to practice for some reason, is what they call a rescue train, where you rescue somebody with, say, a mounted unit and move forward, and then you have the next unit pick him up, and so forth, and you can move a unit much farther than usual, and I just screwed that up.
So yeah, what happened there is he accidentally made
I grabbed the wrong guy.
Yeah,
Or,
okay.
I grabbed the right guy, but I didn't move element first.
Yeah. So resetting literally resets the RNG. So.
Yeah, discard your sword. No. Yeah, but what you see there is that it's going to allow Marcus to get across that river, which normally he can't cross it because of his class, but Hector can, because Nord units can.
It's something that they kind of, I would say, fixed in the GameCube games, where you couldn't rescue mounted units with a non-mounted unit. It's kind of weird because Hector basically just carried Marcus and his horse across the river.
Yeah. That's Hector, man. I would believe it.
That's true. Yeah, you can do anything.
Quit. I can see the future. Also, that village there that Matthew's going to visit has a very important item for this run, which is a mine, because the mine glitch allows you to control enemies, which you will see very soon. Starting in chapter 15. I don't have Marcus attack there because I want a favorable level up, and he wouldn't kill him in one round anyway, so you would have seen him restore HP at the start of his turn. When I was planning this out, a lot of the decisions that I decided to do, instead of like wiggling the cursor around to manipulate things, I felt it would be more just better to watch if I would just do something instead. Like say, I could have wiggled the cursor around there to get that level up, but it was easier to just have Matthew attack that guy instead, which consumes enough of the numbers that it gives me the favorable level.
Well, basically, the typical 2-round combat would consume 8 or 9 random numbers, so reasonably quick compared to cursor movement anyway, so it's not too much of a trade-off.
Right.
Fun fact, this map also exists in Fire Emblem 6.
Oh yeah, that's right. And I believe you fight the exact same guy too.
Yeah, I'll say in hard mode, this map on Fire Emblem 6 is not very fun at all, because in that game, reinforcements appear on the start of their phase, and they like to appear right next to your guys.
Yeah. Quick thing, actually, Fire Emblem 7. Although this is the first Fire Emblem to come out, it's actually 7 in like Japan, and this is actually the prequel to Fire Emblem 6.
Yes, and Fire Emblem 6, for those who don't know, is the one with Roy.
Yeah.
This has Eliwood, who is Roy's father.
Yeah.
also has Hector, who promptly kicks the bucket in 6.
Yeah, that's like one of the biggest plot holes in the history of video games is how did Hector not just one-shot Zephiel in Fire Emblem 6?
They had to kill him off somehow.
Yeah.
And you notice that I recruit Urk there because, well, A, to get rid of the other phase, but also there's a map later on that there's a route split, and which map you go to depends on how much experience certain characters have gained. And Urk it's basically the magic users versus the physical attackers. If the magic users have gained more experience, you'll go to the map with Kenneth in it, which is much, much faster. Therefore, Urk gaining that little bit of experience is good.
So this is kind of the other half of Fire Emblem speedrunning. The fun part is the route planning and luck manipulation. The other half is waiting for the enemy phase, which mercifully they are starting to remove in more recent Fire Emblem games.
Yeah, in Awakening you can actually just push start and it skips over like
and also
everything.
Shadow Dragon, I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
You can have it auto skip for you.
Yeah. I believe there's a run of Shadow Dragon on the site, right?
Right.
I remember verifying it.
Yeah, I did that one.
And it's like 15 minutes long, so that's just an indication of how much time you spend just watching enemies fight you.
Oh yeah, it significantly cuts down.
Okay, now we're going to see the first instance of a line glitch, which
It's just fantastic programming.
it's fun.
Yeah.
And just like that, I have control of the enemies. All I do is reset as they step on the tile like that.
How did you get back to the game so quickly?
If you do a soft reset and you hold start, the game will just automatically go back in.
Interesting.
And I moved the enemies, just the enemies that would actually be in range to attack me, and I had that archer give away his weapon so that he couldn't attack.
So yeah, this is a Siege chapter where you need to bring Eliwood to the throne, and normally there's an enemy guarding it, and their AI is just to never move, because once they move you can easily win the chapter without fighting them, but they'll still never move if you move them.
Yeah, that's just fantastic.
And Merlinus, he really wants to come with me, and I always just tell him, no, go away. There are very few times that I'll send him out. Because unlike Sacred Stones, you have to actually deploy Merlinus if you get an item and you can't hold that item, you'll have to choose something to throw away if he's not on the map. It would be faster to send an item to him, but he levels up at the start of each map, and that, I think, offsets it. It would be slower to watch him level up all the time. And I had to be slower skipping that scene because the game still uses random numbers to determine where the soldier moves and all of that. So if you skip it too early, that level up will change and everything else will change. Whereas it's consistent if you wait until the scene starts and then skip it. This is the archer she wouldn't kill if she didn't have an energy.
That strength stat.
Yeah, she's not afraid of archers anymore. It's no big deal.
Oh wait, for the functions. Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Watching any good speed runs lately?
No. Don't worry, when it comes to enemy phases, they get much, much worse.
Yeah.
You get to chapter 25, and that's pretty much you just fall asleep because the strategy I have for that, I developed it to basically be minimal effort, minimal memorization. So I only bring one unit to the map.
Nice.
So it's every turn I'm pretty much moving one unit, waiting, one unit, waiting. Hammer sucks, let's drop it. The enemies are weak enough that Marcus can, like the boss here, the hammer would be effective against him, but it's actually it's just fine to use the steel axe because he'll kill him in 2 hits regardless, and he'll have a better hit rate. Also Marcus with his good level ups this chapter.
Yep.
He's trying. And I'm trying to, I could rescue Elwood earlier on, but I'm going to try to just leave him out on the map because I use him as a placeholder because of the way you hit L to switch between units. And Florina is actually not high on that list at this point because I haven't deployed her very often. So it's easier to have him park next to her so that I can easily switch back and select her quick. That's one of the other more annoying things about planning Fire Emblem runs is planning the L switches to switch between characters rather than actually move the cursor around.
Yeah.
No need to kill them all, so just kill himself. He tries. And I could end the map a turn or just earlier, but those NPCs there, those 3 soldiers, will actually leave and you know that thing about placeholders? Yeah, just screw it. But the soldiers will run out and basically kill themselves. And you get a different reward depending on, like, if you end the map with all 3 of them alive, you get a red gem, I'm pretty sure. And that's useless to me, I don't need any money. But if I leave only 1 alive, conveniently one has a javelin so he doesn't kill himself, the reward is a mine instead. So therefore I get the glitch board.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, one thing to keep in mind, normally you would recruit that mercenary there, that's Raven. Normally you would really want to recruit that guy because he's really...
Hold on, I just need to hear this. Okay, it's good.
You were listening for unit movement?
Yeah, the thing about that is there's a scene that plays out where the units move around, and I need to skip the scene before they move around because it changes the RNG.
Fair enough. Yeah, you were
saying about
Raven is
Yeah,
awesome.
normally he's really awesome. You want him. But speedrun, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Doesn't have a horse.
Yeah, does not have a horse.
Can't use it.
I don't know, I just laugh every time I see those strength growths for Florida because she is not supposed to get that high strength at this point in the game.
What's her initial strength? Is it like 3 or something?
I think it's around 6 or 7.
Okay. Because I remember having a game where like 2020 Florina was something like 11.
11 strength, yeah. Yeah, her strength growth is just atrocious.
Yeah, you only have to defeat the boss on this map, and fun thing, that strength growth she got, exact kill.
Yes.
And this level up, you'll like this level.
Okay.
It's almost perfect.
Sweet.
Slightly unfair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're gonna load up Zane's inventory with a bunch of worthless junk.
Yes.
So that when he acquires a new item, he will be able to send it back to Ruinous, which is slightly faster than the alternative. Because we're actually going to send Ruinous out in this map because there is a new glitch. The same one that you saw in Sacred Stones, the torch glitch, also exists in this. And it works the exact same way.
That's great.
Any tile that you torch or use the torch on will pretty much become a secondary effect tile, which means that if an enemy ends a turn on it, if you reset as their turn ends, you gain control.
So, speaking of somebody who's never actually used torches before, what's the secondary effect that happens?
Oh, it gives vision range. It's like a normal torch, only you can actually aim it around.
When you land on a space that's been torched?
No, I'm talking about the secondary effect is the lighting up the fog.
Right,
effect.
but just the fact that that exists on that space.
Yep. Will cause it to do crazy things. I don't know about the internal reasons, but I won't question it. And so this Cavalier will try to attack Lynn, and she'll fail to kill him, which is good, because then he'll end his turn on there, and then fun happens.
Alrighty.
We grab this guy because, and we drop him down here because the boss normally drops an Orion Bolt, which is completely useless for us to play, because it promotes archers and things like that. Instead, his newest item is now a mine, so therefore he will drop a mine instead. So I glitch to obtain another item to glitch. And we just gang up on this dude, because why not? Yeah. That's good.
There you go.
Get a better level up out of it. HP, strength, skill, speed.
Yep.
And a mine. It's all good.
The only stat she has right now that looks like what she should probably always have is her defense.
And the interesting thing about this map, I don't skip that scene until later because there's another strange, inconsistent thing between an emulator and this. And for some reason, when you play on an emulator, the game thinks you have Knas and thinks he's a druid.
Okay.
And so it uses a whole bunch of numbers and like auto levels in, and I really don't understand how that works, but it doesn't happen on the cartridge.
All right.
So therefore, I had to plan this out to the point where I try not to gain any level ups in this map, so that as long as the combat is the same and I get the same amount of experience, it has no lasting effect on the round. So that's why I won't gain it. That's another reason for the mind glitch here. Otherwise, I would have to rampage through a whole bunch of guys. It's faster to just get them out of your way anyway.
Yeah. So the boss that just moved there is supposed to be a character that isn't able to move. Like he's supposed to just sit on the throne for the entire thing. But well.
Mind glitch. Hooray.
Yeah, and in general, enemies don't use rescuing at all, so it's actually really weird seeing the rescue animation on enemy units.
Yeah, you might notice the sort of character portraits because the game has no idea what to do.
Yeah, they're all screwed up. The game doesn't even know what to do when it comes to rescued enemies because that was brilliant. I do that twice because normally Kent will get a critical on this guy and kill him, which is not what I want because it'll screw up his experience and everything else for later. Because I want Florina to kill him. So I actually used the RNG, I manipulated it so that he would not kill that guy. And it's a very rare thing. But the game still doesn't know what to do with enemies that are rescued by other enemies because if you try to have, say, you're using the glitch and you want to trade with a guy who's been rescued, the game doesn't know what to do because it won't let you trade with that rescue here.
Yeah.
Whereas it would if you were playing, trading with your own characters.
Yeah. So yeah, it's very entertaining because the character that story-wise is supposed to be dead now, we didn't actually kill him.
And he comes back later as a sort of a zombie.
Yeah, as a
which
ghost
makes no sense
thing.
because he's still alive.
Yeah.
The musical note thing about Illywood is a buff that he received from Nina.
Ninian.
It's from Fullmetal Alchemist. Okay.
Yeah, and that buff is one turn defense and resistance boost, which is pointless unless you're using the arena, which is very useful because the effect. I'm pretty sure the effect doesn't leave if the unit has been rescued, so that you can have them fight in the arena, then rescue them, and then drop them later to ants for them, and basically they can keep that effect forever.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna use the arena, that's definitely the way to go. But the true way to go is just not use the arena.
Yeah, pretty much. And I moved the boss because all I have to do is kill him, and conveniently he goes first, so he kills himself.
Alrighty.
And of course, I had to have time for Florina to pick up that Elysian Whip because that's her promotion item.
Yeah.
And that's very useful. I had her get rid of her Iron Lance on top of the Lilith because she gains a couple items here, and it would take time to. It would take more time to try to drop it than it does to just deposit 2 items. All that so that Florina can be within range. See, I could have promoted her earlier so that she would get an extra point of movement and I wouldn't have had to rescue her or do any of that stuff. But the plan is that I can let her get as many level ups as possible before promoting her.
Yeah, that's a sort of stable Fire Emblem thing. Like, you can promote at level 10, but if you do that, then you miss out on like 10 levels of potential like stats. So normally, if you're playing through, you want to get to
level 20.
20, yeah. I'd say at least 15, but at that point, yeah, you want to get to 20 so you get the most stats you can.
Yeah, she gets to 14 before promoting. But this way, she's also within range of the boss right now, and so that way she can easily reach him and kill him. Also, more great level ups.
Nice.
Who needs defense?
Yeah. Just to put this in perspective, having a strength of about 20 is about as high as some characters will get ever, and Florina is a level 13 Pegasus Knight before promotion. Like, I didn't even know what's the strength cap for Falcon Knights.
23.
23.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All unpromoted classes there. Everything except luck is capped at
20.
Almost everything except luck. Yeah, it's capped at 20, and 23 is not so good for a strength cap.
Yeah. Well, and that's actually the biggest downside of Pegasus Knights. Yeah, so typically when you're running Fire Emblem games, that tends to be a brick wall that you'll hit is that if you want to abuse a Pegasus Knight, you will not be able to use them as your main damage dealer towards the end of the run just because their strength cap is so low.
But they still fly, so it's all good.
Yeah.
And make no mistake, even for a regular playthrough, Pegasus Knights are quite good in this game.
Yeah. Their main advantage over most other units is that they have extremely high resistance stat, which means that they're actually very strong against magic users. So what he's doing here is he's just loading her up on all of the stat increasing items. Just making
she can use axes
as good as possible.
Yeah, level 1 promoted is already Captain Strength. How about that?
Wait for it. This is the map with the best enemy phase music in the game. Real fond of it. You only think it's air for one map. Interesting thing is that I think they're the only bosses that come to mind that they don't have. Normally when you fight a boss, they say something before. These guys don't. They only say something when they die. Just a little tidbit. And just like the other desert maps, this one has hidden items everywhere. I'll be picking up one of them, that's why I have Matthew moving it around. It's probably not actually faster, but the effect of the item that I pick up is fun at the end. I won't spoil it.
So the character that's green is considered neutral. So it's a character that can kill enemies but won't actually gain any experience. And this particular character is Pent, your pre-promoted sage whose stats are laughably, hilariously good.
He is way better than any other magic user you can get.
Yeah, he's easily the best magic user in the game.
Other than Athos, but that doesn't count.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Also, Lynn's personal weapon is still too good.
Monicati,
Yeah.
That critical hit rate.
Yeah, well, basically it's
plus 25, I think it was.
25? Wow, I thought it was the same as the killing edge, but okay.
Yeah, it's really good.
There was one play I had where Nina gained strength. Oh, okay, it wasn't this one. So disappointing. Should have reset, she didn't gain strength.
Change you on you a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Another big thing in planning out Fire Emblem runs is dealing with weapon uses, because every weapon has a limited number of usage, and the better weapons tend to have low usage. You usually need to be smart about how much you use good weapons, so you'll see he switched from spear to javelin on Florina just because he needed the spear for the kill, but you don't want to waste that because spears are, like, OP in this game.
Actually, yeah, the interesting thing is that sometimes which weapon you use, like you'll still get the same kill. Like in 27, I'll explain it when I get there, but if I use a javelin on a certain part, I would get what looks like the same effect. I would kill everybody and all that, but then an enemy would kill Marcus, whereas if I use a short spear, he'll survive. It's kind of stupid. I can't remember if it has something to do with his critical hit rate or his damage, but either way it affects the RNG just that slight bit. Aphis drops, totally useful. Not.
What do they do?
It increases growth rates by 5% on the person who uses one.
Oh, okay.
Which, in a casual playthrough, would be kind of useful. Here, not so much. It also changes when you check your battle history. Who you used the Aphis drops on will be the person that comments on your rank.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you don't use it on anybody, it'll be Merlinus.
Huh.
So there's your incentive to use it on somebody, because Merlinus.
Interesting. I must have always used it on the same character then.
Yeah, what'd you use it on?
I think Nino, just because
Yeah,
she
that's
shows up
the
so late.
that's the popular one.
Also, I just had Lloyd, the boss of the map, rescue his buddy, which slows him down to the point where Florina can double him, and then he dies. And the map ends. That's what he gets for being a nice guy.
Yeah.
And this is another one of those defense maps, but unlike the other ones, it's faster to just kill off a few people, or kill some enemies before waiting it out. Yep. Oh my god. Really? Seriously. It's way harder than it should be. Also, people might know that the boss of this map has a spear. The game tries to claim that she is enhanced with dark magic and therefore she is stronger than usual, gives her stat bonuses. Turns out that it's just the spear she's holding has stat bonuses.
Yeah.
So if you take it from her, you will also have those.
Under normal circumstances, that would be very difficult.
Yeah, it would actually be impossible because you can't steal from her and she doesn't drop it. But the mind glitch says no.
It's way too good.
Because with the mind glitch, there's an enemy nearby who has a droppable Luna, but if you have an enemy that has a droppable item, basically swap or get a new item, then the newest item will become the drop. So
yeah, like
you put the spear in his inventory, suddenly he drops the spear when he dies.
Droppability is based on like the actual slot in the enemy and not the item itself. So under normal circumstances, enemies wouldn't swap their items around in their inventory, so just flag saying that the enemy's second item is what they will drop to kill them. So yeah, just switch the item there that you want and then make it work.
And his spear is actually useful in this run. It gets used exactly the 15 times.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those good ways to get around the Falcon Knight's low strength cap of 23. It gives her strength bonus of 7 or something like that. Allows her to do a lot more damage.
Which is pretty big. Strength of 30 overall is among the highest, I think, any unit can get.
30 is the highest strength cap.
Yeah.
As far as
There you go.
Yeah, we'll place a mine there for later. The guy won't step on it for a few turns, but that's okay. So I got more stuff to take care of. Such as ending turn and letting Louise kill these idiots who are too stupid to just attack her close up. That's why I moved her down one, because they have no choice but to attack her in range.
In general, the enemy AI in the Game Boy games is such that if there is a player unit in range of attacking of an enemy and that enemy is not set to not move or have a specific movement pattern, it will always attack. And so as a result, you can manipulate enemies that way by just putting a unit that they would otherwise not really stand a chance against, but they'll still go up and fight it. It's something that they kind of, I guess you could say, fixed in the GameCube games, because they'll actually be smart and run away in some circumstances.
So yeah, now he has a spear. And he will shortly lose it. This is thankfully Kent's last use. Unfortunately, it ends in a level up, because he likes to waste time. Stats are too good.
That's the spear, right?
Yeah,
that is the spear.
And now we get to the point where you just end turn one. There will be a few reinforcements, but I put those units there because there would normally be 4 Dragon Knights that would pop out. The holes are plugged, so only one pops out.
Yeah, a very common thing as far as reinforcements in this game. They're usually based on like a space, whether it's a forge or coming from the mountains or whatever. So if you plan your unit on top of that space it's supposed to appear, they just don't come. Well, we mentioned the Atlas drops is something that you give to a unit to increase their growth rates. Did you make sure to choose the right affinity so that you can get the level up growth on those characters?
It doesn't actually affect growth. Based on your rank, like your tactician stars. Damn it. Your tactician stars, like say you complete a map with S rank conditions, the game tracks, and according to those, it'll give you like a void bonuses and so forth based on the affinity. Like if you have the matching, if the character has a matching affinity with the tactician, they'll get bonuses. They used to think that growth rates were affected, but that turned out not to be true.
What bonuses are we talking here?
Like a void and hit bonuses.
Oh.
Yeah, like each.
Yeah, it's like each tactician star is +1, I think, or something like that.
Oh, okay, so, yeah.
And this is the map where it's mostly enemy phase the whole way, because I only move 1 unit. And the snow sucks, because it limits your movement. Until you get indoors, where you're fine, but by the time I get indoors, it stops snowing. Even as slow as this is, this chapter is a lot faster than the other route version of it, which has Jeremy, whatever his name is. The goal for that map, it's also like a much wider map, and the goal for it is to defeat everybody, as far as I remember. And compared to this, which is just seize the throne, and there are a lot of guys in there, you have to unlock a whole bunch of doors.
I believe this is the one where you get either Carol or Harkin, right?
Right. That was a real pain when I was trying to plan a 100% route for this, for all characters. Harkin is the way to go, because he shows up where those Dragon Knights guy just showed up, but he doesn't show up till turn 10. So you get here and then just have to sit around waiting for the enemies to just do stupid stuff for a very long time.
Right.
Crow would be the same way. He just appears in a different area that's even more inconvenient, and you would have to kill that druid up there and that bishop or that sage. You have to kill 2 promoted enemies.
Yeah, that's how it works with Carol and Harkin. Like, if you kill those 2 promoted enemies before the turn that one of them shows up, then Carol shows up. If you don't, then Harkin shows up. Alright. I'm Butters BB.
Molotov.
Miss MK.
And this is Fire Emblem.
Yes. That's Florina.
Yeah, that's Florina.
We're going to the stats.
Yes.
And Elwood with bare minimum stats so he can survive 1 hit.
1 hit.
Because that's all he needs. It's very important that I drop him there, because if I had dropped him near the walls, the mage would go for him instead and he would have died.
Yeah.
Good job taking that hit.
Hit it down.
It's quite an accomplishment, man, actually, that he actually manages to hit.
Yeah. I never actually played this map with Jeremy. Like, I never even realized that you could do that. Like, I just kind of got to the last level where, you have to do all the boss fights. I'm like, who's that guy? I never saw that guy.
The plan for this is a little bit strange. You'll notice I took all of Florina's weapons, because in this game, you couldn't, just before they implemented the unequip option, so the only way to keep one of your characters from slaughtering everybody is to just take all their weapons.
Yes. And the goal in this stage is to rescue Prince Zetfield, because he seems like such a nice guy.
Yeah.
Totally, yeah.
He would never do anything to harm you.
Oh.
No, but the torch glitch, it's used a lot in this realm. And the key is, there's a guy that moves before everybody else past a certain turn. And what I want to do is I want to have Florina get to him and basically bait him into attacking. So every enemy phase that starts, he'll attack, and then I'll torch glitch, and it'll just repeat so that I can control the enemies at will.
Yeah, kind of a secondary objective here is to protect Jafar because he's the green assassin on the lower left there. Because normally, you know, he is a really good unit, but he's surrounded by just so many units that's, you know, unfeasible for him to be able to just solo this. But
yeah, I moved that archer down there. After that kill, Jafar will not move because nobody's in his range, and it saves a lot of time because I don't have to watch him do stupid things. And I had the enemy trade a whole bunch of things to that thief, which is that guy moving in the dark there. Because when the enemy's inventory is full and they pick up an item and there's Merlinus on the map, which, by the way, I did witness, Merlinus is on the map, enemies can actually send items to Merlinus because logic. And there are 2 items that I want in this map, the boots and the rescue staff. And the enemies will pick up both of them.
also, normally Jafar would never actually fight the boss. Like, just the game would not let that happen.
So now that I have a rescue staff thanks to the enemy, I will pick up the boots.
So awesome. And so that effect lasts as long as Torch does?
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah, I'll have to recast it on turn 10 because otherwise it won't work anymore.
Yeah.
But after that, it lasts the rest of the map.
So did that enemy just send boots to Merlinus?
Yep.
That's fantastic.
He's a generous guy.
Very generous guy, yes.
The only problem with this strategy is as nice as it is that if you miss, for some reason you mistime the reset, it'll screw everything up because then the enemy will actually move and do stuff.
Yeah, normally this chapter is actually quite difficult.
Now we need to reuse the torch because otherwise it won't work anymore. And from here on out, I just end enemy turns. Another benefit of doing it this way is that Nino, normally enemies attack Nino, and she'll do stupid stuff like run away and use an elixir, and then get hit more and use another elixir.
It's really nice that they have that instant restart feature.
Yeah.
All right, last turn. Total pass.
That's good. I do like the old strategy where you actually had Jafar kill Ursula.
Now we get the boots for Ines because she's not good enough.
Yeah, she doesn't have enough movement.
Also, just a fun little thing. Fans of this game, Nino is a character you can get from that map. She's a very, very underleveled mage. And like a very popular thing to do is to give her the Aphis drops and try to level her up through the rest of the game.
Takes a while.
Yeah, it takes a while.
It takes a while, and honestly, Pent is probably
just
Pent is just as good as Nino would get anyway.
Not as cute though, so I mean, you know.
Yeah.
An interesting thing about this map is that there are reinforcement triggers, but they're set in certain zones. And if you end an action in one of those zones, reinforcements will be triggered in the like turns later. They'll just keep coming. Well, you can actually maneuver around them and never end your action in one of those, which is what I did there with everybody else. You'll notice that, see, Nignon never moves past those bridges because those two bridges are the start of a trigger. And Florina's in the river there. If she goes one up and ends her action, it will also trigger. So I have to move precisely not to do that because this is a defeat enemy map, so I would just prolong it by adding more enemies to the map. Which is also why the Mind Glitch is useful here, because there are some enemies that are kind of in an annoying spot to reach, where you would have to go through a reinforcement trigger to reach them. So it's better to have them come to you and kill themselves. She's also not afraid of Ballista.
Nope.
Ballista.
Keep in mind, her defense is still like 6.
Totally fine.
Yeah.
No problem. And the fun part about using the Mind Glitch here, there is an enemy with a mind. So I can use it and then just get another one.
Nice.
Because normally the boss would drop an Iron Rune, which would give critical immunity, but who cares about that? When you can have him trade with a guy who has a mind, so he drops a mind instead.
Indeed.
And this guy, I have him get rid of his long bow and then grab a short bow so that both enemies will be, don't kill themselves against my units later. This guy. It's not my turn. Because otherwise he would just attack at free range and be a jerk. And thankfully Hector, as bad as he is because he hasn't been leveled up at all, is still good enough to kill one of these guys because they've rescued somebody, so they're slow.
I love the little sound that happens when a rescued unit dies.
It's a great sound effect.
Yeah. The reason why it's so funny is that usually, if enemies can't actually be rescuing people. I want to see this level up.
It sucks. There we go.
Yeah, even crappy levels are still good. Normally, an enemy can't actually rescue anyone, so it's only, the player that's actually going to be rescuing. So the only time you'd be able to hear the sound effect is if one of your units dies and then the person they were holding drops. So whenever a character dies, they give some sad speech and all the sad music plays and everything, and then whoop!
Another?
We haven't changed who we are.
We switched our names.
Yeah.
I'm SMK now.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, the enemy phases just stay long for the rest of the run. think this is actually the longest one.
Oh, really?
This chapter, yeah.
It's too bad this game wasn't more like 6 where every chapter ended with C's.
They just wanted to make Roy useful for something other than killing him.
Yeah. So one thing, people know Roy mostly because he was in Smash Brothers Melee. I believe that Fire Emblem 6 was originally supposed to be like the first Fire Emblem to come to the States. Like they even advertised it in Nintendo Power and everything, and then just didn't.
Possibly because it was almost impossible.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's the main reason. It's just like it came out way too hard, and they realized we should probably give. This probably isn't the best iteration to use as like the introduction to the series. So.
Oh, and now Marcus can use stabs. Why not? I actually just throw that in his inventory because I want him to have a full inventory so he can, when he kills Linus, I want him to send his super spear to. I want him to send his super spear to Linus so that it doesn't break, and because it's useful later. And so that's why I throw the staff in there. But it wouldn't surprise me if Marcus could get to the point where he could use stabs. But this is absurd. I don't think anybody really competes for this category, so it's whatever my personal best is at this point. Game time is 1:27:13. I haven't done a real-time run in a while because I've been here rather than at home. And real time around 1 hour 33 minutes.
So how recent is Torch Glitch?
Pretty recent. I think it was like a year or so ago now.
Keep up more with
There we go. So he sends the sphere back to 7 uses because they are all useful, and I don't want to waste them on these weak points. If I had the short spear at this point, Marcus would not survive. And at this point, Marcus is so good, he doesn't even care about weapon triangle disadvantage. Just don't kill this guy.
Yeah, that's a great place to be. 2 hit points, spear user against a berserker.
Oh yes, it's an unskippable scene, but thankfully it doesn't last very long. Because you got to see Elwood promote because he is so useful.
Oh man.
He gets those promotion gains, and suddenly he's the best guy.
Yeah. Let's look at these monster stats.
He's still level 1, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright, monster stats incoming. Let's go.
If it's any testament to how bad Eliwood is, he has a horse.
Bam.
And use him.
Single-digit stats promoted.
Yep.
Oh, and he can use spears. And I'm pretty sure his spear
now
rank
you can
starts
javelin things. Oh, great.
Best character ever, best character ever.
So this next chapter is specifically designed to force you to level up Eli Wood.
Yep. But thankfully there exists a thing called the rescue staff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a set path that he's supposed to go on, but, forget that. He's going this way.
Yeah.
Oh, and also forget that, because he's not going this way either. He's going back on the path that he was on. Because rescue and warp together are a powerful thing. So he just bypassed a whole bunch of enemies. And those little fire tiles there act as basically like a mind glitch. So I get to control the enemies here too. Just like that. There's a guy in the way, but he will not be in the way until because why not?
So yeah, if you're paying attention, the layout of the map is such that you typically should only be able to...
That was dumb. That's what I get for making fun of the map.
Yeah.
Whatever, it's all good. Because the fun part about this map is both enemy phases, the second guy that moves is dumb enough to stop on the fire guy. Do this right this time. Elwood needs to move.
Yep.
He tries.
Tried. And there you go. So yeah, specifically designed so that Eli Wood could get levels. Did not fight once.
Yeah.
You got so many levels for that.
Mercifully, I think the chapter is set up so that you aren't required to use Elowood if you happen to have not been leveling up at all. It's just a little bit more out of your way. But yeah, rescue and warp.
And you could play this map normally, but why do that when you have a line?
I'm assuming rescuing those guys just keeps them from moving and killing themselves and wasting time.
Yeah, it eliminates the other phase. Solid execution going on here. And the first guy that moves conveniently steps forward.
Nice.
Because he's smart. Now we just disarm all these guys because it's a defense map, so I have to wait it out anyway. And rather than kill them, I will just have them be very confused and do nothing. They'll try to crowd around and then not realize that they're not getting anywhere.
Oh, that is so nice that you can trade and rescue on the same turn.
I like the idea of the archers getting possessed and just deciding that it's a great idea to trade their item with the dark magic user.
Yeah.
And you'll notice that I didn't disarm those two dark mages over there. The shamans, they don't move. So
okay.
They can just sit there.
Later.
Yeah, that was a boss.
You just kill that for EXP, or?
No, I kill him because if the boss is alive, reinforcements will spawn. Who actually do have weapons. And so at this point, nobody can hurt me. All I gotta do is just wait it out. Which it gets faster once they all crowd up because they reach the point where nobody moves at all.
Do you actually get some sort of reward since all your guards survived?
Oh, those guys are completely useless, other than to waste time. Particularly if they like to get hit by poison blows. Because they can't dodge them, and the poison effect takes forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, poison is like the most ill-conceived status ailment in this game. It does like no damage, but it just wastes a ton of time.
On the bright side, it isn't like it was in the 5th Fire Emblem game where it was permanent.
Oh,
you
yeah.
got poisoned in the chapter, you need to end the chapter quick because it will not go away.
776 is just that hard.
Well, 776 also has this this terrific feature called fatigue. So like, if you use your character too much, they're like, I'm too tired, I can't fight this map. So.
Which is a problem because Fire Emblem, your typical strategy is to get a really good character and use them for everything.
Yeah.
That was a map. Unfortunately, using the mine there means I can't use the mine here, which does slow down this map, but it still ends up being faster overall. So normally, in the old route, I would spare Limstella because I would just move her off the road, but unfortunately she has to die this time. Yeah, there are also reinforcement triggers here, but most of them don't matter. There's one around the boss area that you can't really avoid because you kind of need to get Illiwood there, and even if you drop him there, he needs another turn just to be able to get in there to seize. Otherwise, Hawkeye, he just hides on the mountain in such a way that nobody can reach him because he just wastes a lot of time or take hits and things like that. And Pet just runs the heck away so that he doesn't fight too much. The convenient thing about Viking covered this, he has a tutorial about moving the cursor quickly in these games because it can be tricky to learn. That if you hold the B button and you move the cursor really fast, it will stop at the end of your movement range. So you could sort of like bump into one side and then move up and bump somewhere else to actually be able to control it. Well, conveniently, those enemies near the boss moved in such a way that they present an obstacle that it allows me to just go that way and then up. So even the enemies are cooperating with me at this point. Does his job in taking more hits, or taking a hit and then dodging like a ninja the rest of them. Which is also a good reason to not have him equipped right now, because he would have had a weapon disadvantage there. Promotion gains, man.
Oh boy.
That was all worth it.
Yes, totally. Was that the Spear of the Gods?
Yep. Get a tome that I don't need, throw it away.
You might want to just show off like the spear and the stats just to so people have a visual reference. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Those are some stats.
+9 speed.
I like that resistance.
And I mean, the stats that they give that spear are meant to make the person holding it unkillable. So, yeah.
And just for this chapter, we get access to Athos. He's sort of the, okay, you really screwed up your level, so we're gonna throw you a bone and just give you this character.
Yeah. Who is way too good.
Yeah.
And combine that with the Luna Tome, which negates enemy resistance and has 30 critical.
Yeah.
So everything just dies. Oh, and he has capped magic too, so therefore he has like 30 magic too. So yeah, he's unfair. And also, you'll notice that I got rid of, Athos comes with a whole bunch of items, but none of them are useful. So therefore I got rid of them because Athos will do a lot of boss killing and they'll drop items. So I want to delay how long it takes for him to have to actually throw stuff away.
Yeah, each of the, or almost all, do all the bosses drop something interesting? Yeah.
All the named bosses. I know their exact kill line.
They all drop sort of a power item.
Other than Jeremy, he doesn't because he sucks. They don't care about it. Nobody cares about him to the point where he just dies in one hit. It's like, hey, I'm here. No.
I appeared.
Even this guy drops something. Which is pretty sad. They gave a generic a droppable, but not Jeremy or Linus, yeah. As you can see, Athos doesn't care. What's that? I can be completely destroyed by this guy if he hits me? Nah, no problem.
I believe there's going to be the boss that we didn't actually kill, but is apparently still dead anyway.
Yep, here he comes. Yep. He's totally a zombie now for no reason. And he's actually the only boss that Athos, or one of the only bosses that Athos does not kill. Because he drops this. Which I switched to it because that'll allow Marcus to kill this guy in 2 hits. Which sets up the RNG nicely for Athos fighting Lloyd. So this happens.
Right.
Which Lloyd and Linus have a support together, which gives Linus extra defense. If you attack Linus with Lloyd still alive, that would not have been an exact kill because he would have had just a little bit of defense.
So that's the end of the super spear.
Yep.
It did its job.
And now we fight the last 2 bosses of the game.
Right. And one thing, this game has really nice animations. Like, it's really cool, but we never actually get to see any of them just because, you know, it wastes a lot of time. But we will get to see one.
Yep. You did.
Yep.
Now we fight a very lame final boss.
Yeah.
And we use that item that I picked up in the desert that I said would come in at the end. It gives plus 10 attack. And criticals do triple whatever your display damage is. The boss has 120 HP.
Do the math.
Do the math.
Gotta love how they throw all these legendary weapons at you, and Luna is still the best.
So the final boss just dies in 1 hit. Kind of just goes away.
Bye, dragon.
Athos, why did you do that on your own?
No wonder he collapses and dies at the end. See all that work he just did?
Yeah.
Dude's like 900 years old.
Just killing everything. I don't know. What do you usually measure as time?
I usually at the final save, which will be very soon.
Okay.
Yeah. You gotta skip through some more.
Yeah, if you get a support with Elo and Ninian, she actually stays around, but whatever.
Yeah. Like, thanks for the help. Go back to Dragon World. It'll come up soon. There you go. Time. Yeah, time, yeah.
So 133.
I'll take it. It's usually customary in these kind of... Yeah, it's usually customary in this to just show turn counts and what they show at the end. It's 165 turns. I like how they didn't have S on A. This is just turn. 2 turn.
Yep.
And Marcus did stuff.
And final game time.
128. What is that?
Decent. So, minute off TV or so.
Minute and 35, yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
All right.
Alright, very good.
Stuff.
Yes. I'm sorry? Yeah.
job, dude.
Thank you.
Here's a clip. Where should I leave this? This is gonna be awesome. Has anyone ever done something like this?
This is the nature of the red stack.
No, like mirror, like.
I think the closest thing
Because I actually know the words to speak.
I'm probably not going to be able
Oh
to see
yeah.
too well.
What?
Sure.
Alright, we're back from commercial.
We're gonna put this here.
Oh yeah, I think it is. Oh yeah, this is totally the cheat sheet for
Haha, you will win it all.
Alright, now that I'm in full view of the camera, I'm going to shut it off.
I'm not going to be in full chat. Everybody's sees me right now, and then they're just going to sit down. And then don't want to see me like,
I was watching chat during the final run, and everyone was like, guy in the back in the blue shirt is so fat he's gonna eat all the runners. And like I picked this up and they were like, it's pretty fitting that fat guy has a Snorlax blush.
Did you try to eat it?
No, I slept on it.
We could just do back to church.
You should have just like bit the head off
I
and spit
actually,
it at the
I actually
camera.
got timed out from chat for saying, like, how about we don't judge people on how they look on camera and also go gargle with dick.
Like seriously, I would have like bit the head off the thing and spit it at them or thrown it at the camera. I would have been really pissed.
The last shrine comes as well. The last shrine. By the way, it's the best game in the world.
And then there were like, apparently someone has like hamburger and french fries as an email. People were like doing BSG hamburger food and chat is just full of the worst human beings. Dude, they are cancer. Yeah. Agdq was half going to prevent cancer and half going to shutting down all press.
I'm going, yeah, just put my shots in Silicon Limb.
Please forever sub-only vote.
But then you get people all over the rest of the internet complaining about how sub-only vote.
No, okay, but like then they're just like they don't know about the IRC apparently.
Shots counts as months of the chemo.
Except there was one mod who was like banning people for using words that were already censored. So like even if it came up as star, they were still banned for using like bad language. It was the stupidest thing.
It must be like, yeah. It must be sometimes really shit to try and
it just says it on
the charming move is so fast that you try and hit someone and you hit them on the
I know. That's why you don't click the icons. You have to click the name.
Or you can just type it.
Yeah.
Guys,
you don't even have to mention the name. You just have to.
So the light,
smile
yeah.
on the couch, guys.
Be very careful with that.
It's not on.
I think that,
You jelly?
like I'm on for ZFG. He gets like 5,000 viewers. The chat becomes an unmoddable mess.
I just realized this spoof.
Did we ever find out what the prize room came?
I coughed.
Did we ever find out what the prize room came?
Well, it's a trigger. It is. It really is. Did you see during the Majora's Mask run, every time he coughed, the entire room coughed?
They should. I'm sure they'll ask you what's your name.
People. And now I kind of have to cough.
No signal, no signal.
I'm
I think it's not on the rate.
It might not be that fun.
Oh, I love it.
No, there's
I
only
love
one.
Commodore 64 over there. That needs to be in the highlight reel of the whole fucking movie, just coughing. Cough with the AFD. Share your energy with me.
I sat down and I was like, yeah, let's do it. Gone. Great.
I can't wait to actually watch the recording of that. That run was beautiful.
Which one, Fire?
No, it was nice.
I gotta get in on it.
Well, it's all in one handwriting, so.
I didn't watch a whole lot of it just because I watch the FG all the time, so it's like, yeah, I've seen them miss like
I still need to actually play it. Just like the line mechanic is really good. It's so good. Yeah, from what I've played, it's fucking awesome.
It's my second favorite Zelda, just behind Wind Waker.
I was up front for most of Wind Waker. Although I was thinking, like, I really love this game and I love Cosmo, but this is
Way better. Camera.
It just wasn't
I have like the worst story of all
Have they started for us as a GDQ?
I played all the games, but it was like borrowed
It's got to be from somebody.
Basically, I just borrowed the whole console, set it up, played through Wind Waker, unplugged Gamon's Castle, and fucking took it back. Never finished it.
Shout out to us.
No, I'm just watching. I'm in a chat.
Still not getting it.
I'm just watching.
I know it doesn't.
Apparently, this guy. Oh my god. Homeless hugger.
Twitter's going to upscale.
Yeah. No fat Where? Was that in the GDQ chat?
Oh, yeah.
It's so bad. Yeah, and apparently.
We need to get this thing a lot simpler than this. Like,
Wait a minute, I'll tell you. My only job is to shoot boss bombs. Question to couch, what is your favorite pizza topping? Young gamers to my house. Pepperoni. Can they hear us right now? I don't know. They can hear us. Paper. 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 Nom, nom, nom. I had that hilarious clip where you could have infinite blood banks.
Well, like, you can build them to have 0%, like, or you can also.
If you switch to the HD layout, people show the
Twitch, please send pizza to me.
Are they in Subliminal?
Yeah. It's only got 30,000 viewers.
Signal?
Only has
Maybe?
10,000.
Yep. There you go.
30,000.
Wait. This is PS3, we can't do HD.
What?
HTTP.
It's on there.
Yeah.
How is it like a maybe the
What up, Prague? Couch I'm over here.
I'm ready for
Somebody looking at the chat to see what they're saying.
I was, but now I'm putting it away because chat is literally the worst thing in the world. And this is the end of the
Oh, okay.
I don't think they can see it.
Can you see the controller on the stream?
Probably not.
Yeah, you'll probably want a controller cam.
Oh, I don't think I have that unlocked.
You don't have that unlocked?
Yeah, I do. Because I had to delete my save file.
Oh.
They've been able to hear it.
Should we lose this mic?
That sucks.
That's
what they can pull you
I'd probably let them do whatever.
Oh, okay. I'm just moving it.
Alright.
Leave it at this for a second.
Yeah, it'll be like great.
And he's probably the best at soloing this stuff. Just because of
Shoutouts to the speedrun option.
If only we had a smaller TV.
Blue glass?
Leave
guess we could
leave
warm up.
leave it on the screen.
Do we warm up?
They said to leave it here. They're probably trying to.
Before you guys go to the right, each one. Yeah, sure.
Sure. So,
hold on, I'm gonna move this. Let's move this right.
That's probably a bad idea.
This is
You're
good.
not supposed to move that.
It's good.
I wouldn't
It's
do
good.
that.
It was there for a reason.
No, it's good. Can they hear both of us?
Check.
They should be able to.
I'm not sure whether they're not doing the lapel mics, but
Here.
maybe they're disconnected.
Yeah.
At SGQ they did the same thing. They didn't do the lapel mics. No, they did it with
If there's a smaller TV here, like there was.
They're not going to give the controller over the top. If we want a controller
You guys back up like 2 inches.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's already getting that, so I mean.
So you do like free roll.
He's bringing that one over, so. Scoot up a little bit.
Okay, just a second here, guys.
All right.
You might need to turn the switch a little bit.
Yeah, like
Oh,
okay. I don't know about that.
So can they hear us on stream?
Huh?
Can they hear us on stream?
I don't know. That's all goes
For the 4th time.
What?
That's the text.
Yeah, I know,
That's
but
just
I don't know.
the donation.
I handle when people send us money.
Yes.
Got it. It's co-op. Oh, they're not talking about it. Yeah, we're racing one-handed.
One leg each.
I'll see if your voices are coming out of the speakers over there.
All right.
Nerds version of three-legged race.
Testing.
Scoot over just a little bit.
So, yeah, be close to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're saying that.
Hello.
Chat is saying they can hear us.
Okay. We can explain what we're doing then, I guess.
Right now, the guy who's speaking right now, I know that they just checked that mic, but I don't know who checked this one, so I'm talking way too much. So that
It's important for him more as his US commentary.
Yeah.
Don't eat the microphone.
He's the only one on the couch right now that knows enough to actually do commentary. FYI.
Don't worry, according to chat, I've already eaten the microphone and everyone else in the room.
He's gonna switch layouts.
And develop Steam.
And what?
And develop Steam.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Steam, that was me. Half-Life, all me.
So are we getting Half-Life 3 anytime?
If you donate another $1 million by the end of Mirror's Edge my controller, I will go back and I will tell them to start playing Half-Life more so that they understand how good Half-Life 3 should be.
We have a $2 million donation from Gabe Newell.
Bill Gates just donated $5 million.
Bill Gates.
Why is John Paltrow?
What?
That's an right.
He's close.
Can they see him in the stream?
Oh, they can totally see it. That's why they're freaking out. They can see us.
How many people are even
You
watching?
guys going to start?
They gotta wait.
Yeah, they're setting stuff up. Should we explain what we're actually doing? At some point.
At some point. Not yet.
So you're going to take this time to explain what each of you is doing?
Okay, so if you guys, here's the controller that we're using. We're sporting a stylish red because Mirror's Edge is all about red.
And I have my speedrunning jacket, which is red and white.
Yes, I don't have one of those. I need to get one. But anyways, the way, like, most two-player one-controller games are not as complex as Mirror's Edge, so doing a two-player one-controller run of this game is extremely difficult. To give you guys an idea, I'm controlling all of phase face movement, like forward, backwards, left, right, diagonal, whatever it be. I'm controlling the jumping, the slides, and like the coils, stuff like that. And Oven Donkey,
I have the right side of the controller, which controls the camera movements. So I pretty much point us where we need to go, and he should probably take us there. And then I have the button that makes you spin around, which is useful, and the button that makes you punch things, which is not really that useful. And then,
Gotta get through that red doors.
okay,
we're just explaining.
We're almost ready. And then I have all these buttons that don't really do much. This one presses buttons.
What the heck did you just do?
It also starts the game, and I can also disarm people and use slow motion.
You want to start once it loads, whatever?
No.
That was just a preview of what's coming up.
So can they see the controller and everything?
Yes, they can see the controller.
All right, so we're good to go whenever.
Okay, give me a countdown when you get.
All right, well, we just want to finish explaining. So, Mirror's Edge, 2-player, 1 controller, it's basically I'm moving everything, and he has to know where I'm moving in order to look in that direction to get the job accomplished. So it's extremely difficult. We're going to do the best we can, so...
And timing starts as soon as they hit X on the
As
screen.
soon as we count down, time starts.
Let us know if you ever want quiet.
All right, you can count down if you want.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so right off the bat, in Mirror's Edge, there's a training area.
This is actually a really difficult skip, the training
No.
skip.
It's true.
Anyways, it's a training area, and you can just skip it, but it's kind of complicated with 2 people because he has to press the start button, then I have to press the down button, then he has to know, and then press X. If I were to press like a different button, we'd like lose like 5 seconds, or if he pressed X too early. So that's already kind of complicated off the bat. It gets really complicated when we have to do like turn jumps and stuff, and it's just like really hard to like do that. Okay, so here we go.
So that was commentary.
That's this game.
What
pretty
they
much.
did just at the very beginning was a side jump boost. Now, I'm just gonna say this as if we hadn't run this at the marathon before, because I don't know if everyone has seen it. A side jump boost will get you from no movement speed at all to maximum movement speed instantly. It's like a 7 or 8 second run up to go from you start slow and then you walk and then you jog and then you run full speed. It's one of the easiest tricks in the game because you just strafe and jump and turn at the same time. But because one of them has to strafe and jump and the other one has to turn, it's really an impressive feat of timing for them to sync those movements so well.
It looks like you're playing on the PS3 version.
Yeah,
Is there a reason for that?
Okay, so the console version of Mirror's Edge has significantly longer loading times than the PC. Longer.
You said console version.
Yeah. So the console version loads much slower than the PC version does. So the times on console are a lot longer than the PC times. We're playing on the PlayStation 3 right now. As far as I'm aware, the Xbox and the PlayStation 3 have the same amount of loading times. So playing specifically on the PS3, there's no like real reason for that, except for that me and Oven Donkey just have always played Mirror's Edge on the PS3 before he switched.
To the better version?
Yeah.
And this run kind of came about as we can't practice the PC run for the marathon. Let's
Yeah.
kill time with Mirror's Edge on the only copy we have on console.
Yeah, the reason why we started like even doing this in the first place, a 2-player 1 controller. Oh my God, we're gonna die.
Oh, don't get shot.
Okay.
All right, we're good.
They were
Side
one
jump?
bullet away from death.
Yeah.
We're good. Okay, so where was I? So the way this run came about was Oven Donkey was in the marathon and he was doing the PC version, and we couldn't get on the PC version because the game was downloading. So since we had nothing else to do, we decided why not just play Mirror's Edge on the console. And so then we kind of got bored with that and was like, let's see if we could do Chapter 9 with 2 players, 1 controller. And then from there, we just kind of did it for fun. And then a lot of people in the practice rooms and playing rooms really liked the idea of it. And so, yeah, here we are now. We've only been practicing for about like 4 or 5 days. So
Looks pretty smooth considering that.
yeah, even though like I'm talking a lot and we're not like communicating back and forth, we don't communicate back and forth like pretty much at all during the run.
Well, we do, but it's like through our minds.
Yeah. Honestly, like,
Nice.
we're like, I don't know how to explain it. If we were to call things out, I think it would confuse us more than help us. Oh man, if you land on the pole there, you don't have to roll. But so we don't like tell each other what we're gonna do. We just kind of like do it. It's like super hard to explain, but it requires a lot of concentration. So.
Half of which you're dedicating to commentary.
Yeah, I'm doing half commentary, half concentration, and it's all right so
If
far.
you want me to hop in on like game mechanic
Yeah,
commentary,
go ahead.
So
You can
concentrate
tell
more, just let me
people about the story if you want.
Basically, the story of Mirror's
What
Edge
story?
was written by the amazing Rihanna Pratchett, who, she's the daughter of esteemed writer Terry Pratchett, and she also gave us a shout out on Twitter after the marathon run. And basically the story is, it's a dystopian future, and like all forms of communication and free thought are being monitored, and you're always being watched. Basically 1984 light. This subculture has developed of the runners, who are these, people who are super good at parkour, who can take like physical documents that haven't been read by the government from place to place and show them to people who need to see them to resist against the government. This city, we don't know a whole lot about the world that Mirror's Edge exists in. We only really have a lot of information about the city itself. But the city is run by a very iron-fisted mayor named Mayor Callahan, and she is a huge jerk and no one likes her. And turns out there's someone who is running against her in the elections, and his name is Pope, and he finds out about something called Project Icarus, but you don't know what that is. And then he's killed, and your sister is framed for the murder. And now you're trying to clear your sister's name and free her from jail, and at the same time figuring out what Project Icarus is, which, spoiler alert, turns out to be using secret agents inside of the runners' social circles.
Okay. Real quick, we're gonna try and do a kick glitch, and I'll explain after what it is.
Fancy.
Oh, we didn't get it. All right. Anyways, some of the differences between the console version and the PC version, there's a thing called a kick glitch, and it saves a lot of time, throughout the run. Basically what it is you can jump on a 3-frame window after you wall kick off of a wall. It's kind of hard and complicated to explain, but I'm not really going to do it because we don't use it in the run at all.
Yeah, if you watched the PC run a few days ago in the marathon, this is not the same route as that at all, because the PC version has glitches that are not possible on the console version and glitches that are just ridiculously hard on the console version, so we don't use them.
Yeah.
Especially when you have two people trying to play on one controller.
Exactly. So we just kind of tried it just for fun, because basically on console it's possible to do a kick glitch, but it's really, really, really just pretty much luck based. And
You have to put a jump input in.
Yeah.
And
so to make it
one of those 3 frames.
Yeah, to make it 10 times harder, with 2 players, it's extremely almost impossible because I have to time the jump off of his kick. On single player, I would know when I'm kicking and then I jump. I just have to time it off his kick, which is literally almost impossible. So we just tried it for fun. It doesn't really lose any time, really, not that much. So this is the first little skip here. It saves about 10-12 seconds. And it's kind of dangerous, but we got it.
So thankfully, it's one of the easier out of bounds.
Yeah, with 2 players, it's slightly less easy, but at least it's somewhat easy.
Wall run kicks by themselves will let you fall longer distances without dying.
And also, kicking while falling kind of resets some of your vertical momentum, so you can fall farther without taking falling damage.
Yeah. The reason why those people were not solid was because we skipped a loading trigger where they're supposed to disappear.
They were ghosts.
Yeah. You're not supposed to see people at all in this game. So we kind of skipped down there, and that's how they're not solid.
Yeah, something a lot of people don't realize about this game is that it's actually a supernatural murder mystery, because we've got ghosts now, and we've got telepathic people playing. So it's kind of more on the supernatural, like sort of horror side.
It's a pretty scary game if you ever played
It's
it.
too spooky.
Yeah.
Also, since we never really said anything, I'm Agdq and he's Ari, and there's people on the couch that I can't see because they're behind me.
So we got, I don't think they can hear them, so I'll just do it. I'm Ari2929, Agdq, he already said.
They can hear us on the couch.
They can't hear Mofat and Luke.
They might be able to.
They can if they would project towards the mic.
Well, do you guys want to do it?
So this is kind of a long period of gameplay with nothing happening. So roll call on couch, I guess.
Yeah. Give us a roll.
Okay, I'm Mofat.
Mofat, yeah.
My name's Luke.
Okay.
Luke, yeah.
And I am Play Madness and several other horrible things that Chad have been saying about me.
So right at the start of chapter 2, we're going to try and do a really hard jump. It's not easy, so let's see if we can do it. All right, we got it.
Wow, that was
not even hard.
That was clapworthy. I can't even do that like myself when I'm playing on PC with both of my hands.
Yeah, this game is pretty unforgiving. Oh God.
I guess we're going down.
No, we're not. Yeah, so the way this game kind of works for speedrunning is
you jump and you run.
Yeah, it's really, Mirror's Edge is one of the harder games to be consistent at all the time. I mean, you could have like the best run of your life, and then the very next like run that you do just be the worst run of your life. Mirror's Edge is just one of those games where it's almost impossible to be consistent every single time. And I think that's what I like about running Mirror's Edge the most, is because it's a big challenge, and doing it with 2 players is even more fun.
It is. It's very consistently challenging, and it's very difficult to like sort of autopilot during the run and sort of just grind runs out. You have to be thinking about it all the time.
Okay. Coming up here is another like fence jump. Fortunately, if we don't get the fence jump, there's backup strats that we can do, so that's good.
But this is one of the few places in the game where you can get out of bounds just by like jumping.
Yeah.
Turns out you can go over that fence.
Okay.
Even though we missed it.
You missed the jump, but
backup
you
strat.
can just go over that fence.
Yeah, that's the backup
Slide
strat.
across barbed wire.
Just slide across the barbed wire, and then the car will just slide into place.
So now we're out of bounds. This is the first like out of bounds skip that we're gonna do. There's 2 like scenarios that can happen here. Either we can get the good scenario or the okay scenario. Yeah, the okay scenario, and then there's like the awful scenario, and I'll explain them in a second.
That's actually 3.
Yeah, I said 2, but I changed my mind.
How do I math?
That should be good. Yeah, I think we got the good one.
Yeah, we got the super good scenario.
So we fell down to a checkpoint that you'd normally get like a minute later, and you'll always hit the checkpoint as long as you drop down in the right place. But if you do it right, you'll actually die and respawn there immediately. If you don't, you'll just fall infinitely, and you'll have to quit and reload into it.
Exactly. I didn't care.
One thing that if you watched the PC run, you may be noticing is they're not slide glitching. They are going through the button press animation. For reasons that no one is really sure of, for some reason the slide glitch just doesn't work on console.
Well,
it might be related to like how fast you have to input a use input that's just faster than you can do on a controller.
Yep, I've tried it with a turbo controller and it still didn't work.
It still didn't work, so no one has a concrete reason for that.
I'm also a cheater.
Oh God. Okay.
They also,
is a
related
hard
to
jump.
the slide glitch, they also can't press buttons through walls.
Yep.
So they'll be going into some rooms that you didn't see in the PC 80% run.
Think of it as extra content.
Yeah.
It's
DLC.
bonus DLC.
DLC that's already in the game.
Getting into the extra rooms is DLC, but all of the glitches you're seeing here are 100% free.
So what we just did right there was skip like a little small portion of this sewer section, and it's kind of a hard jump because
we died.
Yeah, because we died. That's why it's hard. Other than that, it's not hard. No, I'm just kidding.
Is it the hardest jump?
No, it's definitely not the hardest jump. What would you say the hardest jump?
I'd say every jump is the hardest jump.
Yeah.
If you watched my
Oh God, we're gonna die. Okay, go behind.
SGQ
Go
run.
behind. All right, so that's like one of the like few callouts that we'll actually do. is either we could go on the left side of this or the right side, and that's like the only big deal.
Depends on our health.
Yeah, depends on our
So
health.
you got that trick faster with 2 players than you did in the one.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, he went for in this run they went for the easier of the 2 springboards.
Okay, so coming up right here is like probably the most technical trick in the entire game. Sorta. And we got it, so. We're gonna be really safe here because this jump's extremely hard to do, even with 2 players, so.
Even with 2 players.
I mean, even with 1 player. I'm getting my players mixed up. It doesn't matter how slow we do this one because that door opens. So, that's good. Oh no!
See, that wasn't really anything that we did. We just jumped at the exact same time we walked into that light on the ground, and it pushed us away from it.
That's something that makes running this game very difficult. There are a whole bunch of tiny little pieces of level geometry that'll just like entirely throw you off where you're supposed to be going.
Yeah, exactly. That goes back with what I was saying earlier. This game is super hard to be consistent at just because of little things like that. It's not so much like getting the big tricks all the time or anything. Oh, okay.
I thought we were running forward.
That's
This
all
is
right.
like the only place I'll use slow motion in the game, pretty much, and I
Okay.
probably just use it really.
No,
early,
no,
so.
no. All right, it's okay. We should be able to do it.
This is really difficult.
Oh, sweet! Wow, we
Oh,
got
wow.
it. That was
Nice.
Everything in this game is really difficult, so you'll probably just be clapping the entire game.
Yeah. Really quick, while we're kind of like at not a crazy part, I just want to say thanks to like everybody who's donated because reaching $1 million is a crazy amount, and it's just amazing that we were able to do that.
Nice.
And also, I want everybody to give a round of applause to all the people working behind me right now because they seriously do not get enough gratitude.
Or sleep.
Yeah, or sleep.
Pause for the tech station. Who are
These
actually
people-
in front of you, not behind you.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Oh yeah, I guess they're in front of me. They're behind you guys in the computer.
Yeah.
Too much. I'm not exactly trying.
Well, you did a lot of trying during the marathon.
I don't know if you could hear that, but there's also someone behind the tech station sleeping on a beanbag.
By the way, all the HD audio is coming out from TV. So.
Okay.
Do you have an infinite amount of slow-mo?
No, we don't.
It you use it and it.
Oh,
lasts.
hold on. He said, do you have an infinite amount of slow-mo?
Yeah, and the answer is no. You can use it once, and then it recharges as you move around, and it usually takes, depending on how much you're moving, like a minute or 2 for it to come back.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
You'll actually see it's one of the cooler looking visual things this game does. Rather than having a gauge or a meter, when they recharge their reaction time, which is the slow motion, the screen will actually have like a slate blue haze for several seconds.
What was the Fire Emblem game?
So this is the jackknife chase. It's a lot different than the
yeah, but it was
than
plugged
the
into
PC
Game Boy
version
Player
of
on
this.
GameCube, right?
We're gonna go pretty much safety strats because if you die here, you spawn all the way back at the door that we came out of just now. They're not super safety strats, but they're precautionary strats, I guess you could call them. We're still gonna be going fast, so that's good. Fast is always good.
But you're going very fast through what's more or less the intended route of this part,
Yeah,
rather
exactly.
than double jump flying over the entire section of the game.
There's like a really difficult springboard that we're gonna try to do right here. No promises because no.
What? I want to go fast.
I don't want to go that fast. I don't want to go fast off of a building. All right, so here's
No,
this
right
is the
here.
springboard right here. Oh no.
It's well, it's really.
And they only really get 3 tries at it because they are on a timer right now.
All right, we
There
got a
we
second
go.
try. Okay, we gotta go quick. All right, so if we're not quick here, we're gonna have to restart like a small little portion. Not a big deal, but if we don't go quick enough into the elevator, we're gonna have to restart a little bit.
We'll just like respawn right outside of this
Okay.
elevator.
Yeah, all right, we got it.
you'll see right here. It'll fade to white.
I think we'll.
Oh
restart.
no, we got it. We didn't.
But that's not really a problem because we're right here.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. If you can make it into the elevator before that white screen like closes, then you're home free. But we didn't get to, so oh well, not a big deal. 3 seconds.
And we're gonna try a pretty weird glitch here that is actually faster, but like on every version, but we don't do it on the PC version because for whatever reason it's a lot harder. But it's pretty hard on this version too, but we're gonna try it.
And I think was it the name that we as a community decided on for this, like beaming?
It's the beamer glitch.
Beamer, that's it.
So that's a pretty hard glitch, but I mean, I play on console, so like all the time. I don't play PC, so I'm pretty used to it. And he doesn't really have to do much, so.
Pretty much all you have to do is do a side jump off of a wall, like at the exact same time you hit either barbed wire or a small ledge sticking off the top of the roof. And I guess it tries to push you upward when you do the side jump, but then because that ledge is there, it pushes you like away from the building really fast, and I don't know why.
Yeah, so basically all the timing on that jump comes down to me and not him. But this is chapter 3. This is the most unforgiving chapter in the entire game for both versions, PC and console. This chapter just has a lot of like really like difficult little things throughout the entire thing, which make it pretty hard. All right, you ready? Right there, if you could see, it was like kind of weird for a second. We actually just got a kick glitch.
A pointless one.
Yeah, it's pointless, but it's still cool nonetheless. Nice, nice, nice. That's actually a really difficult jump, but it's alright. We got it. If we don't make that jump that we just did on the little vent, it's not a big deal. It saves about 5 seconds though.
So whenever that happens, it's because he jumps to get on the wall and then jumps again, like right before I turn on the wall. So.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Is it's all about like knowing when he's gonna do something and then I have to react to it, or vice versa. Like, what just happened was basically I thought he was gonna be doing something that he didn't do, and then that's
well,
what
it did. But it was just a little bit after you.
It was a little
thought.
late, but it's neither of our faults. It's just kind of like we weren't thinking at the same thing.
It's just a quirk of timing.
Yeah. Yeah, we're actually kind of like connected Siamese twins, if you didn't know. That's the reason why we're able to do this.
So your telepathic link got disrupted?
Yeah, exactly. If you want to explain the office?
Pretty much, this is hard.
There's like several different routes that you can use. Oh, man.
This is like, yeah, I have to aim this so that we land on top of a light, and your screen shakes around a lot during the springboard animation.
What? Oh my goodness.
You had that.
That was so good. It did work. It should have.
It's hard.
Okay.
Because you're not locked into going
What is
straight.
going on right now?
You're not locked into going straight during a springboard animation, despite, physics and real life. So you can turn and go pretty much wherever you want with the springboard height.
All right, we're gonna try it a few more times. If not, we should do backup strats, even though we have not practiced.
We don't have backup strats, but we'll figure some out.
All right.
At this point, wouldn't have been
All right,
faster
forget it.
to
Let's just go.
normal
Let's just
way?
go.
Where are we gonna go?
The normal
let's
way
try
in
and get the
here
bar.
is really long.
So hold on for a second, because we haven't practiced this at all. Let's just turn left. Yep, up here. We just wall run. Yeah, we haven't really made backup strats for this because we've been getting that in practice.
Let's just
turn
it
okay.
Also, prepare to be blinded by giant bloom on a white wall.
Turn. You gotta turn.
You don't have to.
Yeah, you do. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you do. All right, so we got past it. That was a lot slower than we wanted to, but at least we made up backup strats live, so that's cool. If you guys kind of want like a perspective of like how long a run is on console, Oven Donkey and I are number 1 and 2 in the world on the console leaderboards for Mirror's Edge. And when the console leaderboard record is 1 hour, 1 minute, and 19 seconds. And when we were practicing, the first time we ever did a full run, it took 1 hour and 40 minutes. So it took about like 43 minutes longer than the world record, which is all right. I mean, that's pretty good. But then as we practice more and more, our best time for 2 players, 1 controller is 1 hour and 9 minutes and some seconds. So again, just to like put that in perspective, that's only 8 minutes behind the world record for console, which is pretty fast.
And your own world record.
Yeah.
Yeah. The console.
Speaking of perspective, they're not only telekinetic, but if you go into third person,
They were holding for find a monster.
Yeah, that is true.
Thankfully, there's no way to force it into third person on the console.
Yeah.
So we will be spared that nightmare. Faith has really, really broken animations for third person.
There's a third-person view?
On the PC version, yeah.
You have to like manually force it in.
Oh god.
Yeah, there's
config.txt, I believe.
yeah, there's no option to like in the game to bind a key to change the camera, but the game still responds to a command to change the camera.
I guess
So-
it was something they had for some time for developing. And then
Yeah.
they just didn't fully get rid of it.
And the console record on this is, I'm like 3 seconds behind him, and it's still pretty unoptimized because of just random console stuff that really sucks.
Yeah, I would say consoles like more difficult to be consistent at, but PC has a lot harder jumps that they have to do.
And there might be maybe 2 people left actually still running on console. Everyone else has moved over to the faster version.
Yeah, the PC version is a lot faster and easier to learn.
For reference, console's world record is 1 hour, 1 minute.
Yeah, 19 seconds.
And 19 seconds, and the console world record
the
the
PC.
PC world record is at 39 minutes. Wow.
So
that's just how much
and
slower.
Will that come down lower with like SSDs? And
Yeah,
stuff?
the reason why it's
yeah.
so much faster on PC is because of pretty much pretty much 3 major things. It all comes down to the loading times, the kick glitches, and the side glitches or the slide glitches. If you took those out of PC, it would still be slightly faster just because of like people play on that, and it's like it's really easy to be, or it's not really easy, but it's easier to be accurate on PC. But if there was an optimized console world record, it'd probably be around 57 minutes or so. That's like pretty optimized.
Yeah, running Mirror's Edge on PS3 is kind of like running Ocarina of Time in English.
Yeah.
on a PAL copy.
Yeah.
It's just the game itself has so much wrong with it for speed gaming that the time is going to be so much slower than the optimal version.
Yeah. So if you guys watch the PC race of Mirror's Edge, this does not look familiar to you because they skipped this entire thing. Basically, for 2 players, 1 controller, we like to go the super duper safe strat. Hold on 1 second. This guy is awesome. We're gonna
This
waste
is the
time.
only enemy that we really like to kill.
Yeah, so that wastes about 5 seconds, but it's definitely worth it.
Are you gonna show off the Radagate in Chapter 8?
Oh yeah,
we'll try.
Yeah, because I somehow turned away for 1 second during the race to complete.
You'll see it. You'll see it. Don't worry.
This is one of the few benefits running this route has, is if you remember in the PC version, they skipped the trigger that made that helicopter leave. So in the PC route, you're being shot at by a very lethal helicopter during this whole segment. Whereas now the helicopter just decides to leave for unexplained reasons.
Yeah, and that's why we do the super safe strats on 2-player 1 controller, because we don't have to worry about the helicopter murdering our faces.
And now one of the most
man.
One of the most popular and mimetic phrases. Rip in peace, Joe.
Yeah, Joe.
Your
got
life
spilled all
will
over
be
the
well
keyboard.
remembered.
So that was Chapter 3. Chapter 4 is coming up now, and
we'll do not the out of bounds skip that I did in the race, but a different one, a slower one. That's easier.
But it still saves time though on the console.
If it didn't save time, we probably wouldn't do it.
Right, except for killing that guy.
Yeah, that's worth it.
Also, with these very long loading times, you see a bit of the between level cutscenes, which are done in a completely different look from the game. But at first, you're like, "Ew, those are gross. Why did they do those? Why didn't they just make them in engine?" But they kind of grow on you after a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like.
Yeah, the tweeting does look a bit off.
Oh, and I don't think I explained this earlier, but we are playing on the PS3 version, but the version of the PS3 version that we're doing is the PSN version, which means basically the downloaded version of Mirror's Edge.
So it's just very slightly shorter loading times
Yeah.
because you're not accessing a disk.
I'm just hanging out right now.
Oh no, we didn't get it. Okay, that's all right. Just do
Yeah,
regular.
no, I get it.
The reason why we use the download version
I'm
is
gonna go
because
get some lunch during
it's a lot
Smash.
faster loading time than the regular game
There's
is,
the Batman
and
Arkham
also
Knight's coming out after Smash.
the graphics look
You want
slightly
Hulk
better on the
So I wanna watch
PS3
that.
download version.
Yeah.
And we gotta have
We're
them
not-
repics.
and it's not like
Oh my God, we're gonna fall.
most of them
Oh,
are
Kappa.
really chill about animations. It's mainly interacting with the chat.
Dude, why did you run right at the wall?
This was the first out-of-bounds skip we ever found in Mirror's Edge, by the way. Me and Zero Cool found it one night.
So, as you can see at the top, this chapter is called Rope Burn, and by doing this
it's bonus
shortcut,
stream, it's
we
just-
skip the whole encounter with Rope Burn. Basically what happens...
During the encounter with Rope Burn, he dies?
Yeah, basically what happens is there's kind of like a story plot, and spoiler alert, but Celeste, your best friend, kills Rope Burn.
Wow.
She snipes him.
You just ruined like the whole game.
No, it's okay. It's okay because by doing this, Rope Burn doesn't die because we never go to him. So we saved his life.
Streamer, why are the enemies going Super Saiyan?
Because they can. So on the PC version, we skip more than what we just skipped, but we still skip a decent amount. You didn't.
We fell faster than normal there.
Yeah, for some reason.
Which does happen in this game sometimes.
And the game's gonna load right here. That's a big downfall, is the game loads in the middle of a chapter, so that's kind of fun.
On the console version.
Yeah.
There are fewer like mid-level loads in the PS3 version than there are in the 360, but they are still present and very sad.
Yeah. If you want to read some like questions, does anybody have any questions about this?
Yeah, if you have any
Or
questions
does
about
anybody in
the
the people watching? Oh crap.
Yeah, if you have questions in the chat, I'm looking at it so I can ask.
Well, he's looking at it too.
Might want to.
We got a couple. We have. Sorry, it's scrolling really quickly, and I'm looking at the IRC rather than.
That's all right. Just do it whenever. I mean, we can stop. Stop! I can't see.
Now, you may recognize this right here as the staircase that the PC skip drops into. So that's how much more the PC skip will take you. How much farther it'll take you on the level.
Oh crap!
And why is it that this version can't skip that loading?
It can, but every time you do it, your game inevitably always freezes, like no matter what. You
Yeah,
do.
there are also several points in the console version that will crash.
Yeah.
That PC
Why is it
version
so
does not.
It's because we're hurt.
Probably because of loading stuff.
Yeah.
I want to know how long you guys have been playing Mirror's Edge.
I've been playing Mirror's Edge for like 2 years.
I got the game when it came out.
Okay, well that's true. I guess I got the game when it came out, but like speedrunning it, 2 years, I'd say.
Yeah, I've been speedrunning it on and off for like since like 2009.
Alright, we kind of have to listen here, so just hold on 1 second.
That's 5 years of game running.
We may or may not get hit by a train.
Alright, hold on 1 second. It should be good. Alright. My hoodie or his
My
hoodie?
hoodie.
Go, go, go.
Oh, the speedrunning hoodie.
It's an Assassin's Creed hoodie.
Yeah, it's an Assassin's Creed hoodie from Ubi Workshop or Ubi Workshop.
Go, Faith.
I'm trying.
No, it's stuck in his face.
Oh,
Oh, crap.
yeah.
Crap. Okay. Oh my god, what just happened?
We
What?
we touched the train with our legs.
The wrong part of your hitbox intercepted with the wrong part of the
yeah, that was really weird.
The swing bar with a train involved.
That was.
Now coming up is something that's really unusual in video games. We're gonna hop over here and land on a first-person auto-scroller.
Yay, first
Not on a turret.
It's not a turret. You still have complete range of motion. You're free to jump off and kill yourself if you want. But you're just kind of hanging out on a train.
So this part is really kind of scary on console and 2 players 1 controller, because if you see in the middle, we're passing like big pillars, and you want to go after the next one? Okay. No, what are you doing?
I thought you said to go after the next one.
Okay, so that's why. Oh crap.
We should
Alright.
communicate a little better.
Yeah.
on this
Reset.
part.
Yeah, reset. Gotta reset. So that's why this is kind of hard on 2 players, 1 controller, because it's a really tricky jump to make, and I have to we both had to time it off of each other. And if you hit those pillars in the middle, okay, can I look so I can't see anything. Oh my God! All right, next one.
Okay.
All right, hold on 1 second. We'll explain it after this. Okay. So those pillars in the middle on the PC version, you could jump and go right through them. You get hurt, but you could just go right through them. On the console version, for some reason, I don't know why, but if you hit them, you die automatically, and you have to restart this whole train part.
Are there no chill strats on console?
Oh, you want to do chill strats? Watch, turn around.
We can chill strats on console.
Ah, it's okay.
You can still chill strats.
I'm pressing the turn button.
Okay, that works.
Backwards chill strats.
Yeah, backwards.
Reversed 180 chill strats. Missed the signs.
Oh no. Okay, we gotta do something. All right. Oh my God, no, we're gonna die. We're gonna die.
Side jump.
Okay, so this is not safe at all. This is really scary. There's gonna be a train coming. There
There it is.
right
There it is. Get through the
Go,
door.
go,
Get through
go.
the door.
They're just building up tension.
So basically that was really bad. And
That sign above the door was supposed
What's cooler
to
than
stop.
cool?
So we went right through this red sign that's usually supposed to stop us by the door. I guess for some reason when you go backwards, you go right through it. We didn't know that, so that was not safe. But all right, it's okay. We made it regardless. This is kind of hard right here. This is really hard actually, and we got it, so that's good. All right. Yeah, that's a really weird wall kick roll thing. If we didn't get the wall kick perfectly right, we would die when we tried to roll off the building. And this is also a little shortcut. You're usually supposed to go on top of where the trains are right now.
We've had enough trains.
Yeah, we've had enough trains, so we're not doing them anymore.
There will be more trains in the run, but we need a small break.
Yeah.
So we got someone asking your opinions on Mirror's Edge 2.
I just want it to come out.
Yeah, I mean they can do whatever they want. If it comes out, I'll be happy.
It exists,
Yeah,
so
that's-
I'm
that's
fine.
it. As long as I honestly they could make it a totally different game. I mean, I would be kind of sad, but I would still love it because it's Mirror's Edge. So.
Didn't they name it Mirror's Edge?
Yeah, the game is called Mirror's Edge.
What?
So the sequel has the same name as the original.
I don't know if that's a confirmed name yet because they still haven't. They don't have a release date or anything like that. It's really still early on, from my knowledge. But as of right now, yeah, it's just called Mirror's
It's
Edge.
definitely something that EA can do a lot more because it's calling the new Battlefront.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Even though there's already been a Battlefront.
Yeah.
And that's really kind of dumb.
Mm-hmm.
By
I
kind of, I mean really.
Though we don't know if Mirror's Edge is the official finalized title because that name is just kind of the name of the game's Twitter, but the actual announcement trailer didn't even have a name on it. At the end, instead of a title card, it just had the game's logo.
I thought. Are you sure?
Well,
is that like what Prince did?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go right.
We can go straight.
The Mirror's Edge 2, the video game formerly known as Mirror's Edge.
It'll take your page out of Microsoft's book calling it an Xbox One.
Yeah. I have a quick question for YSG. Is it true that you're gonna do Echo later?
Yes.
Blue glass and yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Blue
Yeah.
Glass.
Kill him.
Shout outs to Blue Glass. He's doing Echo,
Echo
later.
confirmed.
Echo confirmed. You heard it
I'm
here.
scheduled to do it around.
It's going to be at about 10 o'clock tonight.
10 o'clock tonight. Write
Looks
it down
like
on
we're
your
pulling late
calendar.
night.
Bear in mind, anyone who's hearing that, bear in mind that is very
It's subject to
fast
change.
and loose.
Yeah, it's subject to change
We
really
don't know how
easily.
long other runs are going to take, and we're not going to be speed running setups or anything like that. So
The major point is that he's going to be doing it, and that's what we
Blue
want.
Glass is going to put out an Echo run to you guys.
Do it. We might die here, but it's intentional, and we didn't die, so that's even better. But I know that was okay.
There's a death abuse there that you can skip.
I know that was really confusing, but basically,
Is there a checkpoint there?
yeah, there's a checkpoint. If you die there, we would spawn on the building that we jumped over to. But it's kind of difficult to get the jump. It's kind of luck based because sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I know that was kind of confusing, but it's better that we didn't die. So that's good.
How did you guys
Oh
get
God!
to speed run?
Oh crap! All right, let's just.
Ooh.
Okay, we're good.
Oh, so close.
What was the question?
How did you guys get into speedrunning?
I'd gotten to speedrunning from this game. I just really liked it, and I started doing the in-game speedruns, and it kind of just went from there, which is why I guess I still speedrun this game. I don't know.
Yeah, I go for trophies on PlayStation a lot. I'm a trophy whore, but this game has trophies for beating. Well, that's what it's called. That's like the term for it. Sorry.
It's the term.
It's
not offensive. It's a technical term.
So
there's an invisible.
Anyways, all right, let's get
trademark.
past that. Get past it. Get past it. All right. So, anyways, I go for trophies a lot, and nice. Okay, good. I go for trophies a lot, and this game has trophies specifically for speedrunning it, and that's kind of how I started. And it probably, if it wasn't for Agdq, I probably wouldn't have gotten all the trophies in the game because I used his videos a lot. And after I got all the trophies for the game, I kind of just fell in love with it and just wanted to see how fast I could like do the game. So that's pretty much how I started. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was just a question saying how many attempts have you guys done of this?
5 maybe?
6? Of tubers and one controller, this is probably like our 5th or 6th try.
5 maybe.
So, someone else here asking, is there a 2-player, 1-controller world record?
I guess so.
And if not, is this confirmed world record?
Okay, so I guess if you want to be specific, the 2-player, 1-controller record is by us that we set like 2 days ago. And that's 1 hour, 9 minutes, and like 26 seconds or something like that.
I don't know.
But, I mean, we're on a pretty good run here, so who knows what will happen.
That one wasn't recorded though, so this is.
Yeah, this will be the first recorded run of this, so yeah.
Yeah, this one could go up on SDA.
Let's just call it world record, no matter what it is.
You're seeing history live in the making.
And then I'll finally
this
be
is going to be
important.
our 5th world record, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, the game loads here, and I'm just going to tap. I tapped the L2 button there because for some reason the game, like, if you're like jumping in the middle of a loading screen, it like kind of locks you into crouch mode, and the only way to get rid of it is to tap the L2 button.
Also, that's a really weird loading screen because it doesn't freeze your movement.
Yeah.
Like it loads and then you like, I don't know. Like if you're jumping, you'll finish the jump and land on the ground. It's really weird.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Someone's asking what would it take for you to switch places?
Oh my god. I don't know. No. It would be. No. 30,000.
30,000.
Maybe next year we'll do a run, switch places.
No,
Maybe.
I think a 30,000 donation incentive sounds fair.
Yeah. That would be kind of cool. That would be so hard.
Neither of us have even tried the other side yet. So.
Will Agdq be on top next time?
Yes.
Of course.
I'm a regular size screen. To quote ZFG.
That's everybody's favorite quote right there. Get higher faith. For no particular reason at all.
Which one?
It just
Get
sounds-
higher faith.
Get higher faith.
It doesn't have any implications outside of the literal interpretation of climbing.
Oh god. We have to wait for this.
Or raising your faith stat.
Yeah.
That's true.
Level up and become better at healing, Faith.
Raise your donation.
So I know like we've been talking a lot and like kind of like calm and stuff, but inside my head, like every 2 seconds, I'm like, oh my god, I hope he does what I think he's about to do, because it's like super like hard. I mean, if we had more practice, we probably would be able to do this a lot smoother without like having a heart attack. But
he has no faith in me.
That is one.
Is it? No more after that?
Oh, so I can't make my really terrible Mirror's Edge joke.
You're the one that made the rule.
No running gags.
Okay, so...
Oh my god.
That was amazing!
Oh my god. I just got that. Literally the greatest.
That was good.
You gotta high five that. Good glass. Literally the greatest joke of all time.
Okay, so it's kind of serious time.
I want that on a shirt.
Kind of serious time.
And soon.
Soon
it's serious.
Just call him now, it's fine.
Yeah, this what we're about to do right now is a pretty major skip, and if we mess it up, we lose. Oh god. That wasn't it. That wasn't it. We just messed up there. So this skip, if we mess it up from where you're supposed to do it at, it probably loses about a minute or so, minute 30. So it's kind of like you gotta be careful.
It's the only place where we like really have to tell them what to do.
Okay, that's all right. We could have made it to the awning without grabbing on, but it doesn't matter. It's okay. And right here, I'm grabbing this red bar just for safety.
That's a checkpoint, and well, at least I've noticed that if on the PC version you don't grab that, you don't have to. But on this version, if you're doing the skip and you don't grab it, it tends to freeze the console. Oh god.
Oh god, what are you doing?
It turned the other direction than it normally does. She always turns the other direction when I do that. That was not normal.
But it's okay because we got the bar. If we hadn't have grabbed that bar and been risky, we would have lost a lot more time. So.
Yeah, they would have been back at the beginning of the chapter.
Yeah.
Someone's asking if you're skipping the scene where the police captain shoots a couple of guys.
No. At the end, chapter 9?
Don't give me details.
I think he means that, like during one of the cutscenes between the chapters, there's a scene like that.
Yeah. Okay. So we're out of bounds. This is like.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's like an invisible barrier that we rolled on to get down to the street. All right. Now we got to be quiet here.
Oh, yeah. Warren. Jump. Hopefully. How's it? You have to jump at a really specific time.
We got
and they got it.
Nice.
So yeah, if we would have messed that up, that would have been like really bad because we would have started all the way back at the beginning of the chapter, and we would have had to wait through 2 loading scenes.
Okay, I'm gonna use my joke up here. It's obviously very clear at this point that faith knows no boundaries.
Yeah. No. Nope. Oh man, the puns that are just coming out of this.
There, that's my joke. Thank you.
I don't know if they heard you. We got to repeat it.
I don't want to repeat it.
I've been to all week. What are you talking about?
Oh, also I just remembered the scene that guy was asking about, and it is in chapter 9, and we do skip that cutscene, and we're not getting up this fence.
Yeah, I thought that's what the one he was talking about. I mean, I guess we could watch the first little part since it's like right at the beginning, if he wants to. Do you want to?
Oh no, he doesn't want to watch it. He just wants to know if you're skipping.
Okay, yeah, we skip it. We skip it really bad.
We skip all the cutscenes.
Yeah. What are cutscenes?
Even the unskippable cutscenes.
This game has no story.
We skip them.
Nice. Okay, so we got a weird like thing where we fall like extra fast.
What's up?
Actually, I kicked, but we were moving forward apparently.
Yeah.
So.
But we're still moving like super fast compared to like what we're supposed to be moving at.
Yeah.
I think this is the last point in the game that it like loads in the middle of the level, right?
Yeah, and we're gonna quit and reload the game here to stop the console from freezing at the end of the chapter.
Yeah, there's a big chance that if you don't save and quit here, your console is going to freeze at the end of the chapter, or if you happen to die by accident, the console goes into an infinite loading screen. So we have to quit to the menu and then reload, and then that eliminates that problem completely.
Does that have to do with the skip?
Yeah, that's what we think. We're not entirely sure, but
I mean, it only happens if you do the skip, so
yeah,
it's something about it.
And suddenly ninjas.
Yeah. Nice. All right. Cool. Good. That's not a big deal, but I mean, it saves quite a bit of time if we get that. It's kind of like hit or miss.
Not that we're actually seeing the ninjas, but
Yeah.
there.
You'll see them later.
Well, if you saw the ninjas, they wouldn't be doing their job.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, sometime we'll probably have everyone still commentate speed here, someone watching.
So it's a pretty good run so far. We only had a few like minor deaths.
Actually, I don't know if you caught it, but while they were looking at the news ticker in that elevator, that is one of the very few news tickers in this game that actually has a typo in it. I think it might be the only one. There's the phrase, Mayor Callahan has called a close emergency meeting at the Shard with his closest advisors. But canonically, Mayor Callahan is a woman.
Is there any more questions?
That's awesome.
Or I don't know where Mofat went. Mofat's not with us anymore. So what was that?
And another perfect example of how this game can just arbitrarily decide whether or not you're having a run.
Okay.
Why did you, on earth, did you decide that 2 players, 1 controller was a good idea?
It's not a good
It's
idea.
not a good idea. It's
Oh,
not.
there you go.
Don't
You're
do it.
presupposing decisions were made.
Yeah. So there you go. There you go, Semi Noble. It's not a good
Yeah.
idea.
Basically, like other games that require 2-player, 1 controller are beneficial or not as like crazy. This game is like nuts. I mean,
I don't know what that sentence meant.
what?
I don't know what that sentence meant. when you
So
said
like
that.
I mean like the GoldenEye co-op run, that's beneficial because you know, but like this game it's extremely hard because we're both controlling like what was that?
You
Okay.
need to go from the corner of the building.
Well, they don't have to. I guess we just weren't going fast enough.
GoldenEye wasn't 2 players, 1 controller. It was 2
Well,
players, 2 controllers.
you know what I mean. 2 players playing the same game. It's but they only have like certain things that they can do. You know?
And here's another
Yeah.
train.
Oh yeah, train.
It's
Let's
like
just,
yeah. Anyways,
we're going to chapter 7, which is a cool chapter. It's really short. We skip it pretty much.
Yes, chapter 7 is titled The Boat. There is a skip which shortens the title of the chapter to just
chapter 7.
because there will be no boats involved in this chapter.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the big boat in front of us right there. Okay. That's good. So that's the boat in front of us. There's 3 different ways that you could do this skip. There's like the super slow way. There's the kick glitch way that you can pretty much only do on PC. And then there's this way. This way is faster than the super slow way. But
it's not anymore.
No, it is. It still is.
It's pretty difficult, though.
Oh, what was that? We did a wall run.
Yeah, don't, we have to try not to jump off the wall there.
Hold on one second.
Slow-mo for this, maybe?
I don't think it would help.
They need to just get high enough on that wall with enough speed
All right, we got
to
it.
grab that.
But that's not the hard part. So the hard part is right here.
Yeah, you have to wall run on the inside of an invisible wall.
So this is like the newest boat skip, and it's the best. You don't use it on PC because it'd be slower, but this skip was actually, it's been kind of known for a while, but HackerBoy777 just put it together. I don't know what he's
Swag
doing.
spins.
Oh my god!
I gotta
Oh my
do the
God.
spin.
That was so unsafe, like extremely unsafe, but it was cool. So,
I have to do the spin.
that was unsafe. But yeah. So basically, the way this chapter works is, crap. The beginning of the level and the end of the level both, both start outside the boat.
Let me just side jump here.
Okay, let's do it.
This is a difficult fence.
Come on.
Let's climb a little closer. Well,
okay. All right. All right. Good. Okay.
There
So,
we go.
yeah, like I was saying before, the beginning of this chapter and the end of this chapter both start and end outside of the boat, which makes it so that we can just go grab the last checkpoint in the chapter and then reload the chapter, and then all the stuff will be there. And that's how that works.
I don't know if you saw, but very briefly on the screen there was a floating signpost, and it's for some reason the signpost is just like a solid hitbox, and if you touch it, it will kill you. And in Japanese it says "Do not enter." So do not enter the invisible signpost.
Crap. So right here, this fight is generally kind of easy, but with 2 players, 1 controller, it's a lot more difficult because he has to know what I'm going to do, and I have to know what he's going to do. Overall, that was a pretty good fight. It wasn't too bad. So that's kind of difficult to do, just because we have to time off of each other.
And it turns out the mysterious assassin was your best friend.
Yep.
So that was chapter 7. Now we're going on to chapter 8. There's no skips in chapter 8 or chapter 9. Well, there is one in chapter 9, but we're not going to do it because it requires super precise precision. What are you doing? Are we just going to jump?
Yeah.
Okay. Usually we side jump boost there, but apparently we're switching it up. What is that about?
I don't know.
How could you not memorize a whole hour-and-a-half game?
Yeah. Well, it's not an hour and a half. We
don't-
put
I don't-
hour and a half for setup.
Yeah. I don't usually side jump there on PC, so I guess I just didn't think.
Yeah, but
about
you haven't
it.
gotten marathon done yet.
It hasn't been too bad.
Ooh, they
died-
got tased.
We got tased.
Yeah, we did. Don't tase me, bro.
Can you do this?
Wow, I haven't come up here in a long time.
Yeah, we don't do the faster ways here because they're bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh
my God!
just the
Wow,
edge.
that was so unsafe. That was so unsafe.
You don't trust me.
I don't trust you at all. No, not even a little bit.
Shout out to Rat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we are gonna do the rat, but it's not here yet.
Oh, it's on the route before.
So where we almost died at was usually you're supposed to go up another level, but that takes time, and we like to be risque, and we didn't. Yeah, risque.
Wow.
Yeah.
We've got a donation to read.
Do we?
If you've got a.
Is there a comment to go with that?
Wait, what?
Wait, what happened? There's a donation or something?
Yeah, apparently somebody.
Is there a comment to go with
Oh,
that?
unfortunately, it seems the donation center mic is muted. We're gonna get that unmuted very.
We're about to
quickly.
have a donation read to us, so
That's
right.
exciting.
And it's for a substantial amount, which is very.
Is it really?
Very nice.
Yeah.
Real quickly, we're killing this guy just for safety. We don't have to kill him, but if we don't, then it's kind of scary if we don't. So that's why we do it. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so I have a $400 donation here.
Oh God, no, that's not good.
That doesn't help.
It's from,
2 players, 1 clapping.
it's from the Arcadia Retrocade.
Okay.
And it says, we are donating $1 from every admission fee we collected yesterday, Saturday the 11th, including free pass redemptions and party attendees, for a total of $394, which we are rounding up to $400.
Wow.
That's over twice what we earned and donated last year. Thank you for everything. Awesomeness to you all.
Thank you. That's really appreciated. That's really nice that you guys do that. I know you guys don't have to, but thank you a lot. That's awesome. So right now, this is the atrium. It's his favorite area of the game, not so much mine.
I love this room.
I mean, it's cool. Don't get me wrong, but it's not very safe at all. There's some safety issues that need to be looked at here by some construction guy.
This atrium is not OSHA compliant.
Yeah. So there's like,
for some reason, this jump is really hard with 2 people.
Yeah.
We have trouble with it.
Okay, good. There's only really like 2 crazy hard jumps in the game, or in this area, and that's the first one. This is the second one. Just turn around. No.
Just-
Okay. No.
just
damn
let-
it.
Okay,
We can just let
Nice.
go.
You want to just go the safe way?
Uh,
All right, one more time.
all right, okay, we can do it.
Okay, so that's not the super fast way, but that's good enough. We'll take
Reasonably
it.
safe.
We'll take it.
Let's do 1 point.
Okay.
It's safe.
All right. Oh goodness. So that's why this room isn't very safe. There's a lot of like weird angles that you need to jump at, and if you're off by just a little bit, it could mean bad. So, yeah. All right. All right. So that was the atrium. So we got past it. That's good. I know we're like not talking to each other at all, and I'm kind of stuttering over a lot of my words. That's only because we're really concentrated right now. It doesn't seem like it, but on the inside, it's like, oh my God, I'm so focused right now. I know that sounded so fake, but that's what it is.
I'm so focused right now.
So into this.
You have no idea how focused I am right now.
How much effort did it take to practice this vent section?
Oh, this is the hardest section of the game, by far, Kaplan.
3 inputs?
Yeah.
No one can live at this speed.
So there's a small little skip here. If we roll, which we did, we skip having to like climb across the bar and stuff. So that's reasonably better.
The one gun you have to use.
So right here, this is, I don't have to do anything. He's doing all the inputs for this section right here. So if we mess up, it's his fault.
Yeah.
The rat.
All right, so he got that. That's good. Now we're gonna go for the rat.
I'm gonna take some time to line this up because I actually have to hit the middle of this. Hopefully that's good.
Look down.
I'm looking down.
Yeah,
There's the
rat.
So that's one of the biggest Easter eggs in the game, I'd say.
It's a rat.
Yes.
Oh, ha, ha, ha.
That was not pun intended.
Oh.
The game's still loading.
No
this
pun
chapter's-
intended, but pun existed.
Yeah. So this chapter's almost over, and then we only have one more chapter left to do.
Wait, are we running out of puns?
What?
Oh.
No.
Oh.
I don't think redoing them is allowed.
I've lost faith.
Yeah. Enough.
Lost faith.
Alright. Crap. No, what are you doing? What are you doing?
The camera locks to him, so I decided to punch him.
Why
at
did you
least.
punch him? We could have backed up and went away. This part's kind of tricky just because...
It's random.
Yeah, it's really RNG based.
The patterns the enemies run in and the damage they do to you it's all random. So.
And we're actually taking like the safest route that we can through this part. Oh, you didn't jump. There's more like difficult paths, but we just decided to do the safest one just to try and do it fast. But it took us a few tries. Not a big deal.
Yeah, if one of the guards walks between the two pillars like that, there's not like I don't know, you're pretty much gonna die.
Yeah, there's not much you could do. So this is the last chapter here. It's called The Shard. If you guys have any more questions, this part's kind of slow, so if more people wanted questions answered.
Let's see here.
Why do you like red so much?
Why do I like red so much? Because
it's a good color.
I see flow. That's why. Not the progressive lady either. All the stuff in the game is red because it's said that the runners see flow. Like that's their way of seeing the world around them.
It's like a graphical representation of the runner's like instincts.
Yeah.
It's basically the game developer's way of saying, hey, this is the way to go.
Right, exactly. And that's why I like red.
And here we have more Saiyans.
Yeah, this is a really big RNG part as well. I think we're good to hit the button. Go through? Yeah.
Okay, here's a question for you.
Okay.
People are asking that when they played it, they felt that the ending was somewhat lackluster. Do you agree? And if so, do you think that's what they're going to address in the sequel?
No, because you kick Jackknife out of an air or a helicopter, and it's awesome. What are you talking about? And not to mention the ending music is like the best. It's like the best ending ever. So,
Well,
I mean, I thought it was good.
I felt from a story standpoint the epilogue was a little lame, just because like there wasn't a whole lot of closure. It was just like, hey, you got your sister back, and now you're at the top of a tower full of people who are now realizing that you and your sister are both in the building and public enemy number one, and then it just fades to the end.
Yeah.
And all you get as sort of closure for that is there's a tiny little like
blurb
in the credits quote of like a news reporter saying like Faith Connors and her sister, wanted criminal Kate Connors, have escaped from the Shard after killing several people, and it's like you couldn't put just a little bit more in there to show us them like getting away.
I mean, it's the story itself. If you can dig into it and get into the story, it's a really great story. We said this before. The only problem that is within the game is they don't highlight on the story that much, which is kind of bad. But I think that had to do with they were kind of rushed and stuff, you know, like. But I'm sure the second one will have a lot of background story that will make sense for Mirror's Edge 1.
Yeah, this game
Wasn't a bunch of the story cut out?
This game was
Yeah.
extremely rushed during development. 70% of the original script was cut for the final release.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a really tricky part.
I don't know why we didn't grab it there.
Yeah, that was.
Which is probably why.
That was a long fall.
Which is
Faith doesn't like to grab things often.
Yeah, we're trying to grab a pole. and
Butterfingers.
it
He needs
doesn't-
to get a grip.
Enough with the puns.
I don't know. We're at that point.
See,
So, okay.
what makes
All right.
this is a really hard like shortcut they're trying to do, and it's even harder because they're
I don't
sharing a
think we're going far
controller,
enough now.
and one false input from either of them could like ruin this skip.
One more
Because
time?
you could almost say that like the way they're playing this is walking along an edge, perhaps one that
to the-
reflects visible light. I don't know what you'd call
We're
it.
walking along a single frame.
So we did that really slowly. First of all, because we missed it like 20 times, but also because you're supposed to roll and not get a heavy landing. I missed the roll, and I had to like jump and kind of save it. Not too big a deal. It was kind of bad though. All right, let's be honest. It was pretty bad. We missed it like 20 times.
All right, so
We're really far away from
what are
the
your
wall.
favorite games outside Mirror's Edge?
Hold on one second.
More Mirror's Edge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mirror's Edge is the only game I've ever
The
played.
Mirror's Edge DLC, does that count?
No. We were supposed to do a kind of semi-difficult trick there, and we missed it completely, and that was all just kind of off the top of our head. That was really good. I can't believe that we made that. Favorite game besides Mirror's Edge? I don't... What other games are there? Are there other games? No, seriously, I like all games. Like I said, I'm a trophy hunter, so I play like... Yeah, I play all sorts of games.
Literally
like,
all of them?
Seriously.
Do you have a Virtual Boy?
Literally.
I've gotten the platinum for Hannah Montana the movie. So Hannah Montana the movie, the game. So I honestly don't care what I play as long as I enjoy it. For the record, I did not enjoy Hannah Montana. It was a really easy platinum. But
Hannah Montana, the movie, the game, the trophy.
yeah, exactly.
The TV show, the movie, the game, the trophy.
What about games not on PS3?
Yeah, of course. I love Pokemon, Mario, even some Xbox games I like. I like Left 4 Dead.
Even some Xbox games?
Yeah, I know.
You liar!
I have to say it so people don't think I'm...
What about Heavy
biased.
Nova?
I haven't played that. Is that good? Should I play it?
It's the best game ever.
You should play it, game.
You should ask Adam AK.
How about you, Mr. Donkey? How are
Oh my god.
how are you? Some of your other favorites?
He likes Puss in Boots.
Yeah, that's a good game on the Wii. You should definitely play that. And but my favorite game of all time is probably Shadow of the Colossus.
That's a good game.
That's a good game.
Okay, so that was the sniper part. There's a we're kind of getting like derailed here every 2 seconds, but there's like a really difficult trick that you can do there, which I don't even do personally on console one player. So 2 players is like ridiculous. You just have to be really precise, and it's really difficult. But right here, we're going up to pretty much almost the roof level of this building, and this is notorious to be one of the harder rooms of the entire game,
Yeah,
like beginning.
They couldn't figure out how to make a boss fight for this game, so they just made one room that's super hard to get through.
Yeah. So this is called the server room. Let's see how we do it. It's one of the harder rooms in the game when you're starting off. When you get better, it kind of is a little bit easier, but still it's random. It's a lot of RNG.
And if anyone was asking,
Forward,
my favorite games are Kirby's Adventure and Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker.
We're gonna use slow motion right here because we have to shoot one of each of these 4 servers. So he's got to shoot one from that section, one from this section. Oh, it didn't get shot. Usually that one gets shot, but it didn't for some reason.
Yeah, they hit the glass, but not the computer.
Yeah,
that's just the RNG.
Yeah. So the reason why we use slow motion there is because he's turning a lot, and I have to move up the stairs so we don't get shot at, and it's really hard to like know when he's turning and when I have to move. So I know it's sad to say, but we're at the end of the game.
To avoid spoilers, we're going to skip this cutscene.
It's not to avoid spoilers.
Yeah, we're actually resetting because that was terrible.
Yeah.
We're gonna kick a guy out of a helicopter, and then the helicopter's
Basically-
gonna explode for no adequately explained
Basically,
reason.
the reason why we saved and quit there was because the cutscene takes longer than it takes to save and quit, so we're actually saving time right now.
Welcome to Cutscenes featuring Michael Bay.
Yeah, that's actually one of the only few cutscenes in the game that you can't skip manually. So,
I didn't even know.
so this is the final little part here.
They put up a little minor obstacle course, but
Time,
by the way.
time. That's a new world record. So that's a world record for 2 players, 1 controller, Mirror's Edge. We beat our time by like 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
So that's pretty good, pretty good.
2 players, 1 controller, Mirror's Edge PS3 version.
Yeah,
Yes.
PS3 version.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Now you need to do it on Xbox 360.
Oh yeah.
What are you gonna do? One keyboard, one mouse.
I don't know about that.
2 keyboards, 3 mice.
Well, I
Get
hope
an
you guys.
octopus.
I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and thanks for donating and everybody that works here day and night. Appreciate it, guys.
He's going to play with an actual
What
donkey.
have we got?
Donation incentive for next year, actual donkey for Up and Donkey to sit on during the run.
Oh, please, please, yes.
How many people are watching?
Like 33,000.
It looks like we've got a run of Metal Slug coming up next.
Excellent job, my friend.
And for the people asking, my favorite games are the Monkey Island games.
Oh yeah, I never played Monkey Island. Any good?
If you're into like point and click adventure games, and you're good at thinking logically.
It's still there.
Lots of GGs for the world record. Yeah. Check this out.
Oh wow.
What's the chat? Just go to oil.
Chat is just full of world record GG. Congratulations. I am so psyched that you're doing it. That's one of my favorite runs.
Well, take Photo TV, it's his card.
Huh? Yeah, I was thinking about asking Best in Pokemon Green, but I can't find a card of it anywhere.
Oh boy.
Thanks for coming to watch, man.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I have spent about $160 in that game store, and they don't know.
Thanks for helping out, man.
No problem, dude.
I could probably go with a second copy though. I've already got one at home, but I always need more copies of Pokemon. What's the Ocarina of Time now?
No idea.
Is it just some other guy who wasn't? Maybe it's 80%. Like 20 minutes. Like 20 minutes. No, it's 1 hour 40 minutes. So it might be MST.
Well, maybe he just isn't very good at the game. So
Yeah.
That is another option.
Ooh, hopefully yellow.
It's just my username. Here, let me just.
Oh,
SONIKK. Yeah. And then USTAR. Yeah, I know it's a mouthful.
Maddie, I know that you're close friends with the Monitor, so there was a question for him earlier. Is he related to Taskbot? No? Okay.
No, they're just dating.
They were in a relationship and they broke up because Castbox going across the country, surprisingly.
Is this just base Metal Slug? It's just Metal Slug 1?
Yeah, it's just Metal Slug 1. I'm just checking out the delay. No, it's fine.
Do I have time for a commercial?
Oops.
I'll take that as a yes.
Yes, we're going to commercial.
I'll take oops as a yes. Oh, Sparkle.
How do I get back to that?
That $400 donation was just killed both of your donations.
So it's home.
All right.
Amazing.
All right. Okay.
See,
Now I need to figure out how to make this
want
go
to
away.
let no Jay know the practice.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll go
Just
away.
to show up, really.
We're good.
All right. Where's the? Is this the mic?
You can pick either. Let me just rearrange them for you so it's easier. And we do need to redo the camera. Can someone redo the camera, please, while I do this?
Camera's okay anyway, really.
This one?
Yeah, it's fine.
Is showing to him fine?
Do you have people sitting on the couch?
Oh, no. Feel free to join in. All right. Here we go. We got Metal Slug for you people.
The first one?
Yeah, the first one. Just a bit of a disclaimer. I am pretty bad at this game.
So you're on bonus streak.
Are you willing to take questions?
Sure.
Okay.
Whether he answers them or not.
Yeah, whether he's going to answer them accurately or not is a completely different thing. but-
Although this game, I will say, is pretty difficult to do well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just yeah. So don't expect a deathless run. All right, let me just start here.
Does he have a butt for a face?
Neo Geo Max 330 Mega Pro Gear spec. Yeah. All right. So, I guess I can. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
What version is this you're playing?
This is the PS2 version on the Metal Slug Anthology. A lot of people don't exactly enjoy this version because apparently they experience lag, and that has not happened before. Okay. Wow, this run is going terrible already. Okay. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Where was I? Oh yeah. So yeah, apparently there's input delay on this. It's not letting me. Whatever. I'm. Can I restart? Yeah, I'm sorry. That usually does not happen, folks.
What went wrong?
Well, that enemy that was on the left, at the very beginning, he usually doesn't appear, and yeah, that was just bad. All right, let me try this again. 3, 2, 1, go. Hopefully, this will go much better. All right. Probably should have tested this TV first. All right, there we go. That's much. Yeah, this is much better. Okay. So, anyways, yeah, I got nothing else left. Any other questions, folks? Yeah. That's how it's supposed to be done, okay. So yeah, bombs in this game do 100 damage.
You change the overlay to say Metal Slug. You change the overlay. No, the overlay.
It still says Mirror's Edge is the game, I'd assume. No.
You know what? I'm just gonna go with it, folks.
Ooh, fire.
Wow, the interlay is really bad. Okay. I am terribly sorry, folks.
What? Told you, I didn't even see.
Got a question here for you, Sonic. Aerial flow.
Airy. I need to grab that shotgun for the boss coming up.
boss. Why are you getting out of there?
Because it's useful, I guess.
And there's still enough left for boss.
Yeah, there's usually enough ammo. Yeah, the shotgun does 400 damage, so... Alright.
Why do you have 5 arms?
I got the metal slug being used.
Boom. That actually hit the boss. That actually counted as a hit. Alright. Oh, crap. Yeah, this is just bad, folks. I'm sorry.
A lot better than most people could do this.
Hmm. I guess. Did somebody grab the chair? Yeah. After this mission, I'm gonna hop up there to get a better view.
T-Rex. The reason I said ask Rail is because he's a tech guy.
Whoa! Okay, that's not happened.
He wants to get on the Santa Claus.
This game is doing weird things. I don't like it.
Does this guy have a name, by the way?
Alan O'Neill.
Okay. He's in like every single one. So.
I'll take a death. Yeah, that guy is pretty annoying to deal with. Any other questions you guys like to ask? I might not answer them, but feel free to ask.
Story of Metal Slug.
Oh.
For those
About that.
Does this port of Metal Slug give you infinite credit?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Does this port of Metal Slug give you infinite credits?
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's free play.
Yeah, it's infinite credits. Oddly enough, setting it to free play actually removes the input lag on this port. So if you ever plan on playing, okay. Oh, wow, this is much better. Okay. This stage I like to call Bomberman because it gives you lots of bombs. So. Alright, now things are stage. Now we're actually getting somewhere.
Is this your favorite Metal Slug, and have you played any others that you like?
Personally, I think Metal Slug 3 is my favorite, mostly because of how big in scale it is. Oh yeah, by the way, that guy that was jumping with the knife, he's known as Ryu Hayabusa. His mighty jump slash has killed many runs. And this guy, he's actually on a sort of a timer. So, even if I go full in, he's not gonna get damaged much. Or at least that's what I'm consider thinking. And, okay.
All right.
Hold on that thought.
Okay.
Because this stage 6 is by far the worst stage. This is what I was talking about when the game was pretty hard. Everything else was sort of hard, but it was all right if you know what you're doing. But here, yeah, especially there, you're supposed to get a shotgun there, but sometimes he gives the fire, and sometimes he doesn't even give you anything, so yeah, so expect me to die here. That should be good. I'm gonna just take this rather slow and safe. Oh. Ooh, okay, so sometimes that soldier over there drops a shotgun, which is pretty helpful for later on. Oh, and I just lost it, okay. Yeah, I'm not even gonna.
All right, let me know when you're ready for that question.
About now.
All right. It says, from a person who knows nothing about Metal Slug, what's up with the people who give you upgrades? Are they POWs? What are they doing with bombs and rocket launchers in their blankets?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. Could you repeat that?
He's asking basically what's the deal with the prisoners.
Oh, you know, honestly, I have no idea.
They're POWs.
I mean, technically this takes place in the future, so
Really?
yeah, it's a bit weird. Okay. Oh, okay, that's kind of bad. These missiles can be avoided just by staying left, so that's not too much of a big deal. If I get this deathless, I'm gonna be so angry. No, it's fine. The quote-unquote world record actually uses death abuse to refill the bombs, so.
Why did you say quote-unquote world record?
Guess I'm not sure. Oh, well, the thing is, this game is really big in Taiwan, the speedrunning community. Oh,
Okay.
Time, by the way. What? 15:20. That's technically a new PB.
Yeah. Good job.
Thanks. Thanks.
Now, do you want to finish the thing about Taiwan?
Oh yeah. Okay. So, the speedrunning history with Metal Slug is a bit complicated because it's mostly big in Taiwan, and they use a special emulator that reduces the lag. So there's no real quote-unquote way to compare. But the actual world record that I've seen, or at least the fastest time that I know of, is 15:05. And seeing as how close that thing you call a run was, I'm not exactly sure if I should be proud of it or not, but if... Thanks, guys.
Is Butters here?
Up next, we should have...
Next, we've got Butters with some Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Get hyped, guys. This is gonna be good.
So I'm going to quickly go to a commercial while we're setting up. And we're on commercial.
Butters, thank you for lending me the upper part. I'll be using it tonight.
No problem.
You don't see anything. I think I have to use this because I have a Super Famicom controller and it has no cord on it. I know Japanese households tend to be smaller, but really?
Sorry, I need to fill my embarrassment.
Oh, fun fact, they banned the show because of its name in, I think, like Singapore because they have a morphine problem. And morphine is apparently slang for doping up.
Nice. Butters, which version of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? Which version is this?
The Super Nintendo.
So it's just Mighty Morphin Power Rangers?
Yeah, Mighty Morphin, no G, very important. Too much energy for the G.
It's not like Fighting Edition or the movie or...
No, just Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Too cool for grammar.
Okay.
Thank you, Trekak.
Do you get your choice of Ranger?
Yeah, I switched Rangers off depending on stage.
Now remember, if you guys have any questions for Butters, don't be afraid to post them in the chat.
Oh yeah, no problem.
The other
Alright,
day,
cool.
I
I can put the
rewatched the
controller.
first episode of the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Oh yeah?
It was something.
That was a thing. It was a
It was definitely something.
Yeah.
It was some
from a video.
Alright, so yes. Are we live right now?
We're live.
Okay, yeah. Twitch.tv/ButtersBB. 35.
Sometimes you can interpret those
Donations for Mono Stereo?
Should have made that a bidding war.
Mono hype.
Mono hype.
Wait, isn't that a disease?
Yes.
Aren't we supposed to be curing those?
No, wait. What about a donation? It's
Oh,
actually
okay.
song.
Okay.
Oh god. This actually has a
Well, why
decent
did you give up
chiptune
Mono?
version of the song. You can actually hear the like voice acting if you listen. Not bad.
Ah, a little bit. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Just a heads up, the music in this game is actually really, really good.
Are you gonna rock out, Butters?
Oh yeah.
Headbang a little bit?
Yeah, probably.
And get up, twerk a little bit?
I thought that was Mike's job.
$5,000. You think it's worth in his stead? About a block.
Uh-huh.
Just to take a
Well,
price
there
tag.
will be dancing at the end. Don't worry. But you'll see. Yeah, Jason. That'll be the only time you see him. Okay. I actually did used to use Jason, but I'll explain it later. What? Okay. Okay, cool.
Is there a difficulty select?
I wish, but no. Oh.
Your words, not ours.
That was no important. Okay. Are we ready? Well, you'll start the timer when I actually gain control, so I'll let you know when.
Hannah, your runner still says runner.
Alright, so you can actually choose between all the Rangers. So here we have Miss Amy Jo Johnson, and then we have a bunch of not Amy Jo Johnson characters. So I think it's pretty clear which one I'm going with. Alright, I'll let you know when to start. Now.
She has a rather manly punch.
Oh, you think that's manly? Just you wait. So I do 3 hits, and then 4 cancel into another 3 hits because it's faster than just a regular 4-hit combo.
So at what point is she going to be getting the pension costume?
Alright. So I'm just going to hit him out of the air. By hitting him out of the air, they're lined up a lot better. And he doesn't run into the other putty by doing that. Bye.
Right
Bye.
about the music
Okay.
you
Yes.
That's what we call a strike.
Boosh. Boosh. These guys are gonna wait, I'm gonna wait. Up yours. Alright.
The characters have different transformations. When they transform, they usually come up. She jumps farther than most of them.
Yeah, she jumps farther. The reason I'm using Kimberly, outside of the fact that, you know, it's Kimberly, is the fact that she actually has the fastest walk speed.
Oh.
And she also jumps the farthest, and her leg goes out really far.
If we get another
And one thing, they put a lot of effort into the human sprites, and then the Ranger sprite is just a palette swap of the Red Ranger for everyone. So
all the
the
same.
rather dainty Kimberly is not looking so dainty all of a sudden.
Hello, I'm Kimberly. Pterodactyl.
Also, she
Short
smacks
throw.
people with her bow, which is hilarious.
That's cute. She doesn't know quite how the bow works. She hasn't been trained on it. You know, it takes years to get proficient with a bow.
Pterodactyl smash.
It takes 5 seconds to learn to smack you in the face with a bow.
She also shoots arrows, which seems rather broken in a beat 'em up.
That's only
Oh wow, you someone dodged. Okay, good for you, buddy.
Like all of their bones.
The bow, I'll get back to that. But yeah, she's the only one with a projectile. That's another reason to use her. It used to be thought that you should only use Kimberly, but turns out that nope. I figured that out, but I'll explain it later. Alright, there we go. Hit. 1, 2, 3, 4. These guys are gonna spawn. I'm gonna arrow the crap out of them. Don't think I did not notice you, jerk. Alright, let's go. Hits.
This is a good run.
Thank you. Ooh, instant kill. Thank you. Oh. Damn you! Okay. So basically that arrow is supposed to insta-kill like one-hit putties, but there is something seriously wrong with my game or just the programming of this game, and sometimes it just does not work. So those two are supposed to be dead, but nope.
So is that what's wrong with the bow? The arrow?
Yeah, that's what's wrong with the bow. I have no idea why this is the case, but whatever. Oh, I forgot about you. There we go.
How could there be anything wrong with Kimberly?
Do you have ammo for your arrows?
Nope, unlimited. But they just randomly don't work, and it has cost me so many runs. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this boss, like, damage values don't make any sense against this guy. Normally it's the first 2 hits do 1 damage, the third hit does 2, and the last hit does 4. This guy's rules, I have no idea. Okay, so I have done a lot of different combos against this guy in order to avoid this, because he's just going to reattach himself. But it turns out that just doing the 4-hit combo twice and making them reattach is actually the fastest way. Damn, there we go. So, I missed a quick kill there, but whatever. He's done.
He had a nuke inside of his skull.
So, it used to be thought that you used Kimberly through the whole run, but... Trini, you're up. So, Trini has a mid-range throw. Like, her throw goes like a little shorter than Kimberly's, but it's actually really useful for this stage. But the most useful thing about her is that her attack in ranger form is actually slightly faster than everyone else's. And she's the only one that can actually get a full 4-hit combo on the boss of the stage. At least consistently. The others can, but it's very rare. So, so a big thing, I have to get them to like land at the other dude's feet instead of hitting each other. Boom. That barrel there did AoE damage. Oh, you son of a... Come back here. Thank you. Okay. It's the big thing is get them at each other's feet and make sure they don't hit each other, otherwise they'll miss a line. These two I have no good setup for. I'm not gonna hit them both. See, otherwise they just jump around like jerk-offs. And waste a lot of time.
Was that your first time getting hit in the run, I think?
Yeah. I'm just taking intentional damage here because the barrel actually spawns that other dude. There we go, line them up. Oh, you tricky. So this is what happens if you misalign them. They just jump around and it's silly. Hits, kicks. Okay, line up, there we go. So hit you, throw you. What? Okay. So that was supposed to be a throw so that he would land the other dude's feet. That didn't happen, unfortunately. Whatever.
Seems like she has a much shorter range on her attacks.
Yeah, the range is different depending on the ranger. Her punch does not go very far, unfortunately.
So why do they wait so long before putting on their uniforms?
Because it's Power Rangers. It's actually pretty accurate to the show, so. 4, let them come back. 1, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, gonna hit you. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, be in there. Both them, okay. So now we're gonna go up this ascent here. Oh, you. Okay.
So what's the divide between beat 'em up and the other platforming sections?
This is like the only real platforming stage. Kind of breaks up a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4.
Also, welcome to the best jump recovery animation
4.
in any video ever.
4.
Why are there flaming metal beams falling from the ceiling?
Don't ask too many questions, buddy. Okay, so this is a glitch that was found. Basically, I do the bomb. That part of the stage is not supposed to load up yet. So now I'm going to go ahead and do this. Going to do this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Going to hit you up here. Now the game is really confused. Yeah.
As am I.
And now that part of the stage just gets skipped over. So there you go.
Please tell me we're doing bonus stream highlights.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna go up here. I need a bomb actually because the next boss is a thing. So.
You can only hold one bomb.
Only one bomb at a time, yeah. You know, there would be no reason to have more than one bomb, honestly.
Is it just me or did they have very similar level design to the last one?
Well.
How dare you? How dare you question the artistic integrity of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers video?
This game is legitimately good, by the way.
I can tell, yeah.
2, 3, 4. I'm gonna come over here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So wait, you're telling me a TV show that reused footage from Japan reuses backgrounds in this video game?
And reuses Ranger sprites. You'll notice that Trini here is just as buff of a man as Kimberly. So there you go.
It reuses quality.
Although that's actually accurate to the show, given that the Yellow Ranger in Japan is actually a guy.
He's actually a guy, yep.
Up here. Kick. Kick. Whatever. Now you're lined up. Both of you. I know you're coming. Hey, how are you doing? Bye. Alright, so I'm gonna destroy this thing here. Purpley boy is gonna show up. I'm gonna mess up his friend as well. Now I'm gonna throw you, just mix it up a little bit, so now I can both of you. And now I'm gonna throw you, so that I can both of you. Oh, hey. Don't be cute. Okay.
Someone in chat is like, why is the Yellow Ranger use size? Raphael is the red turtle normally.
Alright,
Use
so this boss
daggers.
is a little interesting. He can give me good luck or bad luck. We'll see what happens. Not a good start. Not a good start. You jerk. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there we go. Full combos. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I messed up. Oh well. 1, 2, 3. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Guess
That
one
hit
more
him?
time. Oh, really? Okay. Unexpected. But okay. Got him. Yes. So yeah, you're not. So Trini there is able to do 4-hit combos. All the other Rangers like either just can't do it or it's very random if they get it. You have to be very, very lucky. She does it consistently. So yes, Kimberly. I used to use Jason on this stage. Oh, and also I did a thing where I, did extended combos. You're not supposed to be able to do like 2 loops of combos on him, but tricks. What are you gonna do? So I used to use Jason on the stage because he was faster and more consistent for me. But the other runner of this game, his name's DanShow1. Shouts to DanShow1, twitch.tv/DanShow1. He figured out ways to make sure that Kimberly was faster here, so I use Kimberly here now.
Question from the chat. Best Megazord?
The original, because the original's best. And you'll actually be seeing him later in this run.
Do you ever use Billy?
Oh, Billy!
Billy.
Billy. When I was a kid, I thought Billy was the greatest, because like he hits the enemy a bunch of times. But he's actually got the slowest walk speed, the slowest jump that does not go far at all, the slowest throw, and in Ranger form he's the worst because his attack like hits multiple times in order to do full damage and doesn't work on all the bosses. So he is by far the slowest Ranger in this game.
There should be a Billy category.
There is a Billy category. It's called Billy Percent. And for the record, my BB on Billy Percent is faster than the current SDA record, so just throwing that out there. Okay.
Wait, this is on SDA? I don't remember that.
1, 2. Oh, you will see that dance. 3, 1, 2. All right, there we go.
Except it didn't do damage.
Huh?
Did the drills even do
Oh, if you get a healing item, it stacks actually.
Oh, so you've actually got more than...
Yeah, so I have more than what was supposed to be max health now.
Then that would make it the new max, wouldn't it?
Oh, dang. Because of that drill hit me, I couldn't try for a silly glitch. Basically, for this load zone, usually you lose control early, but this one, they give you more time, like you control the character for longer than you're supposed to. And so if you jump at just the right distance, the game gets really confused and the boss like glitches the hell out. The problem with that glitch though is, for whatever reason, my card is acting up, and so it hasn't been working at all this weekend. And the other thing is if I like overshoot it or whatever, the game soft locks, so. For a submittable run, I think it's necessary though.
So, White Ranger or Green Ranger?
Huh?
White Ranger or Green Ranger?
Neither, because neither of them are in this game.
Okay.
You know there's a TV show that they might be talking.
Yeah, everyone loved Tommy for whatever reason. Well, everyone said they loved Tommy, and secretly they just like the Pink Ranger. Let's be honest.
There's a bit of a war going on in chat between Megazord and Voltron. And who would win?
Megazord, easy.
Voltron is way
Please.
Hold up now. Voltron is made of all lions. If my arms were made of lions, I would be right stuff left and right.
And we do have someone
Don't
saying
hit me,
Optimus
don't
Prime
hit
for
me.
best Megazord.
Ooh, okay. Yo, best Megazord donation in the world. Let's go.
Do it.
Okay, so we're gonna wait here. Hey, we're gonna dance a little bit. Okay.
And apparently the Power Rangers' greatest weakness is water.
Yeah.
Right?
1, 2, 3.
They can't tap
Oh,
in.
you son of a monk! Oh, jeez. Buffer, yes. So yeah, the buffer in Ranger form is ridiculous. As you can see, I waited all that time and my 4th hit still was loaded up. So. So yeah, I guess I can detail a little bit about this run. When I first came to SCA, this game is nice. I got the damage boost. That's really hard to do. But when I first came to SCA, I noticed there was a Mighty Morphin Power Rangers run. I'm like, oh well, I can't run this game because someone routed the hell out of this game. Then one day I saw a stream of this guy named Deln, D-E-L-N. He was streaming his runs of this game, and I had a serious nostalgia bomb. Oh man, I love this game when I was a kid. And so I was watching and I could improve this run. And at the same time, there's another dude that was already beating his run named Dan Show, and I didn't know about him at the time. But I was so I watched him and was okay, this is pretty good, but I could definitely improve this. So I started running and I started using some of the task strats canceling moves and stuff because they weren't doing that at the time. And so it just cut off time substantially. I beat the SCA run my second night of just messing around. And then, you.
So do you
And
plan on
I
submitting
started
your run to SDA?
I will once I get 28, 40 something. But I started introducing a bunch of new things. I found a bunch of little tricks and time savers and everything. And I figured the Dan Show would just kind of drop out because I was optimizing it way further than anyone would realistically be optimizing Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. But it turns out he's just as crazy as I am and started picking up the strats. And so we went back and forth in world records for a couple months. He actually has the current record at about 27:54, but we are convinced that it can go as low as 27:30 something. So yeah, after this marathon, I'm gonna go back to the grind on this game.
What's the task time?
Task time is something ridiculously low. That does some weird trick with the bow that's completely impossible. The task beats this guy by hitting it a bajillion times with the bow, and we have no idea how that works. But it is a really good task. Check it out. So yeah, this guy is completely luck dependent because if he has a bad pattern, I can't hit him as much. He actually gave me a really good pattern there. If he walks or shoots a bunch of little eyes, it's awesome. Okay. You. Alright, you're gonna pop up the bomb. I need to hit him a few more times after this bomb. And he's down. So stage 4 next, right? Alright, so the Trini thing was actually sort of discovered by someone on the SDA topic years and years ago. He said, oh, I noticed that Trini, yeah, there we go. The totally unironic Black Ranger. Let's go.
Loves pants.
Yes.
You might as well be
No stereotypes with this character design. Oh no.
Hammer pants.
I mean, that medallion is just purely for fashion.
Yeah. Go.
I'm not.
So yeah, this is probably my biggest contribution. One of the biggest discoveries I made is that Zach is the fastest on this level for a normal playthrough. Oh, hey. Come on. Yeah, I got them both. That's why. His leg hits really, really far. Kimberly cannot do what Zach can do with his leg. With her leg. That throw. There was invincibility on the throw, that's why I did it. Because usually I wouldn't throw with him because it's pretty slow. I'm gonna try to line you up. There we go. There we go. Line up, line up, line up. Yes! Thank you. Damn. Alright. So yeah, I use everyone but Jason but Billy. I used to use Jason, but Kimberly's just faster on the level at the end of the day. Also, like, Dan Show says that he found, like, a major skip on stage 3, but has only ever gotten, like, twice in his entire life and doesn't know the rules of it, so... Tasters, if you want to experiment a little bit, feel free. Yes, it relates to that floating enemy glitch that I showed off. Damn. Okay. Yo, line up, line up. Oh, whatever. So yeah, Zach and Billy have really awesome low kicks that take down multiple hit enemies in like 4 hits, where everyone else is slower and takes 5. And Billy is just too slow, so Zach is the way to go with this level. Oh, Billy. There we go. Moving forward. So yeah, this is an awesome stage. You know, a lot of technicalities on this. Check it out, I can backflip.
And the mandatory elevator.
Yeah.
Have to beat him up in an elevator. Okay, I think I see why you wish there was a difficulty select, and not in the way I was thinking.
Oh, hey.
Sir.
Why not
Nice,
take
thank
a
you.
selfie?
What? No float?
Take a selfie.
He has time.
Selfie for selfie.
Alrighty. Yep. Oh well. Okay, so line up. Alright. Shouts to Catherine, who I just texted. Alright.
BRB, play card.
That's
This totally beats the Mirror's Edge run.
Thank you very much. I'm coming for you, Mirror's Edge. Also, shouts to the Twin Towers in the background, even though this is clearly supposed to take place in California.
They borrowed them.
Yeah. Also, you can just throw these guys in the pits. Whatever. Alright.
There we go. I found the test tough.
What's the test time?
24 minutes, 6 seconds.
Yeah. Dancho and I actually found some new stuff that would blow the task out of the water, so they should probably pick up on that.
There's some very reckless construction workers above you. Don't need this anymore.
Yep. Insta kill. Okay. Insta kill. Okay. Okay, moving on.
Those enemies generally take more hits when they get on screen.
Yeah, if they get on screen, then you actually have to combo them to death. But you just insta kill them there for some stupid reason. That, I believe, was discovered by Dan Show, so shout out to him for that. So yeah, this boss. It's a boss. Don't do me 3 dragons, thank you. Okay, now I'm gonna combo him. Now I'm gonna combo him. Are you gonna do something? No, I'm just gonna combo you again. Hey, nope, okay.
Maybe if you uncrossed his arms.
Okay. Okay. Okay, he's gonna do something. Nope. Nice
Teleporting
try, jerk. Okay.
He was waiting for you to make a wish.
So with that boss, if you hit him before he fully teleports, then he teleports again and like quickly hits you. But if you just wait like a second, then he just eats your combo. You can actually infinite that guy by doing like 3 hits, wait a second, 3 hits over and over again. But it's slower than just doing that, so. At Return of Kimberly, here we go. This stage is a stage. It's kind of annoying actually. Alright. So yeah, Kimberly's throws, oh, right. Okay, so Kimberly's throw, like range, distance on her throws is actually really useful here. Okay. Land of feet, damn. Okay, it's okay. Alright, moving forward. It's land of feet, thank you. Alright, these are the problems. Land of feet, good. Yes. Input is actually input ability is actually a massive thing in this game, because you cannot drop that combo or you lose a ton of time.
final hit of the combo does a lot more, I'm guessing?
It does, but it's like you're frozen in place for a time afterwards, so it's faster to do 3-hit. Okay.
Oh,
Also, you'll notice that I wait a second after throwing the enemy if I know it's gonna hit, because then the other one will like move forward slightly. So they're more lined up again. Here we go. 3, 1. Damn it! I had to make sure that. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Whew. Okay. All right. They have to die at the same time, otherwise the spawns get like messed up. Sword dudes. Okay. Alright.
I like how he just stands there and waits for you to do this.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep. The big throw is slower than the short range throw, but you know, it lines them up better certain times, so.
If we raise another $39,000, we'll have beaten everything that Decimus has ever made.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yes.
1 second.
Hit that so that this enemy spawns.
Can you play that out for me?
Oops. So I just despawned a barrel by like running forward. Whatever. Oh yeah, I have to kill that barrel in order to spawn both of these. There we go. Alright. Alrighty. See you. There we go. Whoosh. You. Alright, get to the tree stumps. Oh, hey, okay. Not quite far enough on the tree stump. Okay. Gonna hit you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hit you. Into you. Oh, you got this one. Oh well. Let's see if I can get it. Yeah, gun skin. Yeah, other gun skin. Alright. Yep. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alrighty. Yep. Those. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. Alright, we're in there. We're in there. This is like the worst screen in the game. There's like no good strategy for it. You just kind of hope that they kind of go nice. Okay. Whatever. That was pretty bad, but yeah. Okay. There you go. 1, 2. Now I have to wait a bit so the other one spawns. There we go. Okay. Move forward, move forward. I'm gonna arrow you just to mix it up a little bit. Okay. 4. Arrow you. Youth! This is why I hate the arrow so much. Because to get a world record, you have to use the arrow, but it sometimes decides it doesn't want to work anymore.
Any of the other runners have a problem?
Nope, Dan Show's cart loves him.
Damage boost.
Yep, damage boosts. So this is something that I used to do a full 4 combo on this, but since coming to the marathon, I decided to switch it up a little bit. So, 1, 2, 3. So I'm pretty sure that saves a little bit of time. 1, 2. Alright, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Alright, gonna hit you. 1, 2, wait a little bit, wait a little bit. There we are. Alright. Lost time. So yeah, the trick with this boss is he can teleport around, which we don't want to do. However, if you never scroll the screen, he doesn't teleport.
Ah.
So,
You need to wait for him to come over to you.
yeah, kind of. It's pretty RNG. There we go. He does that a lot. I don't want him to throw bombs. I just want to make sure, but I want him to stick around. You see, that's good. Yeah, that wastes time. Ah, but I have to make sure I'm hitting him to the right, otherwise that happens.
You can't trap him in the left corner?
Nah, he'll just teleport away.
Oh, okay, that's why he teleported there.
Yeah. Wait for it. There we go. There we go. There we are. That's a decent loss. He didn't bomb too much, so. Alright, so here, these next two bosses are the run killers. They're completely random. Megazord, let's go. But basically, if these guys decide to just block everything, there's nothing I can do about it. And I've lost the vast majority of my runs to them, just because. These guys can like do anything from like save you minutes to lose you minutes, so just complete random BS.
Megazord hype.
Megazord hype. Oh, okay. Okay, not bad. Whatever. That was a pretty bad fight. Also, if you kill him in the corner, he walks forward slightly and just wastes time like a jerk. Alright, and that's actually like the lesser of the two problems. This next guy, Cyclopsis, he's the real problem.
Fun fact, swords explode people.
Yeah. Also, we're taking this thing to the moon! So yeah, this guy. Bang! This guy. Zoom. So what I just tried there was, yeah, that's the fastest way to do damage. Damn you. Okay. Come on. Position yourself a little bit here. Come on. Come on. Yes. Oh, or not. Usually the second hit will hit if you hit the first one, but he's just being Cyclopsis, so.
What's the meter at the bottom?
It's a power bar. You can push a button and do a special depending on how high it is. Alright, and well,
like that?
Yeah. I'm going to hit time at the last hit, so I'll let you know when. Okay, come on. Good. You can actually cross them up and it's unblockable, but you have to... Good. Okay. Damn you. Okay. Come on, just one hit. You son of a... Okay, come on. There we go. Time. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Alright, and this ending is, it's an ending. So, remember the totally unironic Black Ranger? Well, yeah.
I feel so ashamed.
Yeah.
Billy.
Yeah,
Billy's
just
so
a couple of high schoolers driving around in a pink car. I don't know what Kimberly's sitting on, but it's something.
Just look at Zach.
Yeah, Zach is his sprite. Yeah, yeah.
Billy just wants to stay.
Oh, Billy.
Maybe he's trying to warn them about the dangers of sitting like that.
Look at Billy. Like Billy just knows how bad he is in this game.
Yeah, it's like. I don't want to look at the.
So this next screen is, I think it just kind of speaks for itself. Yeah.
Oh my god. Dance for our amusement, Zach. Dance.
Yeah. Dance. Shoutouts to Bulk and Skull in the background.
Oh, yeah.
Super shoutouts to Billy with the greatest dance in the history of mankind. He's not supposed to be fat in the show, honestly. Yeah. So yeah, that's Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Hope you guys enjoy.
I'm gonna go to a quick commercial. And we're at commercial.
Turn the speakers up, make sure that it's not going through HDMI out on the playback devices as well.
Oh, there he is, right above it.
Which game is this?
Give up robot.
Yeah, we're live.
Hey, when you guys over there, Brian or somebody, can you grab that like mic sitting here in the middle, the black one, black one, yeah, black one. It's got a giant table on it. Can you run over here? Just with the stand and everything. Yeah. In this cable mess. I want more cables on these cables. On the game.
What time Smash? Alright. It's awfully empty in here for having a Smash finals coming up.
How are you? Good. Good to know. Thanks. I made games.
It's coming out on PC too, from what he told me, which I wish, you know, if I'm plugging. Yeah, I'm ready. What?
What?
Countdown.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. So this is Give Up Robot, or Give Up Robert, or Give My Regards to Broad Street, or Robot Unicorn Attack. I don't know. People have different names for it. It's a little laggy sometimes. It's a stupid Flash game. I mean, a great Flash game that... Oops, I didn't get that trick. that was made pretty early. A lot of people have very visual problems with this game because it's a little like flashy. It's a little
bright.
It's pretty bright. Whoops. Sometimes the controls are a little off when the lag happens, so sometimes I get a little unintentional. Whoa, the lag spike just came back. Yeah, but unfortunately you're going to have to deal with the brightness of the game.
Any way possible.
If any way possible.
I mean, like the basics of the game, though, you jump and you have a grappling hook, and you grapple and swing, and it makes you go
And sometimes I call the grappling hook the donger. So like I extend my, you know. I mean, it's a really technical game because it's pretty difficult. It doesn't look hard now, but it gets progressively more difficult as the game progresses. And there's some really cool tricks like this, or not this one. Level 18 is a cool trick that Studio can't do. I can't even do it sometimes. You're not supposed to be able to skip that platform, or so I do. So that's kind of cool. So this is a game made, I don't know if they heard me before, this is a game made by Matt Thorson, who's a Twitter at Matt Thorson. He also has a website, mattmakesgames.com. He made games like Jumper and other cool games, Flash games. He also just made a game called Towerfall, which is on the Ouya right now. And maybe it's going to come out on the PC soon. And I wish I could afford it, wink wink. I want to get that trick, so I'm going to try it again. It's really cool if I can get it. It's pixel perfect. If I can get just on the white, yeah, there we go.
Nice.
That's really hard. How many people are watching Give My Regards to Broad Street? Anyone?
1 second.
Ah,
I'm working on.
oh, that's
something
good. I
quite
saved it.
important here.
So this is a cool time saver.
It's all about like the little movements because you lose control very quickly.
Yeah.
especially when you gain speed.
35,000.
5,000?
35,000.
35,000. Holy crap. So there's this auto scroller in this section, but I skipped it by jumping over the platform. Also, you don't move forward. Like there's no. Oops, I forgot what level I was going into. Yeah, when you're going forward on a platform that's moving, you don't actually fall off it, which is pretty sweet.
Well, and one thing hard with doing all the precise grapples is the angle of your grapple is a little bit random, right?
It's a little bit random. There's like a plus or minus of a couple of degrees. It's at 45-degree angle. I can't see it right now because I'm wearing my sunglasses to help mute the brightness of the game. But if you see the lines in the background, it's actually the exact angle of the lines that are flashing in the background.
Huh.
Another thing about this game is that it uses actual like angular momentum. So if I have a longer grapple, I actually move faster forward. And if I have a smaller grapple, I have a smaller forward momentum, which is actually useful in one level, which you have to control your speed. This is literally a difficult level because you have to get a fast. Yeah, I did it. I have been messing that up pretty quickly. Yeah, so this one I have to control my angular momentum because I don't want to run into these walls, and it's pretty easy to die if you screw up just like a little bit of an extra grapple.
This is pretty much the only time you'll move like a small distance.
Yeah, this is a really difficult level too. I used to screw this up a lot. If I can get this on the first, whoa, I got it on the first try. I was screwing that up a lot.
I'm sorry, can you finish explaining how hard that was?
It is.
Well,
People
okay,
can back me up.
The game actually gets hard now. This is the hard part of the game.
This the last 10 levels. This is 10 more levels of the game. If I can make this, oh, I didn't quite get it. You can get kind of shoot in there. This is a lot of tight manipulation and platforming. Oops. Yeah. See, like, I mean, I don't have a ton of time to be able to jump there. I can also grapple, which also works, but I like jumping more because it times it pretty good.
I'm a grappler, just saying.
I'm a lover, not a hater. No, actually, I'm a hater. Haterate. I've only routed this level. This actually has routing in it. I have to determine which boxes to grapple there, which is the fastest. Oops, I screwed that up. I mean, it's really hard to do Deathless, as you might see, but like deaths don't cost too much time, so it's still impressive to see me do this. This is a level I control my angular momentum, because I don't have a lot of type spaces I have to move through. A lot of people have trouble with this level for some reason. I haven't figured out quite why. I think this is actually one of the easier levels in the last 10. I do have a lot of heartbreaking deaths in this level because sometimes you'll see I actually run into the if I grapple to, yeah, I almost did it there. I run into that platform. So this is a cool trick. You can kind of grapple back and forth. Yeah, there we go. That doesn't save too much time, but it looks really cool, so I do it.
That's a good level.
Actually, I want to show this. This is, normally you're supposed to use this box, so it's a little slow, just for comparison. This is how fast the level normally goes. So I can do this by doing a cool long jump. All right, this is a heartbreaking level for some people, and this is the last level. So
when this run started getting popular, like people will just run to this level, and if you got it first or third try, it was, you know, new PB, new record. Let's
yeah.
do it.
All right, so this has a lot of difficult mechanics in it that you have to manipulate, and if I can make, yeah, okay, that's a difficult last grapple. So I've pretty much beaten the level, so time is coming up now. And time. Great. So I've overestimated. Well, if you look at the game time, I'm going to use the game time is actually very accurate. If this is probably 6. Yes, yeah. 6 is pretty good. All right, so 9 deaths is really excellent, and under 5 minutes, which I was really hoping to get for the marathon run. The score is really hilariously irrelevant, but it's kind of fun. The score doesn't really mean anything, so you also have to deal with that. I'm going to show you just a couple, so while they're getting ready and people are falling in, when you beat the game for the first time, you unlock hard game. Hard game is pretty hard. I'm not going to play all of hard, just as a little exhibition of hard. I haven't practiced too much of hard, so when it really says, if you thought 50 was hard, this is really difficult. The first couple levels I can do pretty reliably, except for that one. That's like a difficult jump. I'm just waiting for everyone to file in, so if you want to let me know when people are ready.
I think they're about ready.
They're about ready? All right, so we're moving on to When's Marvel, Melee.
It's Brawl, I think.
Brawl?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure that's the casual game, right?
Yeah.
All right,
Brawl
anyway.
And high Pokeballs.
If you want to follow me, you probably won't see a lot of this, but I primarily play Magic the Gathering casual mode, so you also have to deal with that. But if you like Magic the Gathering or Give Up Robot or other stupid Flash games that I happen to play, then you want to follow the channel or my Twitter at ZSKessler. That's all I have to plug. Thank you very much for watching Give Up Robert, and have fun with the rest of the marathon.
Yeah. All right, I just need a break in here a minute. I know we're playing it a bit fast and loose with donations on the bonus stream, but I did just get a $3,318 donation.
What?
What happened?
This is from the Yeti. Hi all, Yeti Glenn here. You did it. You really did it. 1 million, but let's make it 1,000,001 because shirts. Shout out to Acute Links for saving the cat. And a little factoid here
they didn't change it.
Is with that donation, this single marathon has raised more than all of the other marathons combined. And we're getting ready for the donation incentive that you guys met for the Smash finals. So
I don't do it because I always won races.
I'll hand it over to those folks.
Mash.
Are we on?
Be good.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Barring tech problems, cool guy. I'm gonna go get some food.
Yeah.
You sit.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm sorry, I always turn it off. This stream would be incomplete without Dreamman 64.
Yeah. The curse. The Smasher's curse. Dreamman 64.
I used to hear that on my way back from Dreamland.
Dude, 4 years. That's how long it takes to get rid of it.
My favorite laser one shots are TPs, take laser before smash.
Hey, my pet.
Are any of you guys here to do commentary?
Of course.
I don't know anything about this game.
Dude, why didn't Dolan come?
He was too lazy, probably.
He said he would come here if he didn't go to Apex.
But he's probably going to Apex then. Most
He didn't
likely.
get a ride to Apex.
Hey, get him on
Maybe.
Dude, this guy in the hat. Dude.
He's gonna play with that?
Doesn't stay. You gotta hold him like here.
Dude, I'll wear it.
Why, dude? When you say ready.
We're just waiting on the tech crew right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, just practice.
Sure. So we're taking the stream down just for a second, just to work some stuff out, and we'll be back in a few. Melee or Riot?
Commentary.
We already.
They can take my spot. Okay. I have no problem with that.
Oh, okay.
Wow, that's awesome.
Oh man.
No fun. Get on that, dude.
There's 2 seats up here, so if someone else wants to come up, go right ahead. There's just one mic, so you're gonna have to twist a little bit.
You're better.
There's like none. I mean, this is the IRC, and then these are donations. There's 2.
Nah,
Dude, get a chair.
it's gonna be a bit crowded if we are 3, I think.
No,
for
just like
some- We can switch out between, there's gonna be more than 2 games anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Just be careful, don't fall. I'll put on the entrance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cookie Monster. No Cookie Monster today.
Okay, testing.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
You guys might be a little loud. Unless this is omnidirectional.
Right, testing.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Sounds
Alright,
really
cool.
good. It's hard to hear yourself. You know how how you sound. Just listen how I sound. Holy cow! That thing.
Listen. What thing?
Testing.
Oh jeez, look at that thing.
Testing.
Yeah.
Sound okay?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Okay.
It's like as long as you're like projecting your voice towards the microphone,
Yeah.
you're gonna be okay.
Yeah. Okay, are we ready to go?
Yeah.
Stream's back up, right?
I believe so. Here,
Yeah.
we can switch to the IRC or the chat. Yeah, we're up.
Yeah, we're
Okay, okay.
Cool.
Maddie.
Yeah,
we're ready. So yeah, we're here live at Agdq 2014 bonus stream and top 3 for Melee singles, which we had the bracket for in the middle of the week. I'm here with
Mofet
and Jotion.
And I'm Irregular Ginny. So in winners finals right now we have Kirk Q playing the Falco and Fuzziness from the UK playing Fox. So this matchup is what we see pretty often in this game, right?
Yeah, we see this quite a bit.
These 2 characters are very, very well played, and a lot of people play them.
They're very, very popular characters
Yeah.
to play. Mostly, I think, just because they're very free characters, and you can do whatever kind of a style you want with them. Like they have a specific, shoe they fit into, but you can have a pretty unique style of playing these. So I think that's why a lot of people choose these 2 characters. That they're really good.
Great edge guard right there. The Kirk Q. and doesn't look like he's gonna keep this. It looks pretty close so far. The first tug was pretty even.
Don't look real bad if you lose with that tag button.
Okay, so in this matchup, Falco aims to control a lot of space with his lasers. You do use a technique called a short hop laser, which is when you lightly jump into the air, and then you shoot a laser, and then you press down on the control stick. What this does is it allows you to fire Falco's laser really quickly. So you can see him using it to control a lot of space, make Fox go into his shield. So Fox will try and aim to use his speed to get around that. You'll notice Fuzzy will jump into him when he tries to shoot the laser. He'll use his shield to get around the lasers. Basically, he just wants to get in and start a combo without getting locked down by Falco's lasers.
So in this matchup, in Fox's case, you wanna go hard, go deep. You wanna rush down Falco as much as you can because you need to stop him from throwing those lasers. The lasers are one of Falco's best options to get in versus any character because they have like enough stun frames and you can shoot so many lasers at a time because you can keep moving due to the lasers are auto cancel. Like there's no lag when you land when shooting a laser, so it's very easy to approach that way.
Yeah, and when you ask any good Fox main how you beat Falco, they'll say just get in on him and just keep up the pressure and don't let him move. Basically, Falco is amazing at zoning you out when he's under pressure or when he wants to get out from under pressure. So it's basically just the goal to get on him and not get off.
That's a very fortunate angle from Kirkyu, but let's see, he can still bring it back. Like these characters are like, as we said, they're really strong characters, but also they are cannon fodder. They are so easy to combo. They combo each other very, very easily.
Yeah, these matchups will probably be quite quick, just because both characters are pretty much glass cannons. They combo each other hard. They get comboed hard.
And they can gimp each other hard. Gimp meaning that you can get an easy kill off the other character, just a low percent. Or like, yeah, I poked you and I just took the ledge and you're dead. And that's a very unfortunate SD from.
That is an unfortunate kill.
Yeah, you never like to see it end that way.
Alright, so Fuzziness is 1-0 up, which means Kirkyu now has to counterpick. The counterpick process in Super Smash Bros. Melee goes that the person who wins the match gets to choose one stage to ban, and then
out of the 5
6 neutral stages and Pokemon Stadium.
Yeah.
So after that ban, the loser will choose a stage to go to, and if the winner wants to, he can change his character, and then the loser changes their character.
But it seems like they're gonna stick to their guns.
Yeah.
Dreamland, I agree with. I'm not sure if I agree with this choice. It leaves Falco a lot of room to run around with. I mean, to zone, but Fox is just so quick and so strong. So Fox can easily get in. And if you're really good at power shielding, which is you time your shield just as you get hit, you actually you gain frames. Besides, when you usually get hit by shield, you have a lot of shield hit lag. Which prevents you from moving around. But if you power shield, you actually go plus on that, so you can move way earlier than you would if you would have gotten hit without power shielding. And this also works as a reflector towards lasers.
And going back to the big stage thing, it's actually kind of two ways. For Falco, he's gonna say, okay, Fox is really, really fast, so I want some room to get away from him and to space him out and maybe predict his approaches and punish him that way. And on the flip side, if he's going to take him to a small stage, he's saying, I don't want Fox to have a lot of room to run around. I want to get him before he can get away from me. So it really just depends on the player's play styles. And I think this is the right choice because Fuzzy is a very aggressive player. And he can be in your face 100% of the time if he chooses to. So I think it's a good choice for him to be on this stage so he can maybe read his approaches a little bit and react to them a little bit better. Classic Falco right there.
Yeah. Definitely. But yeah, this stage is I would say it's slightly better for Fox, but if Falco knows his stuff, can keep Fox out, he can win this stage as well, or on this stage as well.
Yeah, I mean, he can work those platforms with his lasers as well. That's another advantage to being Falco on this stage.
All the pressure.
Pressure going.
That was kind of decent pressure because he wanted to pressure him while being so far away from the shield as possible. Because if you're just spacing so you hit with like the smallest, like the edge of your hitboxes when you do your aerials and whatnot, it's very
double shine.
Nice.
Alright, that is definitely a fuzziness classic. Whenever it gets near the edge, you'll always do a double shine, so both hits will hit you, sends you at a really, really strong angle for him to follow up on.
Like the first shine will tumble you. If you're on the edge, you're going to be off the stage, and then the second shine will spike you. So it's a really nasty hit for Falco, or really nasty to get hit by. Oh man.
And speaking of smaller stages,
yeah,
I agree with this stage a lot more than Dreamland.
Yeah, so it looks like Agdq is sort of trying out which stage worked best for him. Probably didn't like the big stage, so he decided to go to Yoshi's instead, which is a lot smaller.
Yeah, I mean this is winners finals. This isn't grand finals yet, so he's going to go to losers after this. So he might be using this just to try and figure out fuzziness and get his footing.
Yeah, it's very possible.
It looks pretty alright so far. Fuzziness, whoa, that pressure. It's hard to do anything as Falco at that point. Fox under pressure can punish Falco a lot easier due to Falco's jump frames. Like he has a lot more jump frames, so it's easier for Fox to. Wow, I'm just astounded by Fuzzy's tech skill a bit. But it's easier for Falco to, or Fox to like shine out a shield. And once you get shine out a shield, like Falco is gone. And that's your panic button, and that works every time.
Shine out a shield is sort of like a reversal in this game. If you ever see there's a hole in the pressure game, what you can do is you can jump and you can cancel the jump squat frames and use a shine. So you hit them with the move that's their best move to start a combo with, and it's the quickest out of shield option. So you pretty much use it to gain footing and start a combo of your own. It's a really effective technique.
Oh, wow.
Oh man.
Yeah, Kirky did really strong there. That's also like an unfortunate happening. The salty run back, guys.
This is a salty run back.
Yeah, this is what is known as a salty run back. Same stage, same characters, right back into it.
Yeah, some players usually want to, take a few moments to think before starting the next match, but Fuzzy just want to dig right back in.
Fuzzy seems to be that type of player. Just get right back in there.
Ooh, that's
all right. Very nice.
Very
Very good choice there. I thought he might go for the shine out of up B, but he opted to go with the safer strats. I'm saying strats because I've been speedrunning all week.
Well, this matchup is all about, have good spacing. Just to deal, like, you want to do as much zero to death as you can. That's really...
That was a nice recovery by Agdq. He angled his up B just so that he would grab the edge at the exact point the move stops. And what this does is it allows you to grab the edge and gain invincibility before someone can hit you with a move.
Basically, you need to have a very acute angle just to get that. If it's a straight wall.
Yeah, and in order to guard against something like that, as somebody that's on the stage, you either have to go down below the stage or you have to be Marth. And sometimes being Marth doesn't even work.
Spacey's got it all.
Yeah,
they got.
Yeah, their up Bs are really, really dynamic. There's over 300 angles to them, so it can be pretty difficult to get the one you want. And it's just a lot of experience is required to do it.
See Fuzzy going for the a bit slower, more methodical Fox approach right now. Yeah, he's just getting in there. Smart moves, using his priority right.
Great choice, fall off back air.
Be a dead Falco. Let's see if Kirky can bring it back. Oh. That looks really grim. Oh.
Very, very slow edge go from Fuzzy. So Fuzzy just takes that 3-1.
And he's gonna wait in grand finals for the winner out of these two, which is Cosmo, right, coming from losers bracket, and Agdq, who just entered losers bracket.
Okay, I feel like we should point out that Zero actually had the third place, CT0, but he had to leave, and Cosmo was fourth place. So Cosmo just was the runner-up and took his place.
And we know you want to see Cosmo play. We know you chat.
Cosmo's a good player. Like he's very, very solid.
He's really solid. I actually lost to him just before this, so I got 5th place at this tournament.
Yeah. So Zelda has quite a few limitations, mostly with her movement speed. She can't really force an approach in her own terms. You have to be really patient with her. You have to wait for people to get in. She's basically a character where you have to really capitalize on their mistakes. So what you'll be seeing from Cosmo is a lot of smart play, a lot of patience, waiting for Kurt Q to make the first move.
Yeah, he'll be very much playing based around reads.
Yeah, like utilizing the shield. The shield is not as bad as Morph Shield, which is very good in Zelda's case, because she has a decent. Her gravity shield is kind of horrible, but she has the up smash out of shield, which has like pretty weird priority and kind of big hitbox, and it hits multiple times. And of course, her down smash is kind of like a down tilt, like compared to some characters. You can poke people out with that.
That's true.
Also, that one of her best options is when she's getting pressured, she can jump out of shield and do a forward air or a back air. And it's just such a good range on those moves. In this matchup, I feel like you gotta respect the forward air or the back air a lot. Kind of treat her like Marth, because it's kind of the same range as Marth's style.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that was really good.
That was a good one.
Yeah, Cosmo is a really patient player, so like Kurt Q needs to be even more patient just to rank up damage and get an easy kill, because she's super floaty, so like getting Zelda to high percent and like just any combo into down tilt should kill her, or like a double shine up the ceiling. That was really good.
So what you saw there was Cosmo was waiting for Kurt Q to come to him. The reason why he could do this is because he had a stock advantage, which means that he doesn't have to do anything. The time is in his favor. So you can just sit there, wait for Falco to come to him, rather than try and force an approach with Zelda.
Yeah, see, because the rules in this game, if you aren't familiar with the rules, is that if the timer does happen to run out, the tie is determined by stock and then percent. You know, whoever has more stocks wins, or whoever has less percent taken less damage wins. So the player that's behind feels pressure to approach, and they feel like they need to approach. And that, of course, plays into the advantage of the person who has a stock lead or a percent lead.
As you saw right there, shield up smash is a really interesting option from Zelda.
I mean, it's something you don't see that often. I mean, you don't see Zelda that often anyway, so like most of this you just don't see.
Yeah, like big shout outs to Cosmo to be able to play this character against, you know, top tier characters at this level. That was nice. Yeah, Kurt Q is a decently patient player, so I think he could probably take this first match. But it's really early. It's really hard to tell because anything can happen with Cosmo playing.
And Cosmo does have alternates that he's actually very good with if he decides he wants to switch it up. And so right there we saw him throwing out forward smashes. And something Zelda can do is she can read an approach and then throw out a forward smash and punish that. And she does have a pretty good forward smash.
Forward smash is longer than Marth's like F smash, and it's a multi-hit move. And I think the knockback is pretty decent on that one too.
It is pretty decent. It can be used to kill at the high mid percents, mid high percents rather.
I feel like Kurt Q's doing the right job here, just kind of respecting her range and just kind of just trying to rank up damage with the lasers.
Yeah, when you play a Zelda that's really good at playing Zelda, it's kind of hard to approach them because that's what their whole game is based around, making you approach them and then they're going to read you and punish you for it. So you see a lot of you see a lot of players just kind of at a loss at how to approach Zelda at some points, but. It's not too difficult to figure out, and I have faith that Kurt Q, a player of his caliber, should be able to figure out how to do the approach, or how to not do the approach, rather.
So what we saw there was Cosmo was holding up a light shield, which is a weaker version of the regular shield, but it lasts for longer.
And it's way bigger than the normal shield.
So his idea there was to get Kurt Q to try and hit the shield so he could escape safely. Kurt Q was smart about it, jumped onto the platform and grabbed him. And grabs beat out shields completely, so it was probably the best thing to do in that situation.
This is looking very close. Cosmo has been playing really good with Zelda today, or you know, all over the week. So it's nice to see him in the top 3. Right now, yeah, they're just feeling each other out right now. Cookie needs to be a little bit careful right now. Anything like, and I was
very nice.
Yeah, that's like the forward or back.
It's barely avoided that. Nice recovery option.
Alright, so Zelda's down smash, very fast move. He comes out in the 4th frame. This is very effective for edge guarding because it actually has some invincibility on it, so you can beat out their recoveries cleanly.
Going right back to Battlefield. So the only thing like Tokyo can do here is just be patient. That's interesting. And if I don't recall right, the laser grows stronger after each reflect, right? I think
it actually
reduces.
Yeah.
Reduces in power?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If you power shield, like for example, like Peach Stickfish, it gets stronger. I think.
Yeah, I'm not really sure on the specifics of the power reduction or increase as far as power shields go.
Yeah. Power shields are like, I don't think anybody has still figured them out 100% yet. There's a lot of stuff. This game keeps evolving every single year. We see it, like we see new stuff every year from all these amazing players from around the world, and it's been out for like how long now?
11 years now?
Yeah, and we're still finding new stuff.
Yeah.
It's pretty insane.
11-year-old game still has a lot of new life in it. But Agdq has taken the first stock pretty demandingly, and he's working on Cosmo's second stock pretty well.
Yeah, he's working around that patience and respecting her, distance with her moves.
Yeah, respecting Zelda's strengths is a really big part of this matchup. Ooh.
Yeah, she's a character with some strong points, a lot of weak points. So really the best way to deal with her is to just respect what she is good at and just keep going after her weak points and keeping on pressure. When he pressures her, you see he has to not go into shield directly. Sometimes he has to respect the fact that Zelda can jump out shield and try and kick him. Sometimes it's better for him to just hit the shield, wait, see if Zelda does anything.
Agdq looking pretty strong right now.
Yeah, he's not even at 100% yet.
That was kind of dangerous to go for something like that when Zelda has regained control again.
Yeah, I mean, when you have this kind of a lead, though, you get a little bit willy-nilly.
Yeah, kind of. Sometimes it's very easy to get to that mindset, like, yeah, I'm kind of greedy. I just want to get the kill so I can get this over.
Nice. Alright, so in Zelda's recovery, before she goes invincible, you can actually hit her in the startup frames. So what Agdq did there is lasered and forced him to up B right there and just cleanly beat him out with a forward smash before he could teleport away.
Really, really good decision. Let's see if Cosmo can make something happen. It's hard for Zelda to make something happen in this situation, which is why the top tier was what he needed.
I think Zelda is almost completely incapable of making something happen.
Yeah.
In certain situations. Oh, wow. Think we might see a character switch from Cosmo?
I think it's very possible. He was considering it earlier. Whether he stays or not, I will have to see it.
Yeah. Good job.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, so this is really an interesting matchup because of this stage. And it's because Ganondorf is a very meaty character, and if he hits you, it's gonna hurt. If he hits you like 3-4 times, we have what we call as the rule of Ganondorf. If you hit somebody 4 times with Ganondorf and they're not dead, you're doing it wrong. That's the rule of Ganondorf.
Yeah, this character, he's pretty similar to Zelda, where he's bad at approaching someone, but this guy's just packed with damage. Every move hits so hard, does so much knockback, does so much percent. So you really want to try and avoid his hits if possible.
Yeah, and he does play similar to Zelda. As far as his style, like he can be a little bit more offensive. Nice tech.
Nice.
Nice counter on that tech. Like he can be more offensive than Zelda, but he still does have to play that laid back style. Is it foot?
Oh, a bit late. It's a tough hard read.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to go for the hard read with Ganondorf. I mean, his moves are pretty slow, but the risk reward can be greatly in your favor if you make the right read.
That shield is getting low.
Yeah, that slow pressure is kind of dangerous. His grab gems is, I mean, it looks big, but that's about it. Like, it has the range, as you can see it. It's not like Marth's grab range, which is basically the range of his sword. That's how far he can grab.
I see Cosmo getting caught in his shield a lot.
Yeah.
And, when he could be jabbing out of this, or he has the opportunity to at least. See, Ganon has a very, very fast jab, and it's electrified, and it's got a lot of knockback for a jab on it, and it can get you out of a lot of tight spots.
Ganon's recovery is not that great unless you do a perfect sweet spot. It's a lot easier to sweet spot, aka get on the ledge without popping up over the ledge so you can get hit. It's a lot easier to do that with Falcon because he's faster and he's a lot smaller as well. Ganon's size kind of destroys it for him as he has one. That was a really good forward. Forwarder is like a really strong move in this game. You have to watch out for that. It's a combo move and it's a good killing move.
Nice. Alright, so Cosmo is trying to wall him out with up airs. It's a really, really bad position to be above Ganondorf. His up air is one of his fastest moves. Ends quickly, does so much damage, puts you in a really bad situation. So it's really effective for Ganondorf to keep using them when he's when he's below someone.
Cherokee looking pretty strong right now. Just baits out all of Ganon's moves, which makes...
Yeah,
you shouldn't respect Ganon too much, because don't let him do whatever he wants. Just watch what he's doing and just go deep.
See, and how that match went down, it was just a lot of Kirkyu reading Cosmo's aggression in certain situations, because what would happen is Cosmo would whiff a move and then he would come back with another move to try and follow up and cover his retreat. And because Kirkyu was Falco, he came down on top of him with his down air, and he turned that into his advantage.
All right, there is a chant for Cosmo's Roy.
Cosmo has been doing pretty well with Roy since he got here.
Yeah, he's been money matching nearly everyone with Roy.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing.
Yeah,
he's been winning a lot of them. Whether he decides to go Roy against Kirkyu, I'm not sure.
If we do see Roy, we're going to see a whole lot of tech chasing and chain grabbing, I hope. That's something Roy is really good at.
He has that
Roy
from
has a
Marth.
solid punish game on Space Animals.
But it's still hard. He needs to make up for the speed. Oh, are we seeing 20XX? Is that 20XX? Oh yeah.
20XX then.
That 20XX. Oh, we are seeing that 20XX where everybody is playing Fox.
Cosmo has decided to level up in the character selection department. Choosing Fox, again, very, very solid character. He's just fast, he's strong, he has good combos.
Best
It's
character
pretty much
in
everything.
the game, basically. I see Cosmo rolling a lot. I'm not sure if that is the best choice. Falco is really good at following up from rolls. Well, so is Fox, but if Fox is in the defensive position and rolls too much, it's... yeah.
Nice.
Very nice.
Good patience.
Good patience, good punish. Another good punish.
Yeah, we see Cosmo playing a very, he's way more methodical than Fuzziness. I'm not sure how technically experienced Cosmo is. Fuzzy has way more technical experience with this character, but... oh, are we seeing... that's really dangerous.
Yep.
Good tech.
Yeah, you got the tech.
That might have been a whiff up air.
Very nice.
So he has quite a strong lead right now. What he wants to do is just try and keep his lead for as long as possible, rack up a lot of damage, possibly another kill before he loses his stock.
Yeah, because he's at such high percent, it's not reasonable to think that you can play the same way you would play at 0%.
Yeah.
Or to play that same way, because... sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. In Smash Brothers, the percentage you're at is really unique. it can actually change how you play in a neutral position because you lose options from being at a higher percent. Because when you're at a low percent, you can hold down, and what this will do is it will crouch cancel move, and this will allow you to actually crouch move, take the hit, punch him in the end leg, and this is something that obviously as your percent goes higher is less effective. So you will have to play differently at higher percents.
Yeah, so basically, like, you don't get stunned, like maybe for like very, very few frames, but you can punish people easily. But it also, the dangerous part about crouch canceling is that you can easily get comboed out of it as well. So you just have to use it very smart. Really good. Really good putting up a wall right there.
Might see the comeback. And on that down smash earlier, was that a really specific spot of Falco's hitbox where it sends you up instead to the side. And it's right in the very middle.
Another thing to note about Falco's down smash is that it has, I think it has a few invisibility frames because you can like clink with Peach down smash, for example.
His legs are invincible when he's charging it.
His legs are invincible.
I just recently found that out.
I'm pretty sure that's a throwback to the little Easter egg they have where Fox and Falco actually have metallic legs. It's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, and we're going to game 5. The score is 2-2 right now in a best of 5 set, so the first person to 3-1 matches moves on to grand finals. Oh. He's good. Alright, so they're discussing stages they can and can't go to right now. There weren't really, I don't think there were concrete rules for the tournament here, but I think they're talking about DSR, which is Dave's stupid rule. Which just means you can't counterpick back onto the stage that you last won on. But last I checked, that's not supposed to exist in best of 5. So I think they're just playing with whatever they're
comfortable
with.
in best of 5, the only thing you can't do in best of 5 is ban. You can't ban any stages.
Oh, that's right, you can't ban.
So the rule is like you can't play on the last stage you won at. That's about it.
Yeah.
Like some tournaments have changed that rule, but besides that, there's not much of a difference.
Yeah, I heard recently the rule set changed that way.
So I read here that you guys want to know who the other competitors were at this tournament. So besides Fuzziness, Kirkyu, and Cosmo, there were Clash Tournament's very own Zero. Under him was like Kirkyu teasing everybody with that Pichu.
Crowd is getting really high. Yes!
Oh my god.
Wow.
Is he gonna
I
pop
can't
the link?
believe this.
I would be in full favor of Link. That's like the worst possible decision, but I'd be in full favor of it.
He is teasing the crowd at the moment.
Yeah,
The Marth. I respect this, man. I respect this. As a Marth main, I respect this a lot. So final game, guys. Final game. And like I would say this is a bad matchup, but he's not like as a Marth not facing Fox. I think this is a decent stage for both characters.
Yeah, Marth is pretty much really solid on every neutral stage. This is probably the one he's worst on, but it's not bad. Like, it's definitely winnable.
Not versus Falco, at least. I feel like it's a lot easier, but Fox is really hard to catch up with.
Yeah, so in this matchup, Marth's another character where you really, really don't want to be locked down on your shield. And Falco is really good at locking people down in shield. So what you want to use is Marth's really, really strong movement game. You want to try and get in, take space, and you'll notice a lot that when Kirkyu's using his lasers to try and get in, he'll try and wave dash back a lot, or dash back a lot to try and bait an approach and grab him. Marth's grab is extremely strong against Falco. He has a chain grab where you can continuously combo them by using his upward throw over and over again. You can combo into his sword moves. You can throw them on the ground and try and read the tech roll or react to it and grab them again.
Yeah, Marth's generally best on the ground. He has good air combos, but they should always start from the ground.
Yeah,
Marth's most general thing is like you have to like the thing with Marth is that if you want to make use of your moves, you kind of always want to tip her, unless you want to jab reset somebody who's still on the ground and you want to get a re-grab. That was a pretty good DI. At this high percent, you can easily survive on this stage. As Falco in this matchup, you'd want to like not want to be over Marth. at all. Like, Marth is so good from the ground. Like, he can juggle you really, really easy.
Yeah, and that's the thing with like anybody fighting Marth, is don't let Marth put you above him.
Yeah.
And that's what the Marth wants to do.
It's a really, really strong game plan from Marth, where he'll try and bait you, and Marth will always try and punish with a grab. So he can put you above him, and he'll put a sword in between you, and you try and land on the ground. His up air is really good at juggling. It can auto-cancel, which means that the move will finish before you land. So it's very fast. Like, you can use an up air, land very quickly, jump again, and do the same thing.
Cosmo going for those hard reads. And always remember, if you're a Falco player, you have the floaty killer, which is the down tilt that kills floaties at decent rates.
Yeah, Cosmo actually has a really interesting Marth style. A lot of Marths will try and play a reactionary bait and wait game. Cosmo seems to really, really like his reads, so you'll probably see quite a volatile match from him, depending on whether he hits those reads or whether he doesn't.
So what you saw right there with the light shield, that's what is known as the Marth killer.
That would have been something to see.
So the Marth killer generally works as you light shield and you point your control stick like slightly down and right. So if anything hits you, you'll grab the ledge, which basically is like if a Marth tries to sweet spot the ledge, you'll get the ledge way before him, because Marth's falling speed is not faster than yours. After up B. The up B falling speed is not that great.
You use the shield knockback from Marth's up B to instantly grab the edge. It's a really effective technique.
It looks pretty alright.
Yeah.
This is pretty even right now. I gotta say, I really like that Cosmo went with a higher tier character, or rather a more capable character than Zelda or Ganondorf, because like now he's really showing off like his actual skill level. It's very hard to do that with a character that limits your skill.
Yeah, like we should never underestimate Cosmo's solo. It's been putting in work right here, but it just shows that Cosmo is a very strong multi-main. He's very versatile in terms of this game, as you know, as well as his speedrunning history of as so many games.
Yeah,
and there you saw the Marth killer in use.
That's the case with a lot of old school players. They just have so much knowledge of every character that they can switch on the fly pretty easily.
Yeah, it's a very old school thing to do, back from when there was a huge stage list, a lot of different stages. Back then the matchup really, really was important. A lot of people had a pocket fox or several characters just to deal with different stage choices.
Yeah, like in Europe,
That's it.
Oh, nice.
Nice read there by Kirky.
Cosmo takes third place. And right now we're heading into grand finals. And how this works in a double elimination bracket. Oh yeah, the Cosmo chair thing. We'll explain that a bit later. But right now, like in grand finals, so this works as, since Fuzziness won the first game in grand finals, that counts as a win in best of 3 sets. So basically, Kirkyu, or anybody who's coming from losers bracket to fight the guy who's in grand finals, basically needs to win 2 sets. So basically, Kirkyu needs to win 6 matches in a row to take the throne from Fuzziness. And Fuzziness, with that win from Winners, he needs to win 1 set only.
Yeah,
because it's double elimination, so you have to lose 2 sets. Fuzziness has not lost any sets.
Coming from losers bracket to grand finals is really hard. You have to fight
unless you're Mango.
Yeah, unless you're Mango. You have to fight against one of the best players in the tournament. You have to beat a set off him, and then if you win, you have to beat him again. There's no second chances at that point. It can be really tiring. You have to keep playing well consistently. It's like a really good indicator of how someone is, or how good they are if they can take 2 sets off a good player in a row.
Alright, game 1.
I'm
not sure what's going on right now.
So what Fuzzy likes to do when he has the winner's final advantage is that, and if he's confident he'll win, he likes to go with another character. Usually it's his Captain Falcon, but I guess he's chosen to go for a different one this time.
Yeah, I see this so much in grand finals with players that are just really good and they feel very confident. They're just like, I'm going to go a character that I really like, but I don't get to play very often.
I actually never seen this character from Fuzziness before. Jolteon, since you live in the same country as him and play with him often, does he play Ness anytime?
His Ness is pretty terrible, I think. But,
So
maybe
this-
it's gotten better since I played him.
Oh, we'll
Taking
see.
lessons from Hungrybox, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's really familiar with this matchup except like maybe the Finnish Vilnes, who is a European Ness player, pretty decent guy, playing Ness. But basically this matchup, I guess, resolves around Ness using his priority and, for example, the far range and his odd projectiles and super strong back throw, alongside his double jump cancel. He has some pretty good stuff. But he's so easy to combo, and his recovery is really bad in this game. It's like you can punish it so easily.
Yeah, Ness actually has a pretty decent punish game against Fox and Falco. His up air is really good at comboing them. Up throw sets up well. Back air is a good punisher. Up tilt is also another good combo. The problem will be how he deals with him in a neutral situation, because Falco has so many options at any given point. He's really going to have to play around him.
Like I said, Falco's a very, very versatile character. You can play him almost however you want to play him. And Ness is very much not so. And that's the case with the low tier characters. I know some people just don't like the idea of tiers, but the whole reason that tiers exist is because some characters simply don't have as much options and they're just not as versatile and they're limited with what they can do in any given situation. And so as time went on, people just figured out, I have more options and I can win more often with this and this character. And that's really what, in my opinion at least, defines a high tier character, is just having more options in any given situation.
Yeah, definitely. But Ness, I'm still not sure what Fuzziness is just like. Oh, the mashing dude. Can he get a combo off of this?
He can get a combo from this.
That goes right down into the jump attack, or the get up attack. Jump attack. What is this? Twilight Princess.
That should.
Oh, that was
pretty good
out
use of that
nowhere.
play. Yeah, that was still a pretty good use of that play. That back throw is so
The back
strong.
throw is real strong.
Yep.
Especially Falco, who doesn't get a lot of distance from his up B and falls pretty fast. If you get a really strong hit off him off stage, it's really hard for him to get back.
Yeah, that's Falco's biggest weakness, FYI, is his recovery. Once he gets off the stage, it's very difficult for him to get back, at least against a character that...
can cover so much space.
Yeah, is at least decent at edge guarding. And somebody with good reaction should be able to just say, okay, Falco, you're not coming back on the stage now. Pressure. Try to sneak in a forward tilt there. That's something a lot of Falcons like to do.
No, he wasn't going to make that back. On Battlefield, some characters can find it really difficult to recover from under the stage simply because they can get caught on the lip rather than grabbing the edge.
Yeah.
Ness is definitely one of those characters because he has a pretty linear recovery once he hits himself.
No, yeah, his recovery is bad to begin with, and then you add Battlefield into the mix, and that makes it really tough.
He went for it.
I was so sure I was going to see a double jump down air right there.
Yeah, that's what I thought he was going for. Alright, now we get to see Fuzzy's DK.
Oh boy.
Alright, this guy has really solid combos on Falco. Again, it's a similar situation though. He's good at juggling him vertically, but actually getting a grab or hitting him from a neutral position is definitely the hard part.
Yeah.
Falco has him beat out cleanly in that regard.
As we see, Falco is at 13% DK at 109%. So this is why people generally don't play Donkey Kong against Spaceys anyway.
Yeah, it's particularly bad for Donkey Kong because he has a really smooth shield, especially for a character of this size. It's easy for Falco to whittle down his shield, shield stab him, start a combo, just by keep pressuring him.
Donkey Kong is though like for a while he was definitely underrated. Shout outs to Bum, Nedic, Strongbad. Who else do we got? Like
Green Ranger, dude.
Green Ranger. A lot of really good Donkey Kong players that played, pretty good in overall big tournaments, showing that Donkey Kong is like a force to be reckoned with. Because like he has pretty good range with everything. His up B, like the startup of the up B, is like a really good out of shield option. That's really unfortunate. Like Donkey Kong needs to react instantly to survive from that, because his up B doesn't send him upwards a lot.
So okay, we just saw Falco's side B do what we call a meteor smash, and what that is, it just sends you down straight down at a very, very quick pace. And you can actually cancel it if you press up B on, or jump even on a certain frame. And it's actually not that hard to time.
It's all percentage dependent on when you can meteor cancel out of the meteor spike.
But like, if you're not ready for it, that's when it gets hard to break out of. If you're ready for it, it's easier. It's a lot easier to cancel.
Yeah, there's actually a fail window on a meteor cancel. If you press it too early, you're not able to press it again until a certain amount of frames pass.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, meteor smashes actually have more knockback than spikes do, as well as sending it at a different angle. So you'll have to get sent down further before you can do a meteor cancel.
It's kind of hard to tell the differences because usually spikes just send you straight down.
You can actually cancel them like straight away, like right, just like that. You can cancel them. I've done it at least with Falcons, Meteor.
Yeah.
You can cancel them right away, but that's tough.
So if Kirkyu takes this match, bracket is reset.
And I think it's a good chance that Fuzziness is going to go another character that he could very possibly lose with.
This
Jigglypuff.
Yeah,
Jigglypuff was Fuzziness' first main back when he started in 2006. He became the best player in the UK using his Puff. He hasn't played her in a really long time, but he still has solid fundamentals with her.
Yeah, he was pretty decent with her when he still played her.
So just to clarify, Fuzziness is the best player in the UK, right?
Yeah, he still is.
I always thought Professor Pro was like the strongest player, but then again, Professor Pro doesn't travel, so it's hard.
Professor Pro is the strongest player at PM and not Melee.
Okay.
Yeah, Fuzziness consistently wins tournaments now, so there's pretty much no contest in that regard.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see how he does at Apex.
Yeah.
Apex is gonna be one hell of a thing. Be
It'll
sure
be very
to watch
interesting
that.
to
If
see.
you like Melee, be sure to watch that next weekend.
It's 6 days away from today.
And yeah, so we kind of forgot a little bit about the match. But back to the match, like this matchup basically consists of Puff dodging every laser that Falco does with ease because her movement is it's perfect in midair. She has the best air mobility in the entire game.
Yeah, because she can control her movement in the air very, very well.
Yeah, and let's not like forget the term wall of pain comes from this whole thing about she can jump back and forth in midair and throw out her back air, which is the kick. The funny thing about this kick she does in midair, which you saw Fuzzy do right there before he got Floaty destroyed, that move actually has a way bigger range than you think it has. It's like half the foot, basically, is the added range. You don't see the hitbox for that, but the hitbox exists.
Yeah, I mean, you can look it up online. The first time I saw it online, the actual hitbox, my jaw kind of dropped. I was like, this is ridiculous.
Another very interesting thing that goes into Jigglypuff's spacing game is that in this game, hitboxes will interpolate, which means that if you retreat with an aerial, they'll actually have extra range because it will have the range of the current frame it's at and the range of the previous frame it was at. So with Jigglypuff, a very common strategy is to throw out a move and retreat, which effectively will give it extra range. And because she moves so fast, it's part of why her aerial spacing is so effective.
I was trying to get a downer right there.
It's really hard to get a dumpster.
Is he gonna go for it?
Downer.
No.
I didn't nearly have enough jumps.
He didn't have enough jumps to wait out his non-tech
The
animation.
scary thing about Puff versus any Spacey is that at any moment at this percentage, or a bit lower percentage, you can up throw rest. If you don't DI before you get thrown, you get rested, and that's an easy free kill for Puff. But basically what Falco wants to do is just, you know, poke her out, keep her out, laser her, make sure she can't do anything. If you don't take care of her from a distance as well as, you know, close up, you're in a really bad position.
And can either one of you guys explain exactly how the Rising Pound works, how we recovered just now?
Yeah, basically the Rising Pound is when you use Jigglypuff's side B and then you hold upwards after. What this does is actually allows you to gain height just by jumping and using the pound over and over again. It's a really effective tool for Jigglypuff. She doesn't have to use as many jumps to get it high, so she can go down really low and then just use the Rising Pound to recover.
So right there, you saw Kirk got hit by Fuzziness and nothing happened, but you saw the special effects.
Ooh.
Nice wrist.
Very nice read.
So what that was is what we call a phantom hit. So you get the percentage, you see the hit, but your opponent won't get flinched. And the reason for that is still something we haven't really 100% figured out yet. But basically, to explain it, is that you have too good of a spacing when you get a phantom hit. That's basically what it is.
I think what it was that the hitboxes will like touch, but they won't overlap.
Yeah.
And it's like they just barely make contact, and I think it's intentionally programmed in. We have to consult Magus or one of those other frame gurus to find out exactly what happens there.
It was, I'm pretty sure it's an intentional mechanic because it was reintroduced into Brawl as a glancing hit and featured on the Smash Dojo.
That's right, that's right.
Well, yeah, this stage is pretty okay. Interesting choice for Fuzziness to go to Falcon. His Falcon is, though, no joke. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Dude, it's like a bullet out of a gun. It's what his Falcon is like.
Yeah, so this is another character that Fuzziness used to main. Mained him from about 2010 to 2012. At that time, he was probably the best Falcon in Europe, arguably either him or GP. So he has some really solid fundamentals of the character. He has placed well with the character several occasions. So while this isn't exactly a super serious pick, he's not entirely sandbagging either.
Yeah, he actually knows how to play this guy. He's doing what he can.
Yeah, I mean, like, and Kurt Q it's not something someone you want to sleep on. Like, he is a very good player. He's very solid.
Yeah,
like,
he improved a lot
solid.
since last year. We played a few matches last year, both were rusty as hell, but this year he picked up the pace. I mean, seeing him here in the finals.
Oh, that would have been fantastic.
That 64 recap. So 64, Smash 64, usually sometimes you'd recover by jumping and Falcon punching to gain horizontal movement towards the stage. I hope I used the word right. So you could easier get back to the ledge. And in this game, it's not as useful because you can Falcon kick and regain your, gain a new jump after a Falcon kick. So that is sometimes more useful than Falcon punching.
There we go.
Nice. The weak knee into the sweet spot knee.
No, I expected the up air, but Fuzziness is definitely a type of player that says, no, I want the other knee.
Okay, so this is a part that Captain Falcon really struggles at, is actually getting back to the stage. When he commits to his up B, he's sort of forced into a free fall animation. So you can hit that, and when he lands, he also suffers from quite a bit of end lag. So luckily Captain Falcon is really heavy, so with the good use of directional influence, as you've just seen, you can go you can go high up in the stage and keep doing it until an opponent screws up.
So I know Kirku likes this stage because it gives him movement, and the lasers are Falcon's biggest problem. That was a pretty solid edge guard. That's a Kirku classic. He loves doing that.
Gentlemen, do a grab.
Yeah.
Okay, so what the gentleman is when you do just Falcon's first 3 jabs, because his third jab has some knockback on it. And normally you would go into his jab, his rapid jab, where he just keeps jabbing. But the gentleman stops at the third hit, and then Falcon just can react straight away.
Basically, you time it differently than just mashing it out. With the correct timing, you won't get the
Nice clean combo from Fuzziness.
Falcon's classic right there. I haven't seen those in a while.
That was a great one. That was great. Let's see the reaction on that.
Oh. All right. All right. This is an interesting pick.
Oh boy, what now?
He's going Wobbles now? Shoutouts to Wobbles, man. Getting second at EVO. So this matchup is also a very interesting matchup. Ice Climbers is not a bad character though. Ice Climbers is a real threat to be reckoned with. They have a lot of bad stuff, but they're ranked high because they have a lot of good options.
This matchup is pretty interesting. When both Ice Climbers are together, they can effectively kill you in a single grab if you don't mash up quickly enough.
Yeah,
which
so
is actually impossible over about 40% if timed right.
Yeah, with the correct timing, they can do a thing called wobbling, which I think was founded by Wobbles. Right? Yeah.
It was
So
founded.
what happens is that once you get a grab, you want to make sure that you hit, and then within a shortest period of time, you make sure the other one, Nana or Popo, depending on what color you are, but Nana in this case, make sure she hits with a good rhythm right behind him, so that with the correct rhythm, your opponent has one frame to get out of this grab, and this grab can go up to infinite. Like you can do it no matter what the percentage, as long as you have the correct timing.
Obviously, because it requires Nana, you want to keep them split and ideally kill Nana as quickly as possible. Luckily, Fox and Falco are really good at this. Their shine with the reflector allows them to split up both Nana and Popo and start comboing them.
Good back air. Kirky is doing a decent job. I have no idea how much Fuzz has played these characters and how much he knows about them. So.
He does know quite a bit about them, but he barely plays them.
I mean, character knowledge is one thing,
Yeah.
but actually know how to play the
He
character.
has the knowledge, but probably not the experience.
Yeah, right there, for example, like if we would have seen like an experienced Ice Climber, interesting right there. Like most Ice Climbers desync a lot with these two characters, making the other one do something that you are, controlling after a desync. So sometimes the nice things you want to do is like you make sure you have Pope or Nana grabbing the ledge, and you have the other one standing on top of the ledge, charging a forward smash, which basically creates a very strong fortress on the ledge. Oh,
They're a very odd character, and they're really weird to play too, because you don't play them like traditionally. Like outside like the very bare bones basics of zoning, you don't play them like you play pretty much every other character in Smash.
Yeah, they're really hard to learn. They're very technical characters due to the desyncing.
Surprisingly technical, yeah. Ooh, was that? I think that was a down smash, right?
I think it was forward smash. Yeah.
Trying to read into another forward smash there.
And you see Fuzziness using a lot of down air. Down air is a move that has like a decent amount of priority. Oh, yeah, that's a free kill. At that percentage, like you can kill so easily on this stage. And also Falco has one of the worst recoveries out of the top tier characters.
Yeah.
Oh,
you got the scrambles going on here.
Kirky is doing a really good job keeping them out.
Yeah.
But he. Oh, that's very unfortunate.
Kirky hasn't
Fuzziness with the
actually been
fist
grabbed
bump.
much, which is really good to see.
Yeah, I think Kirky can still have this. Just need to keep them separate.
If he manages to not take a lot of damage from Sopo, wall her out, and get her off the edge.
That
and
was
get
a
us off.
really
Or
good.
just
that
kill
was
us,
really
right? Alright, now he has a pretty good chance of taking it.
.35% is a decent lead at this point.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's like.
So what he can do that is he can down throw and then grab. He's gonna do it.
He always
Almost
says-
hurt!
Whoa! So as I mentioned before,
Alright,
when this
is getting
happens,
set.
Yeah.
He has one frame to get out,
Alright.
unless Fuzzin is.
Alright, Fuzzy is just staring at
Oh my
Cookie.
God.
Yo! Alright. Just for clarification, that is an inescapable setup with the correct timing. There was nothing you could have done to get out of that at all.
Is that all the time we had? Is that all the time we had?
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
All right, thanks to us. I just want to make a short shout out to the Swedish Smash community.
I told him 30 minutes.
For 3 sets.
And shout outs to the UK Smash community and, overall like Europe Smashers in general. Shout outs for, starting up tournaments this year. 2014 is definitely the year of Melee for us.
2014 is going to be an incredibly hype year. So many good tournaments coming up. I'm really looking forward to see what happens with this game.
Yeah, and starting off with Apex 2014, which itself is going to be an insane tournament.
Yeah.
So be sure to look out for that. And coming up in the summer is MLG at Anaheim?
Yeah, Anaheim.
Anaheim, that's pretty sick. I think Nintendo's on board for that as well this time. And DreamHack might just pick us up this year, and that's a huge deal for the Smash community for such a big event. But yeah, I think that's all from us. Make sure you follow me, for example, twitch.tv/irregulargenie if you want to see some Melee from Sweden. And overall, speedrunning. Follow my Twitter, which is the same thing, @irregulargenie, and be sure to follow Fuzziness at twitch.tv/fuzziness with a Y, not an I, as they wrote on stream. And his Twitter is the same thing.
Fuzziness UK.
Fuzziness UK. And we'll see you guys around. Hope you enjoy the rest of the bonus stream, because I'll be running a game later on tonight. But good luck to who's ever on right now, and I hope you have a good evening. This is Irregular Genie.
And this is Jolteon.
Signing off right now. Peace out.
Who's next? What's next?
try to have my.
Well, I ran out of momentum.
It's easy. When I try to get back, then it's okay.
What's the trigger for?
You guys already got something like three. Yeah, I like to have, you know.
Remember earlier in the
Yeah.
failed again, and I don't think
Yeah, I try to get my setup is like,
Just get like a piece of your shadow.
I don't do like my left. I try to you see that the little trace, the white thing, white block.
Yeah.
I try to have my left. I don't even get down with it.
Yeah, okay, I got you now.
Why you always do that? Yeah, I did, but usually when we left.
You don't see the.
Son of a. And if you manage to build one and land on a second rock, you can do that. But I guess the cutting can be a good thing because the dark side is going to back speed up.
Oh. God.
Right now is Darksiders, then we have Asylum,
The wood record
Echo, Blind Princess.
Is it audible all? Well, you can't see all of it, right?
You can see all of it.
Second jump.
If you get the second jump.
Right down on the rock and then jump on this one. Oh, did you already?
Wait, are you actually gonna do it? What?
Dude, Chester Cheetah. I already posted that.
Do you have the poster? Oh, okay.
Maddie,
What?
are you doing a call run? It's on the thing.
No, I think I'm doing it before that. I can do cheetah, and then there's a break, and then.
We're racing around Chick-fil-A.
That's gonna be terrible.
Man.
Okay, I need to
Yeah, let's just work. Just before we reboot.
I'll take that as a racing play.
I wish it wasn't.
Oh, yeah. Super testing.
No, I don't want to do feature. Like that's the first time I saw directly on the second.
Darksiders is on PC.
Like I never hit the black. Just I'm going to show you I did it twice. Yeah.
Probably not. I can breathe through my nose, but I can't smell.
Wait, my trigger slipper is that like
No, I'm sick.
You were in the same reason?
No, we should just do it.
with this one.
Input. Output from there goes to. Can you get on our desk real quick and see where this cable's pulling from? I'm tugging on it. Get on the computer.
For some reason, the first line was supposed to be on the and like, I usually had 2 batteries. I usually hard 2.
Pulling 2?
Going into 2.
Okay. That's the output.